Matthew Flinders was an innovative English navigator and cartographer who was one of the most eminent explorers of his day. He gained widespread recognition for his comprehensive examinations of the Australian coastline, during which he became the first person to sail around the entire continent and recognize it as a unified landmass, so establishing the use of the name Australia for the continent that was previously referred to as New Holland by the Europeans. At the age of 15 years old, he commenced his career in the Royal Navy and served under Captain William Bligh on a voyage to Tahiti. In 1801, he embarked on a more significant expedition with the objective of mapping the Australian coastline. He made significant geographical findings, but faced numerous challenges, including being shipwrecked and even imprisoned during the journey. In 1803, he was apprehended by the French on the island of Mauritius while sailing back to England, and held captive there for a period of over 6 years. Regardless of all of the turmoil, his contributions, particularly his significant publication, A Voyage to Terra Australis, released shortly before his death in 1814, has been of immense use in the exploration and cartography of Australia. Welcome to the channel, everyone, and welcome back to those who are returning. Well, if you enjoyed the video about James Cook, you're certainly going to enjoy this one too. The same flavor, different dish. It's Matthew Flinders this time. So it is the second great figure in the founding of my country. Now, as always, before we start, you're already supporting the channel by just enjoying it, and I certainly hope that you are. Now, if you want to do a little bit of a solid for me, then just click the like and subscribe button. That really helps, as we're always trying to grow the channel. And if you want to have a look at the links in the description, if you feel inclined to do so, then go ahead. But first, let's all get nice and comfortable. It's the life of Matthew Flinders today. Now, we begin the story in Donington, Lincolnshire, when on the 16th of March, 1774, Matthew Flinders was born. His father, who also shared his name, Matthew Flinders, was a surgeon, and his mother's name was Susanna. Now, he received his education at Cowley's Charity School in Donington, starting in 1780, and he later attended the Reverend John Shingler's Grammar School in Horbling, Lincolnshire, a bit of a larger town. Now, according to his own account that we have from his own writings, he was compelled to embark on a maritime journey, despite the objections of pretty much everyone that he knew. In fact, he was inspired to do so by reading the novel Robinson Crusoe, which is of course about the man who gets stranded on an island, which I don't know why that would inspire somebody to go and be a sailor. I thought that would rather prevent somebody, but, well, I suppose it's all in the eye of the beholder. Adventure is adventure. Now, in 1789, at the age of 15 years old, he went to the Royal Navy and signed up, putting his name on the dotted line for a life of adventure in that golden age of maritime exploration. Because what else would a 15-year-old boy do? Go and be a blacksmith? Go and work at one of the Oliver Twist-like little factories? I don't think so. So, with the support of Captain Thomas Pasley, Flinders began his service on the HMS Alert as a servant We all have to start somewhere. However, he was quickly moved on to HMS Scipio as an able seaman. In July of 1790, which was the following year, he was quickly promoted to midshipman on the new ship, the HMS Bellerophon. So certainly getting up the ranks quite quickly, especially for a 15-year-old. The apprentice doing quite well, it seems. Now, May of 1791, he enlisted in Captain William Bligh's mission aboard the HMS Providence, as he was advised to do so by Paisley. The purpose of the trip was to bring breadfruit from Tahiti to Jamaica. This was Bligh's second expedition to collect the said breadfruit, which came under the unfortunate journey of HMS Bounty. Video on that one soon enough. Well, the voyage navigated through the Cape of Good Hope and reached Adventure Bay on the eastern shore of Bruny Island, located off the southeastern coast of present-day Tasmania, in February of 1792. Now, Tasmania, by the way, is that little triangular island to the southeast of Australia. Well, the southeast of Australia in general, but the province of Victoria directly to the south of it. And it's really nice, by the way. Well, the officers and crew spent more than a week in the area, acquiring water and lumber, and they also engaged with the indigenous Aboriginal people who were there. This marked Flinders' initial encounter with any of the territory that currently constitutes the Commonwealth of Australia. Following the arrival of the expedition in Tahiti in April of 1792, and the successful acquisition of several breadfruit plants for transportation to Jamaica, they embarked on a westward journey. Bligh opted to bypass Adventure Bay, and instead sailed north of the Australian continent, navigating through the Torres Strait. At this location near Zagai Island, they engaged in naval conflict with armed indigenous individuals in a group of sailing canoes, leading to the fatalities of multiple islanders and one crew member. Still pretty brave for the guys in canoes to go after those boats. Perhaps they didn't know what they were up against. Well, in February of 1793, the expedition reached Jamaica, and finally had the chance to unload the breadfruit trees. Afterwards, they sailed back to England, with Flinders disembarking in London in August of 1793, marking the end of a more than 2-year-long journey at sea. Not bad for an early career. Well, the thing is with long sea voyages then, well, you're pretty lucky if you made it back. Of course, technology had gotten a lot better as the British and the Spanish and the French, the Portuguese were generally excelling at shipbuilding technologies, but still, it was mainly a diet sort of thing. Fortunately, James Cook solved a lot of the scurvy issues by bringing aboard lots of limes and sauerkraut and all the rest, but, well, some people it hadn't quite caught on yet. Now, back to Flinders, who returned to HMS Bellerophon in September of 1793, 1 month after he'd gotten back to London. So he was obviously very keen to get back on the waves, and once again he was serving under the leadership of Captain Paisley. In 1794, Flinders participated in the glorious 1st of June combat aboard this ship. This battle was the initial and most significant fleet engagement between the Kingdom of Great Britain and the First French Republic during the French Revolutionary Wars. Flinders documented the hard combat in a comprehensive notebook, detailing how Captain Pasley suffered the loss of his leg due to an 18-pound shot that penetrated the barricade on the quarter-deck. Ouch! You imagine a cannonball just ripping your leg off. Not a good way to go. Of course, amputations back then were no anesthetic, just bite the dirty rag and hope for the best. Bring out the bone saw. Well, either way, both Pasley and Flinders did manage to escape, but Flinders made the choice to prioritize exploratory naval commissions above military naval ones. After all, that's slightly less dangerous. Well, driven by his yearning for adventure, Flinders joined the crew of the HMS Reliance as a midshipman in 1795. The ship was en route to New South Wales, which is one of the provinces in Australia just above Victoria, East Coast. That's where Sydney is, by the way, transporting Captain John Hunter, the newly appointed governor of the British territory. Now, during his journey, Flinders formed a friendship with one George Bass, the ship's physician, who was 3 years older than him and had been born in Aswarby, a mere 11 miles away from Donington. Small world. Well, September of 1795, the HMS Reliance arrived at Port Jackson, where explorers George Bass and Matthew Flinders quickly organized an expedition. They embarked on this journey in a small open boat named Tom Thumb, accompanied by the young lad William Martin. Together they sailed to Botany Bay and explored up the Georges River. In March of 1796, Bass and Flinders, again with William Martin, set out on another expedition in a larger vessel called Tom Thumb II. They sailed south from Port Jackson, but were soon forced to land at Red Point, which is now called Port Kembla. Now, at Red Point, modern-day terms Port Kembla, they enlisted the help of 2 indigenous men who guided them to the entrance of Lake Illawarra. Here they dried their gunpowder and resupplied their water provisions with the assistance of a local indigenous community, who were reportedly quite happy to help. Now, as they returned to Sydney, they sought refuge at Watamolla, and also ventured into parts of Port Hacking, known to the local Dharawal people as Debun. Oh, and by the way, a lot of Australian town names are, well, they're taken from the local indigenous names. So when you have names like Watamolla, Wagga Wagga, Woolloomooloo, they're usually from the local tribal names for those places. Now, in 1798, Flinders, now promoted to lieutenant, congratulations to him, was assigned the command of his own sloop, and that sloop was called Norfolk. And he had a mission. This mission was to navigate past Fourneau's Islands and determine whether a strait separated Van Diemen's Land from the mainland. Van Diemen's Land was the old name for Tasmania, that landmass that is south of Australia. Now, Flinders and Bass had previously undertaken separate expeditions in the area, but neither had definitively proven the existence of a strait. The time had come. Flinders, along with Bass and several crew members, navigated the Norfolk around the uncharted northern and western shores of Van Diemen's Land, circumnavigating Cape Pillar, and then returning to Fourneau's Islands. Through this voyage, Flinders successfully completed the first full circumnavigation of modern-day Tasmania and confirmed the existence of a strait, which, to this very day, is named Bass Strait. Flinders had named that in honor of his close friend and companion, and that's really nice of him, I think. He could have named it Flinders Strait, but he didn't. In fact, the main street of my city, Melbourne, is called Flinders Street. It's probably best not to go there. Well, the largest island in the strait was named Flinders Island in his honor, by the way, so there is that. Now, during this expedition, Flinders and Bass also explored several kilometers of the River Derwent in a small boat, where they had their only recorded interaction with Aboriginal Tasmanians. In 1799, this following year, with Bass having returned to Britain, Flinders received orders to explore the coastline north of Port Jackson. He was once again assigned the sloop Norfolk and embarked on this expedition with his brother Samuel Flinders and an Aboriginal man from the Ku-ring-gai tribe named Bungaree, who would later gain fame as a navigator and intermediary between indigenous Australians and the European settlers. They set sail on the 8th of July, 1799, arriving at Moreton Bay 6 days later. Flinders landed at Woody Point and named a nearby area Red Cliff, due to the striking red cliffs, obviously, and the name persists to this day. It's still called Red Cliff. As Flinders continued his exploration of Moreton Bay, he discovered a narrow body of water that he named the Pumice Stone River, unaware that this channel actually separated Breby Island from the mainland. This waterway is now known as Pumice Stone Passage. Now, Flinders' encounters with the indigenous people of Moreton Bay were mostly peaceful. Key word is mostly. There was a notable incident on the 15th of July near the southern tip of Breby Island, where a spear was thrown, resulting in a local man being shot in retaliation. Flinders named the location of this confrontation Point Skirmish. While anchored in Pumice Stone Passage, Flinders, along with Bungaree and other crew members, undertook an overland journey, during which they climbed Mount Beerborum. They also attempted to traverse the steep cliffs of Mount Tibrogargan before deciding to turn back around on July 26th, retracing their steps to rejoin the Norfolk and continue their expedition. Departing from Moreton Bay, Flinders proceeded northward, conducting explorations as far as Harvey Bay, before retracing his route back south. They returned to Sydney on the 20th of August, 1799. Flinders then reunited with the ship Reliance and made his way back to Britain in the March of 1800. Now, while he was on this journey, the Antipodes Islands were uncovered and accurately mapped. It was on the way. May as well add it to the list. Flinders' work had attracted the notice of other scientists during the time as well, especially the influential Sir Joseph Banks, to whom Flinders devoted his observations on the coasts of Van Diemen's Land and Bass's Strait, etc. Banks utilized his sway over Earl Spencer to persuade the Admiralty of the significance of an expedition to survey the shoreland of New Holland. Consequently, in January of 1801, Flinders was appointed as the commander of HMS Investigator, a sloop weighing 334 tons, and was elevated to the rank of commander in the subsequent month. The investigator embarked on a voyage to New Holland on the 18th of July 1801. The trip included the botanist Robert Brown, the botanical artist Ferdinand Bauer, the landscape artist William Westall, the gardener Peter Good, a geology assistant John Allen, and John Crossley as the astronomer. Now, the Borden voyage did have a larger group of scientific gentlemen in comparison to this one, which indicates that the British tendency to be a little frugal in their scientific pursuits. After all, there's only so many scientists you want to put on a boat in 1801, going halfway across the world. In case something happens, well, you don't want to lose them, and it's very easy to lose them. Well, John Franklin, a future explorer who was related to Flinders, through marriage, by the way, on this time worked as a midshipman too, so it's good to have a little family along for the trip. Now, on the 6th of December 1801, Flinders aboard the ship Investigator arrived at and officially named Cape Lewin. He then began a detailed exploration of the southern coast of the Australian mainland. The crew anchored in King George Sound, staying for a month to explore the surrounding area. Initially, the local Aboriginal people expressed a desire for Flinders' crew to leave, but after a little bit of diplomacy, relations sought to improve, with one local even participating in musket drills with the ship's marines. They actually brought him on the boat and showed him how to do it. Well, that's interesting. That's a cultural exchange, I suppose. I don't know how interested the British were in learning the indigenous cultures, but, well, it is what it is, isn't it? Now, during this time, Flinders discovered a copper plate in nearby Oyster Harbour, left the previous year by Captain Christopher Dixon of the ship Elligood. But tragically, during a return trip to the ship from an exploration of the mainland, 8 of Flinders' crew members were lost when their sailing cutter collapsed. Remember what I said about it's easy to lose people on a ship in 1801? Well, case in point. Flinders named this area Point Lincoln, after his home county of Lincolnshire, and the neighbouring bay Memory Cove, in honour of the lost men. On the 21st of March 1802, the expedition reached a large island, where they observed numerous docile kangaroos. Flinders and his crew slaughtered 31 of them to replenish their meat supply, and named the island Kangaroo Island in recognition of this event. However, the seals on the island were less friendly, and one crew member received a nasty little bite. Now, just quickly, a little cultural note about kangaroos. You're probably thinking, oh my goodness, they shot the kangaroos and they ate the kangaroos. Quite right, they did. Kangaroos are great on the barbecue. I don't care what anyone says. Now, during my time in China, I mentioned to many people that Australians eat kangaroos, and they were quite shocked, because you see, in China, they view kangaroos as giant rats. In fact, the Chinese word for kangaroo is dai shuo, and that shuo is kind of like the way they have mouse or rat. It's one of the characters that are interchangeable, but you'll also see it in those different sort of marsupial animals when they spell them out in Chinese. So basically, They're quite shocked, because they think it's the same as eating rats. Now, I've never eaten a rat myself, at least not yet. I know that in Vietnam they have field rats that they use, so I'm not sure if I ever will, but I don't think that the taste is quite the same. Well, moving on from my love of kangaroo, perhaps you think I'm quite beastly now. I hope I don't get cancelled for that. Now, on the 8th of April 1802, while sailing east, Flinders encountered the French corvette Geography, led by the explorer Nicholas Baudin, who was on a government-sponsored expedition also. Despite the ongoing conflict between their nations, the two explorers exchanged information about their discoveries. A bit of mutual respect between two people in the same field, but on different sides of the coin. In fact, Flinders named the site of their meeting Encounter Bay. As Flinders continued his journey along the coast, he explored Port Phillip, where the city of Melbourne would later be founded. Now, speaking of the founding of Melbourne, the founder of Melbourne was purported to be John Batman. That's right. His last name is Batman, and in fact, they originally called the city Batmania after John Batman. Of course, they changed it later on to Melbourne, but still, in Melbourne today you can find many roads. One of the main roads leading down to the river is Batman Avenue. You also have Batman Lane, and many streets throughout Melbourne suburbs called Batman Road, Batman Street. So, that's why. I think we should have called it Batmania. I think that's a much cooler name. I like Melbourne, but you can't argue with a name like that, surely. Now, unbeknownst to Flinders, when he had got to Melbourne, the area had already been surveyed by one John Murray on the HMS Lady Nelson just 11 weeks before he got there. Flinders climbed Arthur's Seat, which is the highest point in the Southern Bay area, describing the land as pleasant and in numerous areas fertile. On the 1st of May, after ascending the Yo-Yangs to the northwest of Port Phillip, Flinders left a scroll with the ship's name atop a small pile of stones at the summit. Due to dwindling supplies, Flinders made his way back to Sydney and reached his destination on the 9th of May 1802. Flinders dedicated a total of 12 weeks and 2 days in Sydney to replenish supplies and recruit additional crew members for the ongoing expedition to the northern coast of Australia. Now, Bungaree, an indigenous individual who had previously accompanied him on his coastline survey in 1799, joined the voyage, along with another local indigenous man named Nanbaree. Captain John Murray and his ship, the Lady Nelson, were designated to accompany the Investigator as a supply vessel for this expedition. On the 22nd of July, 1802, Flinders embarked on a voyage northward to survey the coastline that would later be named Queensland, and it still is. Now, the expedition quickly anchored at Sandy Cape, where, with Bungaree as an intermediary, they shared a meal of porpoise blubber with a group of Batjala people. In early August, Flinders arrived at a bay that he named Port Curtis, where local indigenous population resisted their landings by throwing rocks at them. Flinders ordered musket shots fired above their heads as warning shots to disperse them, and it seemed to have worked quite well. As they continued northward, the expedition faced increasing difficulties navigating the Great Barrier Reef, which Flinders referred to as barrier reefs in his 1814 book due to their obstruction of safe passage. The ship Lady Nelson, deemed unseaworthy, returned to Sydney with Captain Murray, his crew, and Nanbury. Flinders meanwhile navigated Investigator north past the Whitsunday Islands, reaching the Torres Strait. On October the 29th, they landed on Murray Island and traded iron for shell necklaces with the local population. Entering the Gulf of Carpentaria on the 4th of November, the expedition mapped the coastline up to Arnhem Land. At Blue Mud Bay, a conflict with Aboriginal men during timber collection resulted in one crew member being wounded by spears, and in retaliation, 2 Aboriginal men being shot dead. Flinders captured a 14-year-old boy named Wagga at Caledon Bay, hoping to exchange him for a stolen axe. Although the axe was not returned, Flinders released the boy after holding him captive for a day anyway. Now, on the 17th of February 1803, near Cape Wilberforce, the expedition encountered a fleet of Marquesan Trepagangers led by Pobasso, whom Flinders obtained valuable local information. During this part of the journey, significant decay was found in the Investigator, prompting Flinders to abandon further detailed exploration and focus on completing the circumnavigation. Thus, he sailed back to Sydney via Timor, along Australia's western and southern coasts. Along the way, he discarded 2 wrought iron anchors, which were later discovered, by the way, by divers in 1973 at Middle Island. These anchors are now displayed at the South Australian Maritime Museum in Port Adelaide and the National Museum of Australia in Canberra. The Adelaide Museum is better, I think. Now, upon returning to Sydney on the 9th of June 1803, the Investigator was declared unfit for further sea travel. It had deteriorated to a state beyond repair. At least the game was not worth the candle. Costs were too much. But this was a problem, because now Flinders was lacking a suitable vessel for further exploration. Thus he attempted to return to Britain as a passenger aboard the HMS Porpoise. However, they didn't get too far. The ship wrecked on the wreck reefs within the Great Barrier Reef, 700 miles north of Sydney. Flinders, however, skillfully navigated the ship's cutter back to Sydney, arranged the rescue of the stranded crew, and then took command of the 29-ton schooner HMS Cumberland to continue his journey back to England. Well, unfortunately, the deteriorated condition of Cumberland forced him to stop at the French-controlled Isle of France, which is now called Mauritius, by the way, on the 17th of December 1803 for repairs, just 3 months after the death of the French explorer Nicholas Bowden at the same location. Rest in peace to Mr. Bowden. Flinders was optimistic that despite the war with France that had started the previous May, he would be able to proceed with his journey. He believed that his French passport, even if it was granted for the ship Investigator and not the Cumberland, along with his scientific purpose of his voyage, would enable him to continue. Despite being aware of Bowden's previous encounter with Matthew Flinders, the French governor of Mauritius, Charles Matthew Isidore Dequian, decided to detain Flinders upon his arrival. Of course, relations between the two quickly soured, and Flinders was no doubt offended by this treatment. And also, Deccan felt humiliated when Flinders declined a dinner invitation with him and his wife. He also became suspicious of Flinders' scientific expedition, especially since there were no scientists aboard the Cumberland. Certainly sets off a few red flags, doesn't it? Well, upon a thorough inspection of the vessel, Deccan discovered a trunk containing various documents, including unauthorized dispatches from Governor Philip Gidley King of New South Wales. Among these papers were requests for additional British troops to defend against a potential French invasion of Port Jackson. He confiscated the logs of the investigator, returning only the first 2 volumes to Flinders, which are now held by the State Library of New South Wales, while the 3rd volume resides in the National Archives in the United Kingdom. Now, back to Deccan, who referred the matter to the French government, but due to the chaos of war and the long journey, a decision on the matter was delayed until further notice. Although Napoleon eventually approved Flinders' release on the 11th of March 1806, Deccan continued to hold him, fearing that Flinders' knowledge of the island's defences would prompt Britain to attempt its capture. It wasn't until June of 1810, after the Royal Navy began blockading the island, that Flinders was finally granted parole. While en route to England aboard the ship Olympia, Flinders was promoted to the rank of post-captain. Now, during his term of imprisonment with the French, Flinders was initially restricted, but later allowed more freedom to explore the island and retrieve his documents. In November 1804, he sent the first cartographic representation of the continent he had surveyed, titled Australia or Terra Australis, to England. This map is significant, as it marked the first recorded instance of Flinders using the name Australia instead of the usual term of New Holland, the term previously used by James Cook, by the way, derived from the Dutch version, coined by Abel Tasman in 1644. Now, Flinders' map, however, still referred to the western portion of the continent as New Holland. The first comprehensive map of Australia, the Freycinet map of 1811, was also delayed due to the prolonged captivity of Baudin's expedition members. Well, finally, in October of 1810, Flinders had the chance to return to England. Very homesick, no doubt, by this point. Well, despite his deteriorating health, he immediately got to work on his book, A Voyage to Terra Australis, which, alongside his maps, was published in July of 1814. The book, which provided a detailed account of his expeditions between 1801 and 1803, included descriptions of his shipwreck on the Porpoise and his detention on Mauritius, along with his explorations aboard the Investigator, Porpoise, and Cumberland. The Mitchell Library in Sydney holds the original editions of the Atlas to Flinders' Voyage to Terra Australis, which includes 16 maps, 4 plates of views, and 10 plates of Australian flora. In 1964, the book was republished in 3 volumes, accompanied by a reprint of the portfolio. Flinders' map of Terra Australis, later known as Australia, was first released in January 1814, preceding the publication of his atlas and book. Matthew Flinders passed away at the age of 40 years old in the year 1814, the 19th of July, reportedly due to kidney disease. Now 40's pretty young, so that's not good. Well, at least he got to die back at home soil. In fact, quite peacefully at his home in London, located at 14 London Street, which is now Maple Street, and it's actually where the BT's tower stands today, that is British Telecoms. But tragically, Flinders died the day after the publication of his book and atlas, A Voyage to Terra Australis. Now, although he was asleep and never saw the completed work, his wife placed the volumes on his bed so he could at least touch them. Flinders was buried on July 23rd in the cemetery of St. James Church, Piccadilly, near Hampstead Road in Camden. Now, by 1852, his grave's exact location was lost due to changes in the cemetery, which was later transformed into St. James's Gardens, and part of the gardens was built over during the expansion of the Euston railway station, leading to speculation that Flinders' grave may be under one of the platforms. But don't worry, we'll get there in a moment. Now, in January 2019, archaeologists uncovered Flinders' burial during an excavation for the high-speed rail project. His coffin was identified by a well-preserved lead plate. A documentary about this discovery aired in September 2020, and plans were made to reinter his remains after examination by osteoarchaeologists. Osteo being bones, by the way. Now, following the discovery, there was a significant increase in visitors to Flinders' birthplace in Donington, Lincolnshire. Advocacy from the Matthew Flinders Bring Him Home group, the Britain-Australia Society, and his descendants led to his remains being reburied at the Church of St. Mary and the Holy Rood in Donington, where he was baptized. On October the 17th, 2019, the High Speed Rail 2 company announced this decision, and the Diocese of Lincoln approved the reburial, which took place on the 13th of July, 2024. That's right, only a few months ago. It was kind of a big deal, in Australia at least. I don't know how much news coverage it got in the United Kingdom, and I'm guessing it got absolutely zero coverage in the United States. But in Australia it was front-page news. Of course. He's one of ours. Now, the casket used for the reinterment was an exact replica of the original, crafted by one of the archaeologists who excavated his grave, and he did a damn good job of it too. The church now displays a newly discovered portrait, which is possibly of Flinders in his later years, attributed to William Westall from the Investigator expedition. Henry Morgan, a distinguished privateer, known for his maritime campaigns against the Spanish holdings in the Caribbean during the late 17th century. Originally commissioned by the English government, Morgan's most famous raid was the 1761 attack on Panama City, which was at the time a wealthy Spanish trading hub. But this operation, executed after peace between England and Spain had been declared, led to his temporary arrest. However, subsequent knighthood upon returning to England. Later, he served as the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. Thus, his life walks the tightrope between celebrated naval hero and notorious pirate. In a word, complicated. But if we want to get to the bottom of it, we better start from the beginning. don't you think? Welcome to the channel, my friend. If it's your first time here, it is a pleasure to have you with me. And if you're coming back, off we go together again into the mysterious past. We're going to have fun today. If you want to support the channel, just enjoy it. That's the best way to support. But also a like and subscribe is only 2 clicks away. That's pretty easy, don't you think? And if you want to go further than that, just check the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But now let's all get nice and relaxed. It's a special one today. You know, the guy on the bottle of rum, Captain Morgan. Indeed, that's him. Let us begin. Henry Morgan, born Harry Morgan, was born around 1635 in Wales, likely in Llanrumney or Pencan in Monmouthshire. Details about his family background are a little bit of a mystery and somewhat inconclusive, unfortunately. We do have some sources that suggest his father was Robert Morgan, a farmer. Definitive evidence about his parents, however, does remain elusive. But there is one David Williams, a historian who contributed to the Dictionary of Welsh Biography, noted that efforts to identify Morgan's familial lineage have been largely unsuccessful, although Morgan's will does mention distant relatives. Well, his early life and career are equally mysterious. Now, according to an entry in the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, Morgan hinted at a rudimentary education, claiming a greater familiarity with military endeavors than scholarly pursuits. His journey to the Caribbean is also a subject of speculation. He might well have been part of the military expedition led by Robert Venables during Oliver Cromwell's Caribbean campaign against the Spanish in 1754. Or perhaps he traveled as an indentured servant, trading several years of labor as a cutlery apprentice for passage to the region. There is another account by Richard Brown, a surgeon who worked under Morgan in 1670. It suggests Morgan arrived in the Caribbean shortly after the English captured Jamaica in 1655, either as a private gentleman or, more dramatically, a captive who was abducted in Bristol and sold into servitude in Barbados. Bad luck, I suppose. Well, the Caribbean in the 17th century was a place of immense opportunity, but also immense risk. The Wild West before there was a Wild West, offering the promise of a rapid wealth through the burgeoning sugar trade or more perilous means such as, well, robbing people, becoming a pirate. Not the most legitimate career path, but hey, gotta put food on the table. Well, this latter route did involve government-sanctioned piracy too, allowing individuals and ships to legally plunder Spain's expansive and wealthy empire in the Americas. Thus, in the early 1660s, during a period of war between England and Spain, Henry Morgan likely began his career as a privateer under the command of Sir Christopher Mings. During this time, Morgan is believed to have captained a ship within Ming's fleet, participating in notable attacks such as the assault on Santiago de Cuba and the sack of Campeche on the Yucatan Peninsula. These early exploits marked the beginning of his reputation as a formidable figure in Caribbean privateering. By 1664, the political landscape began to shift with the appointment of Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica. Initially, Modiford was instructed to curb the activities of privateers like Morgan. He issued a proclamation on the 11th of June, 1664, aimed at reining in their operations. However, the economic realities of Jamaica, which relied heavily on the wealth brought in by privateers, forced Modiford to rethink the policy. By the end of the same month, it didn't really last very long. Now, Jamaica had a plantation economy, but it was in the beginning stages. It had potential, but it was still vulnerable, and the influx of riches from privateering was essential to stave off economic collapse. Well, privateers at this time were sanctioned through letters of marque, which were essentially licenses issued by the government that allowed individuals to attack and seize vessels, typically from specified countries. These letters often included conditions and required the privateers to share a portion of their spoils with the issuing sovereign or ambassador, integrating their activities with the national interest. It wasn't a bad deal, but it was still a dangerous job. Now, Morgan's success in privateering continued to garner attention. In the August of 1665, he returned to Port Royal alongside fellow captains John Morris and Jacob Fackman, bearing a substantial cargo of valuables. The wealth they brought back was significant enough to impress Governor Modiford, who reported to the English government that Central America was an ideal target for actions against the Spanish Indies. Well, it was at this period that Morgan's personal life also flourished. In early 1666, he married his cousin, Mary Morgan, daughter of Edward Morgan, who was then the deputy governor of Jamaica. Well, in 1664, as tensions between the English and Dutch escalated, colonial governors were granted the authority to issue letters of marque against Dutch targets. This shift in policy was part of a broader conflict involving multiple colonial powers. Despite the opportunity, many privateers, including Morgan, were hesitant to engage directly under these new commissions. During this period, you see, an expedition aimed at capturing the Dutch island of Sint Eustatius resulted in the death of Morgan's father-in-law, who led a force of 600 men in the assault, showing again the risks involved in such state-sanctioned privateering operations. Oh, and privateer, I suppose that's just a word for a pirate who the government likes. As soon as the government doesn't like you anymore, you become a pirate and no longer a privateer. It's funny how that works. Well, the exact details of Morgan's activities in 1666 are somewhat unclear, and different historians provide varying accounts. Now, in his biography of Morgan, one H.R. Allen suggests that Morgan served as the second-in-command to Captain Edward Mansfield during this time. Mansfield had received a letter of marque to invade Curaçao, but ultimately refrained from attacking Willemstad, the island's capital. He either deemed it too well defended, or found the potential for plunder lacking. This indecision shows the strategic calculations involved in privateering, And of course, like everything else, risk assessment was crucial. You couldn't just go in all guns blazing. I'm sure there were plenty of privateers who did, but their stories were not very long, and thus we don't really have much of a story to tell about them. Well, on the other hand, historians Jan Rogozinski and Stefan Talty offer a differing perspective. They note that Morgan was engaged in more domestic military duties, overseeing the militia of Port Royal and contributing to the defense of Jamaica against potential threats. Under his supervision, part of Fort Charles at Port Royal was constructed, reinforcing the island's defenses in anticipation of possible attacks. This role showed Morgan's versatility in both the importance and the importance in both offensive and defensive capacities within this overall colonial framework. And it was also during this period that Morgan began to establish himself economically by purchasing his first plantation in Jamaica. This investment marked a significant transition from simply maritime endeavors to more land-based economic activities, which was a pretty common path along successful privateers who sought to secure their fortunes and status within colonial society. And, well, I would hazard to guess that after a few close calls, well, they'd probably be looking for a career change. It's a lot easier to manage a plantation. Well, in 1667, as tensions between England and Spain escalated, Governor Sir Thomas Modiford of Jamaica, amidst rumors of a potential Spanish invasion, authorized privateers to act against Spanish interests. And thus, he issued a letter of marque to Henry Morgan, empowering him to assemble the English privateers and gather intelligence on Spain's plans against Jamaica. Modiford appointed Morgan as an admiral, and by January 1668, Morgan had rallied 10 ships and 500 men, later reinforced by an additional 2 ships and 200 men from Tortuga. Morgan's commission allowed him to attack Spanish ships, but it explicitly excluded attacks on land. Foreshadowing, right? Well, the terms stipulated that any plunder from sea engagements would be divided between the Crown and the ship owners. However, any loot from unauthorized raids on towns would belong solely to privateers, blurring the lines between legal privateering and outright privacy. But of course, there is only one raid that matters, and that is Raid Shadow Legends. I'm just joking. Had to put a joke in there. Now, according to historian Jan Rogozinski, city attacks were lucrative, but unfortunately, they fell under illegal privacy. Remember that exclusion for attacks on land. Now, although if Morgan could prove a Spanish threat, such actions might be justified under his commission. It's a bold strategy. Let's see how he words it to the governor. Well, initially targeting Havana, Morgan found it way too well defended, and instead attacked Puerto del Príncipe, which is now Camagüey, an inland town 50 miles from the coast. But the problem was, they didn't find much treasure. In fact, they were all very disappointed, and the crew was rather discontent. Morgan justified the raid to Mortiford by reporting evidence of Spanish preparations for an assault on Jamaica, citing Spanish military gatherings in Cuba. And the venture was not without internal conflict. Following the Puerto de Príncipe raid, a dispute between an English privateer and a French sailor escalated to violence, resulting in the French sailor's death, which is very out of character for the English and French to be fighting each other. They always get along so well. Well, to prevent further unrest, Morgan arrested the Englishman responsible, maintaining discipline and his authority, and when they got back to Port Royal, they executed him, upholding his promise to the French contingent. Well, after the conquest of Puerto del Príncipe, Henry Morgan set his sights on Portobello, a major trading hub on the Spanish Main. Portobello, which is now in modern-day Panama, was one of the wealthiest cities at the time due to the trade between Spanish territories and Spain, protected by 2 castles in its harbor and another within the town itself. Discontent with the distribution of spoils and the murder of a French compatriot, 200 French privateers left Morgan to return to Tortuga, reducing his force down. Well, Morgan was undeterred, and he proceeded with his plan, briefly stopped at Port Royal before heading to Portobello. On the 11th of July, 1668, he anchored near Portobello and stealthily moved his men in 23 canoes to a landing point 3 miles from their target. They attacked from the landward side, reaching the first castle just before dawn and quickly seizing control of it along the other 2 castles and the town itself. The operation, though successful, resulted in the lives of 18 privateers, with another 32 wounded. Well, either way, it was a victory, and Morgan was congratulated on his cunning tactics and expert timing. In fact, there was one who chronicled the event, Alexandre Exquemelin, who controversially wrote that Morgan had used religious captives as human shields to scale the walls of the 3rd castle, leading to the death of many. But this account led to a libel suit by Morgan against Exquemelin's publishers when the book was translated into English. He gave it a pretty bad review, it seems. But don't worry, Morgan actually won the suit, and the offending passage was retracted in subsequent English editions. The problem is, the cat's already out of the bag, isn't it? I mean, people are going to read it once. They're not going to read the 2nd edition, let's be realistic. You can't get your reputation back. If I was him, I would have asked for money, but hey, that's just me. Well, back to Portobello. Morgan's forces occupied it for a month, during which time he demanded a ransom of 350,000 pesos from Don Agustin, the acting president of Panama. Although the city was stripped of wealth, it is noted that there were no confirmed reports of alleged widespread assaults and debauchery as reported by Exquemelin. After Don Agustin's unsuccessful attempt to recapture the city with 800 soldiers, he negotiated a ransom of 100,000 pesos. Now, upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan and his crew had amassed between 70 and 100,000 pounds in money and valuables. Now, doesn't sound like too much, but put it into perspective, a sum that surpassed the agricultural output of Jamaica and nearly half of Barbados's yearly sugar exports at the time. And that's pretty good. Well, each privateer received £120, significantly more than the average annual sailor's earnings. Morgan earned a 5% share, and Governor Modiford received 10%, as agreed in Morgan's letter of marque. Despite exceeding the terms of his commission, Modiford only reproved Morgan, who was actually celebrated as a national hero in Britain, avoiding any reprimand for his actions in Portobello. Now, in the October of 1668, shortly after his lucrative but controversial raid on Portobello, Morgan hastily departed from Port Royal. He set sail with a fleet of 10 ships and an 800-strong crew, heading towards Ile La Vache, a small island that served as his preparatory base for future operations. Morgan's ambitious target was Cartagena de Indias, a key and wealthy Spanish city on the Spanish Main known for its substantial riches. By December, Morgan's forces were bolstered by the arrival of the Oxford, a former Royal Navy frigate sent from Port Royal to aid in defending Jamaica. Governor Modiford had redirected this vessel to Morgan, who proudly made it his flagship. However, on the 2nd of January 1669, disaster struck during a council of war held aboard the Oxford. A catastrophic spark ignited the ship's powder magazine, resulting in a massive explosion that destroyed the vessel and killed over 200 crew members. Morgan and several captains who were fortuitously seated on the side of the table that was blown into the water survived the blast, while 4 other captains perished. I guess it was the right place at the wrong time, if we could say it that way. Well, the destruction of the Oxford significantly weakened Morgan's fleet, rendering an immediate attack on Cartagena pretty much unfeasible at this point. And consequently, Morgan was persuaded by one of his French captains to shift his focus to a potentially easier target, Maracaibo and Gibraltar in Lake Maracaibo, Venezuela. This route was previously traversed by the infamous pirate François L'Olonnais. The French captain, familiar with navigational routes, played a key role in guiding the fleet. As they approached Maracaibo, the Spanish had constructed the San Carlos de la Barra fortress to defend against such attacks. They'd finally have a chance to use it. But despite its strategic placement and armed with 11 guns, the fortress was grossly undermanned, with only 9 soldiers tasked with its operation. Morgan's men, under the cover of cannon fire from their flagship Lily, successfully stormed the lightly defended fortress, and only to find it deserted, but booby-trapped with slow-burning fuse leading to gunpowder kegs, a trap that Morgan himself narrowly averted by extinguishing the fuse. That was a close one. Well, after disabling the fortress's artillery, Morgan proceeded towards Maracaibo. Well, upon reaching Maracaibo, Morgan discovered the city was largely abandoned, its residents having been alerted and evacuated. Over the following 3 weeks, his crew looted the city, and privateers scoured the surrounding areas, capturing and often torturing those they found to reveal hidden treasures. Morgan then set his sights on Gibraltar, located further south across Lake Maracaibo. This town was a little more resilient, with the local fort managing to deter Morgan's fleet initially with a steady barrage. Undeterred, however, Morgan landed his forces away from the town and approached from the land, facing minimal resistance, as most of the town's residents had already fled. He occupied Gibraltar for around 5 weeks, again resorting to torture to extract information about valuables for the remaining inhabitants. Now, through these exploits, Morgan's tactics were ruthless, demonstrating both his strategic skill in naval and ground assaults, but also his willingness to employ severe measures to achieve his objectives. After his ventures in Maracaibo and Gibraltar, Morgan faced a significant challenge from the Spanish Armada de Barlovento, commanded by Don Alonso de Campo y Espinosa. Really struggle with the Spanish names sometimes, I do apologize. A gap in my learning, seems. Well, Espinosa had fortified the San Carlos de la Barra fortress and armed it with 126 cannons, preparing to intercept Morgan's fleet as it attempted to exit the Maracaibo into the Caribbean. The Spanish commander offered Morgan safe passage to Jamaica, if he relinquished all of the plunder. Well, they didn't like the idea of that. That's the soul of a pirate. And thus, Morgan and his men took a vote, and by the end of it, they had decided that they would fight their way out instead, with all that plunder stuffed into their pockets. Now, Morgan's strategy included the use of a fire ship, a vessel rigged to appear manned and armed, but it was actually filled with barrels of gunpowder, a slow-moving grenade ready to go off. It was designed to set the Spanish flagship Magdalene ablaze. Thus, on the 1st of May 1669, this plan was executed successfully. The Magdalene caught fire, causing chaos among the Spanish fleet. Espinosa abandoned his burning flagship and retreated to the fort. While the privateers took their time, they seized the opportunity to capture another Spanish ship, Soledad, and claimed it as their own. Blow up one ship, capture a new ship. It's a good deal. Well, despite all their successes, Morgan's fleet was still significantly outgunned by the fortress, prompting him to initiate negotiations. He threatened to sack and burn Maracaibo if he was not allowed to pass. Although Espinosa refused to negotiate, the citizens of Maracaibo, fearful of Morgan's threats, agreed to pay a ransom of 20,000 pesos and provide 500 head of cattle. During this time, Morgan had also managed to salvage 15,000 pesos from the wreck of Magdalene. As Morgan prepared for his departure, he distributed the spoils among his ships to minimize losses in case of an attack. He then executed a deceptive maneuver by simulating a landing to distract the Spanish forces at the fortress. As the Spanish prepared for a ground assault, Morgan silently moved his fleet past the fortress under the cover of darkness, managing to escape without further conflict. Upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan found that the political climate had shifted somewhat. A pro-Spanish faction had influenced King Charles II, leading to a reprimand from Governor Modiford, who revoked Morgan's letters of marque. Despite the official censure, no punitive actions were taken against Morgan or his crew. Leveraging his substantial earnings from the raid, Morgan invested in a second plantation, significantly expanding his holdings and solidifying his status as both a fearsome privateer and also a savvy businessman. In 1669, as tensions escalated in the Caribbean, Mariana, the Queen Regent of Spain, authorized offensive operations against English shipping, sparking a series of confrontations. The conflict intensified in March 1670, when Spanish privateers launched an attack on English merchant vessels. In retaliation, Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica, extended Henry Morgan's commission, empowering him to undertake actions to secure and stabilize the region. By December of the same year, Morgan had amassed a formidable fleet of over 30 English and French ships, carrying a substantial force of privateers, the largest of its kind at that time. Morgan's initial strategic move was the capture of the islands of Old Providence and Santa Catalina in December of 1670. These islands served as critical bases from which he would launch his subsequent operations. His next target was Chagres, a vital port for Spanish ships transporting goods back to Spain. He took swift control of the town and fortified San Lorenzo to secure his line of retreat, just in case. Now on January the 9th, 1671, Morgan embarked on a challenging expedition towards Panama City, located on the Pacific coast. The journey was not easy, to say the least, with Morgan and his men navigating through dense rainforests and swamps, much of it on foot. Despite being forewarned of Morgan's approach, the Spanish attempts to ambush the privateers along their route were unsuccessful. Morgan's force was forced to switch to canoes for part of the journey, showcasing quite a bit of versatility and resilience, if I do say so myself. Well, after days of grueling travel, Morgan's forces reached the outskirts of Old Panama City by January the 27th, 1671. They encountered a Spanish force comprised of approximately 1,200 infantry and 1,400 cavalry, but they were largely inexperienced. Morgan ingeniously sent a detachment of 300 men down a ravine to flank the Spanish right. Misinterpreting this move as a retreat, the Spanish forces prematurely broke ranks to pursue, only to be met by Morgan's main contingent in a well-coordinated ambush. During the ensuing battle, the governor of Panama, in a desperate move, decided to release herds of oxen and bulls onto the battlefield, hoping to disrupt the privateers. Okay then. Well, it didn't really work. The animals were panicked by the gunfire, and they simply stampeded over the Spanish troops instead, which of course just made everything a lot more chaotic than it already was. I don't know why they thought that would be a good idea. It's just sinking in right now how silly that is. Well, either way, the battle culminated in a decisive victory for Morgan, with the Spanish suffering significant losses, while Morgan's casualties remained minimal. And I assume that they all had beef for dinner that night. There was plenty of it. Well, following the victory at Panama, Governor Morgan faced the dire prospect of the city being destroyed rather than fall into pirate hands. True to his threat, the governor ordered the detonation of barrels of gunpowder placed throughout Panama's largely wooden infrastructure. The explosions triggered massive fires that raged into the next day, leaving only a few stone structures intact. And the destruction was immense, with much of Panama's wealth either consumed by fire or previously evacuated by ships in anticipation of the privateers' arrival. In the aftermath, Morgan's forces remained in the charred remains of Panama for 3 weeks, salvaging whatever valuables they could find among the ruins. During this period, accounts suggest that Captain Edward Collier, Morgan's second-in-command, resorted to torturing some of the city's residents to locate the hidden treasures. Despite such harsh measures, Richard Brown, the fleet's surgeon, portrayed Morgan as showing nobility towards the defeated Spanish, a narrative that contrasts sharply with other depictions of brutality. The total treasure accrued from Morgan's expedition is still a subject of debate. There are estimates of the spoils, and they range quite significantly, from 140 to 400,000 pesos. Now that's got to be a fair few years of the Barbadan sugar crop, as we mentioned before. Definitely a lot more from last year's takings. However, given the large number of privateers involved, the share of the loot per man was relatively modest, and after they'd worked it all out and split it all up, many pockets within Morgan's ranks were lighter than they thought they'd be. And this led to quite a bit of dissatisfaction, of course. Now, controversy surrounded the distribution of the plunder too, with accusations, notably from Morgan's best friend in the world, the one who wrote that widely read memoir, Excamelin, suggesting that Morgan had appropriated a disproportionate share of the bounty. Well, Morgan returned to Port Royal on the 12th of March, where he was met with enthusiasm by the local populace. The subsequent month, he presented a formal report to Jamaica's governing council, which officially commended and thanked him for his service. Well, during Henry Morgan's absence, the politics once again changed, with England and Spain signing the Treaty of Madrid, aimed at pacifying tensions in the Caribbean. This treaty included a provision to end all privateering activities by revoking letters of marque, which directly impacted the privateers in the region. Governor Thomas Modiford, seen as facilitator of privateering, was removed from his position under one of the likely stipulations of the treaty. His successor, Sir Thomas Lynch, arrested Modiford and sent him to England, indicating a clear shift in the colonial administration's stance towards privateering. Certainly seemed like it was all over, which was pretty awkward, since they just destroyed Panama. Well, the destruction of Panama by Morgan occurred shortly after the treaty's signing, but they didn't know about it. They were too busy destroying and it's not like back then you could make a quick phone call. But either way, it sparked an international crisis. It was not good. Rumors of a potential Spanish declaration of war circulated even, prompting the English government to take conciliatory actions to mitigate the damage. Now, despite Morgan's loyalty and celebrated status as a national hero, akin to that of Sir Francis Drake, he was arrested upon his return to London in April 1672. Now, interestingly, though widely believed to have been imprisoned in the Tower of London, there was no documentary evidence to support this claim, and the Tower of London kept very good records. You see, Morgan's time in London turned out to be quite different than might be expected. He was not only quickly set free, but he also became the talk of the town, a celebrated figure, with the political winds shifting in his favor. He was consulted by the Secretary of State, the Earl of Arlington, and asked to draft a memorandum on fortifying Jamaica's defenses. Morgan claimed he had been unaware of the Treaty of Madrid when he attacked Panama, which was pretty believable, as the timing, well, it was all a little bit too close. There was no way he could have known. This, of course, helped ease his position. For the English, at least. The Spanish were still pretty angry, but, you know, whatever. In fact, in a pretty shocking reverse of fortune, they actually knighted him in November of 1674, marking his formal transition from Harry Morgan to Sir Henry Morgan. This honor came as a part of his appointment as the deputy to John Vaughan, the 3rd Earl of Carbery, who was set to replace Lynch as the governor of Jamaica. Alongside Carbery and the now released Modiford, who was appointed Chief Justice of Jamaica, Morgan also returned to Jamaica. However, their voyage encountered a little setback when their ship, the Jamaica Merchant, was wrecked on the rocks of Ile La Vache, leading to a temporary marooning until they were rescued by a passing merchant ship. Upon his return to Jamaica, Morgan received a significant annual salary from the Jamaican embassy as a token of gratitude for his services, which was much to the displeasure of the Governor John Vaughan, who found Morgan's approach to governance and personal habits a little problematic. Carbery openly criticized Morgan's behavior, particularly his frequenting of taverns and involvement in gambling, which was deemed unfit for someone in Morgan's position. Well, despite being officially tasked with eradicating piracy, Morgan maintained amicable relations with many privateers, and he even invested in their ventures. But his inability to issue letters of marque did not deter him. Instead, he and his brother-in-law, Robert Bindloss, redirected privateers to the French governor of Tortuga to secure their commissions, receiving a fee for each letter issued. Now, the tension between Morgan and Carbery escalated, culminating in a formal accusation by Carbery in 1676 that Morgan was colluding with the French to undermine Spanish interests. Although Morgan defended his interactions with the French as purely diplomatic, the controversy lingered. Once again, the cat's out of the bag. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. Well, by 1678, the King and Privy Council decided to recall Carbery, briefly leaving Morgan as the acting governor. During his interim governance, Morgan significantly fortified Port Royal, anticipating a potential French threat. He declared martial law and expanded the town's defenses. Morgan's governance was further complicated by the internal sabotage when his secretary, Roland Powell, forged Morgan's signature on an illegal proclamation that benefited the Royal African Company. This act, along with orchestrated criticisms from the former governors Carberry and Lynch in London, severely undermined Morgan's position. In a striking blow to his authority, Charles II revoked his commissions in response to a substantial payment from Lynch, who was then reinstated as governor. Morgan's final years in office were marked by increasing isolation and health issues, exacerbated by heavy drinking. By 1683, Lynch had effectively removed Morgan and his allies from the Assembly of Jamaica, consolidating power and leaving Morgan sidelined. Lynch's death in 1684 briefly shifted the political landscape, but by this time it was clear that Morgan's era of influence had waned, leaving him a diminished figure in the colony he once dominated. In 1684, an account of Henry Morgan's exploits appeared in the Dutch publication entitled About the Buccaneers of America, authored by Exquemelin. Yes, that one. And this was where he was launching that suit against him. Of course, as we've mentioned, he felt defamed by this. All of the lies that, well, Morgan said they were all lies, and thus he took legal actions against the book's publishers. There was William Crook and Thomas Malthus. He asserted in his affidavit that he had always held a profound abhorrence for piracy and robberies, and that he harbored a deep-seated hatred for buccaneers. Well, the court ruled in Morgan's favor, of course, leading to the retraction of the book, and he actually had an award of £200 in damages to him, which I think is really not enough. Not enough to pay for a man's reputation, not at all. Well, in 1687, Christopher Monk, the second Duke of Albemarle and a friend of Morgan from his time in London, arrived as the new governor of Jamaica. He dismissed Hender Molesworth, who had been acting as governor, and brought Morgan back into an advisory role, though it was unofficial in its capacity. By July of 1688, Albemarle had convinced the king to allow Morgan to regain a seat on the Assembly of Jamaica. But at this time, Morgan's health was in severe decline, a situation worsened by his drinking. He just couldn't stop. Hans Sloane, the private physician to the Duke of Albemarle, diagnosed Morgan with dropsy, which is edema, and noted his unhealthy lifestyle habits. Sloane's observations painted a picture of Morgan as a physically diminished man, plagued by gastrointestinal symptoms and an unhealthy pallor, likely exacerbated by his refusal to moderate any of his consumptions, despite medical advice. Now, at the time of his death, Morgan's considerable estate included 3 plantations, of which he employed a large number of enslaved Africans. In fact, he had 3 large plantations, and they were all very well staffed. Well, he bequeathed most of his property and wealth to his wife to be inherited upon her death by his nephew Charles Bindloss, the second son of Robert Bindloss, who was the Chief Justice of Jamaica, 1681. He also designated a parcel of land in the defunct parish of St. George to Robert Bidlos's eldest son named Robert, who was born around 1673. Additionally, he left land in St. Mary parish to his friend Roger Elletson, who was the ancestor of a future governor of Jamaica bearing the same name. Morgan's will, which was probated in 1689, detailed his ownership of 131 enslaved Africans on his plantations, that being 64 men and 67 women, which included 33 children. These individuals were valued at almost £2,000, a significant sum at the time. How on earth do you put a value on a human? It's monstrous, isn't it? Ugh. Well, moving on. Either way, Henry Morgan passed away August 25th, 1688, at his Lawrencefield estate, which is now part of modern Port Maria, Jamaica. Now, at the time of his death, he had amassed considerable wealth, valued at over £5,000, and all of it passed over to his wife, Mary Elizabeth. Since they had no children, the estate was designated to transfer to his aforementioned nephew upon her death, which occurred on March the 3rd, 1696, and was recorded in St. Andrew Parish, Jamaica. Now, tragically, much of Morgan's final resting place, along with a significant portion of Port Royal, was lost to sea during the catastrophic earthquake of June the 7th, 1692. This earthquake caused about 33 acres of the town to sink into Kingston Harbor, including the cemetery where Morgan had been buried. His body has never been located since this natural disaster. It's still out there somewhere, wandering the deep sea, coming for you. That's stupid. Okay, well, with that, we reach the end of our Life of Henry Morgan. Human sacrifice, an unpleasant but fundamental aspect of Aztec culture, deeply intertwined with the religious beliefs and rituals, primarily to nourish the gods and ensure the continuation of the world and its natural processes. Centered in Tenochtitlan from the 14th to the 16th centuries, these ritual sacrifices often involved the removal of hearts from war captives or slaves, offered to a sun god to sustain his strength against darkness, and to a rain god to guarantee agricultural prosperity. Conducted during elaborate ceremonies on grand pyramids, these acts not only served as religious purposes, but also reinforced the social hierarchy by emphasizing the power of the elite and priesthood, while instilling a mix of fear, but also respect among the populous and subjugated tribes. Such practices were crucial to ensure the Aztec Empire's ideology and societal structures, until the conquests of the Spanish disrupted their civilization in the early 16th century. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, a like and subscribe always helps, and if you want to go above and beyond, check the video description. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can explore the topic for today, albeit it's a rather macabre one. Now, first of all, I would like to say that most of our information does come from European sources, and I will be talking about how this can become a little bit of an issue later on in the video. But before anyone comments first about that, I just want to get that out of the way. But we are going to open with a kind of a scene of confrontation between an Aztec priest and a Spanish conquistador. You see, when the Spanish had arrived and observed what was no doubt quite horrifying to them, they insisted that the Aztecs immediately cease from these activities of human sacrifice, to which an Aztec priest had reportedly responded to them as a kind of justification. He said, "Life is because of the gods. With their sacrifice, they gave us life. They produce our sustenance, which nourishes life." The Aztec priest's defense of the practice of human sacrifice shows this spiritual rationale underpinning the gruesome practice. You see, to the Aztecs, the cosmos itself was upheld by the gods' continuous self-sacrifice. According to their cosmological narrative, as recorded in the Legend of the Five Suns, each era of the universe, or sun, was created and destroyed through the gods' sacrifices, and humanity's existence in the current era was only made possible by these divine acts. The concept of nextlahuali, or debt payment, was integral to the Aztec spirituality. It encapsulated the belief that humans were eternally indebted to their gods for their very existence and sustenance. All the crops that grew, every drop of rain that fell, and the cycles of life and death were all seen as blessings from the gods that required, of course, reciprocal offerings. The ultimate expression of this indebtedness, of course, was the sacrifice of a human being, viewed not merely as a ritualistic offering, but as a necessary act of cosmic responsibility. Victims were often portrayed as noble participants in a very sacred ritual, willingly paying the debts of humanity to ensure the continuation of the world. Such beliefs were deeply embedded within the very architecture of Aztec society, with the grand temple pyramids serving as both ritual centers and monumental offerings to the gods. These pyramids, adorned with treasures, art, and the remnants of sacrificial victims, were not merely religious buildings, but were themselves an offering dedicated to the gods that were buried beneath them. Thus the confrontation between the Franciscans and the Aztec priesthood after the Spanish conquests reveals this dramatic clash of world views. The Franciscans, armed with Christian doctrine that abhorred human sacrifice, could not reconcile their beliefs with the Aztecs' view that such sacrifices were vital to the sustenance of life of the cosmos. It was just a bridge too far. You can see in other cultures of the world, for example, when Christian missionaries at first went to China, there were practices in Taoism and Confucianism that seemed somewhat secular, things that could be reconciled, didn't view them as so monstrous and beastly. But going and seeing what they saw, those bodies tumbling down those pyramids, well, that was just a little bit too much for the European sensibilities. Thus this profound misunderstanding and the ensuing cultural and religious imposition highlight this tragic consequences of two radically different belief systems colliding. Only one was going to make it. There was no room for compromises. Thus, the multifaceted nature of sacrifice in Aztec society encompassed not only the well-documented human sacrifices, but also extended to animals and even self-inflicted offerings, showing a profound reverence for and dependency on sacrificial rituals. Animals like dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer were specifically bred for sacrifices, reflecting the importance of these rituals in maintaining the balance and sanctity of the natural world as perceived by the Aztec spiritual elite. These practices were integrally linked to various deities and their associated cults, each demanding a different form of life to sustain the god's favor and vitality, a delicate balance, and each god required something different. For example, the cult of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was unique in its requirement for the delicate sacrifice of butterflies and hummingbirds, animals associated with beauty, gentleness, and precision within nature. Now, self-sacrifice, involving the offering of one's own blood, was equally significant and pervasive across the strata of Aztec society. This form of sacrifice was deeply personal and was often performed as an act of penance or devotion, embodying a physical connection between the divine and the mortal. The Florentine Codex provides a detailed account of these rituals, including the dramatic imagery of gods like Quetzalcoatl mutilating themselves to sustain or even create new life. This mythic narrative underscores the ideology that divine blood was potent and life-giving, a belief mirrored by the actions of the people themselves, who would pierce their tongues, earlobes, and other parts of the body to offer their blood to the gods. The theory proposing human sacrifice as a nutritional substitute due to the scarcity of large game is controversial, but it does highlight the complexities of understanding Aztec sacrificial practices within their environmental and economic contexts. This is a perspective that is not widely accepted, but it does prompt a broader examination of the practical implications of ritual sacrifices, going beyond simply religious or cosmological significance. Debates among scholars about whether these rites served as atonement reflect a broader discourse on the topic. While some view these acts as a means to sustain and assist the gods in their celestial duties, others suggest they served as a form of propitiation or penance, intended to correct spiritual or physical imbalances caused by sin or insult as perceived by the Aztecs. Extreme self-punishments for sins, such as hanging or self-defenestration, which basically means to throw yourself off a building, or out of a window if we're going by the typical French, were indeed documented, though the specifics of such practices are sometimes obscure due to gaps in the historical record. Now, the Aztec sacrificial rituals were of course deeply embedded in the cultural and religious fabric of the society, and they served as a vivid demonstration to their very complex cosmological beliefs and the central role that sacrifices played within them. Each ceremony was thus meticulously planned and executed, no pun intended, often during specific months or significant festivals, and always with a prescribed number of victims and accompanying offerings, which underscored the ritual's importance both to the community and the cosmos. Everybody would get together to watch the sacrifice, kind of like how you get together to watch the cricket. Now, victims were selected based on criteria that match the religious requirements of the deity being honored. This often included warriors captured in battle who were deemed worthy to be offered to the gods. These individuals were not merely passive participants, but were integrated into the community in the days leading up to the sacrifice. They assumed the persona of specific deities, performing duties that ranged from blessing children to engaging in public dialogues and leading sacred processions. This integration was, of course, dual-purposed. It not only honored the deity, but also reinforced the sacrificial role as a prestigious affair, albeit fatal, but one that is still in service to the divine order, all for the greater good and a great honor. Now, on the day of the sacrifice, the ritual was a communal event involving multiple priests and often witnessed by the larger community. The victim, if we can say that terminology, embodying a god, was led up to the steps of the Great Pyramid to the summit, where the temples and the sacrificial altar, or chakmul in their language, were located. The ascent was symbolic, representing a return to the celestial realm. The chakmul itself, positioned at the top of the pyramid, was not merely a stone slab, but it was a sacred effigy that facilitated the communication between the Aztecs and their gods. Laid upon this altar, the victim was held down by 4 priests, emphasizing the seriousness and solemnity of the moment. It was the high priest, wielding a flint knife, a material chosen for its purity and sharpness, would then perform the heart extraction. This was believed to release the life force, or the toner, which was considered a vital offering to the gods. The extracted heart was believed to nourish the gods and sustain the balance of the cosmos, particularly the sun. And according to Aztec belief, the sun was powered by the hearts of sacrificed warriors. Thus, their ritual killings were seen as essential to the continuation of the world, kind of like putting petrol in the car, throwing some coal into the furnace. The car needs petrol, the furnace needs coal, and the sun needs sacrificed warrior hearts. Well, after the heart was removed and offered to the gods, the body of the sacrifice was thrown from the pyramid's summit to a terrace below, signifying the completion of the transformation from earthly being to divine offering. Thus it was all seen as essential to the continuation of the world. If it stopped, well, the world would stop too. I suppose they'd been doing it for so long that, well, even if they thought about stopping to do it, they were just too frightened of what would happen. Of course, the rituals surrounding the human sacrifices were not only varied, but they were deeply symbolic, driven by a range of divine allegiances and cosmological narrative. Each method of sacrifice was carefully chosen to align with the attributes and myths associated with specific deities, and it wasn't always the main event of cutting the hearts out and throwing them down the stairs. See, in the bustling ceremonial center, the air filled with the sounds of hymns and the rhythmic beats of drums, the community engaged in collective rituals of self-sacrifice. Priests and laypersons alike participated in auto-sacrificial acts, using sharp instruments to draw their own blood, in a show of devotion and shared suffering with the sacrificial victims. This practice is what's believed to strengthen the spiritual potency of the ceremony and forge a deeper connection with the divine. Following the execution of the sacrifice, the ritualistic display continued with the treatment of the remains, which varied depending on the specific rites being performed. Typically, the viscera might be offered to the animals kept within the sacred zoo, a practice that symbolically linked the wild and divine aspects of nature. The severed head of the victim was prominently displayed on a skull rack that stood as a grim testament to the scale of sacrifice performed, and served as a powerful symbol of life, death, and rebirth. In cases where cannibalism was involved, the ritual distribution of the victim's body followed strict social and religious guidelines. The warrior responsible for capturing the victim was awarded the limbs, which were considered less spiritually significant. In contrast, the core of the body, the stomach and the chest, was reserved as an offering for the gods, reinforcing the hierarchy within both the human and divine realms. Different gods demanded unique forms of sacrifice. Victims might be shot with arrows to honor a god associated with warfare and hunting. Others might face death in ritual gladiatorial combat, or through the ceremonial ball game, which combined elements of sport, battle, and sacrifice into a single highly charged event. Some were burned, some were flayed, some were drowned, each method reflecting the mythic attributes of the specific deity they wanted to please. And of course, not all who were chosen for sacrifice were keen to accept their fate passively. The conquistadors Hernan Cortes and Pedro del Alvarado noted instances where captives, deeply ingrained with the religious significance of their impending sacrifice, refused offers of freedom. To these individuals, the act of sacrifice was a destined honor, a final sacrifice to their gods, promised to a revered place in the afterlife. But of course, not all had this attitude. Some were the captured warriors, the prisoners, and I suppose, religious convictions or not, nobody wants to have their heart ripped from their chest. It seems to be a common human trait that transcends cultures. While the accounts of human sacrifice during the reconsecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan in 1487 present vastly different figures, reflecting a complexity of historical evidence, along with its interpretation, but also potential biases of those who recorded these events. Now, there are a wide range, between 10,000 and 80,000 as possible victims that suffered over a mere 4-day ceremony during that reconsecration in 1487. But it does suggest a logistical improbability at the higher end of this range. It would require an average of 15 sacrifices per minute to achieve such a number, a feat that, quite honestly, stretches the bounds of practicality. Further complicating the historical record are the accounts from the Codex Telleriano Remensis, which, based on discussions with older Aztecs, cites approximately 4,000 victims, which is of course a stark contrast to other figures. Now, this discrepancy raises questions about the motivations of different sources. Spanish accounts, like those from Bernal Diaz, may exaggerate numbers to underscore the perceived barbarity and justify the conquest of the Aztec Empire. But even if it's 4,000, that's still 4,000 too many human sacrifices. Far be it for me to push my morality onto others. But in contrast, Aztec records might inflate numbers of their own to display power and, of course, instill fear in rivals. The discussion continues with Michael Harner's reference to Bora, suggesting as many as 250,000 annual sacrifices in central Mexico during the 15th century, which would account for about 1% of the estimated population. Now, this figure, alongside other claims that 1 in 5 children of Mexica subjects was annually sacrificed, seems pretty improbable, and has led some scholars to propose lower, but still significant numbers such as 20,000 per annum. Now, in terms of archaeological evidence, while invaluable, also presents limitations in confirming these historical accounts. For instance, the discovery by Raúl Barrera Rodriguez of extensive remains near the Templo Mayor complex suggests a significant scale of human sacrifice. Yet the physical evidence, as of 603 skulls, found at least as of 2020, does not conclusively support the highest estimates. Thus, these varying archaeological accounts reflect not only the methodological challenges of historical and archaeological scholarship, but also the potential use of exaggeration as a tool by both the Aztecs and the Spanish conquerors. Of course, each group had motives for manipulating the narrative. The Aztecs might have sought to emphasize their power and divine favor, while the Spaniards likely aimed to justify their colonial and religious goals. Every Aztec male was trained as a warrior from a young age, but only those who succeeded in capturing enemies were considered for elevation to that elite warrior class. This requirement shows the significant role that military skill and the ability to provide sacrificial victims played in their society. Collaboration among young warriors to capture a single prisoner points to the challenging nature of this task. The practice not only increased the chances of success for an individual warrior, but also fostered a sense of teamwork and strategic planning within the military structure. Regarding the victims of these sacrifices, there is a notable diversity in their social backgrounds. While it might be assumed that the victims were primarily commoners or foreigners, viewed as more disposable, historical records do suggest a more nuanced picture. Slaves, often used as sacrificial victims, did not belong to any distinct or permanent social class. They could be individuals from any level of society who had fallen into debt, committed crimes, or were captured in war. This fluidity in the status of slaves challenges the notion of a rigidly stratified society in terms of sacrificial eligibility. And then, of course, there is the prisoners of war, who constituted a significant portion of the victims, coming from various social strata, and that included the nobility. Notably, children of noble lineage were also sacrificed, often offered up to the sacrificial plate by their own parents. On the discovery of a skull rack, also called a zompantli, at the Templo Mayor in 2015 provides physical evidence that women and children were also included among the victims, further showing the non-discriminatory nature of Aztec sacrificial practices. Interestingly, in 1454, an Aztec edict prohibited the sacrifice of captives from distant lands in the capital's temples, suggesting a shift towards using individuals who were friends of the royal house, a euphemism for warriors from allied states. This directive might have been influenced by political considerations, aiming to maintain and strengthen alliances with neighboring states, rather than alienate them through the sacrifice of their citizens, which of course tends to leave a poor taste in people's mouths. Now, visual depictions of Aztec sacrificial practices are predominantly sourced from the codexes crafted during the 16th century, often under patronage of the Spanish colonizers. This influence suggests that these illustrations may carry European biases, reflecting more about the Spanish perception and interpretations of Aztec culture rather than the Aztecs' own viewpoints. Among these, the Codex Rios, Codex Tudela, and Codex Magliabechiano are paramount among the main sources that we have left. These documents vary in their detail and perspective, but they collectively offer a rich visual narrative of Aztec religious life. But in contrast, surviving Aztec statuary provides a more indigenous perspective on sacrificial rites. These artifacts often focus on the mythological and theological underpinnings of sacrifice, rather than on the concepts such as debt repayment. A notable example of this is the Coyolhuaque stone, which depicts the dismembered body of Coyolhuaque and serves a dual purpose. Mythologically, it commemorates the victory over Coyolhuaque and her allies, underscoring the cosmic justification for human sacrifice. But politically, it was strategically placed at the Templo Mayor to symbolize the fate of those who would oppose the Aztec state, thereby reinforcing the state's military and divine authority. Now, the first-hand accounts of the Spanish conquerors, including those of Juan de Grijalva, Hernan Cortes, and Bernal Diaz, provide additional descriptions of Aztec sacrifices. However, it's important to remember that these accounts were often colored by the author's motivations to justify the conquest and colonization of the Aztec Empire by simply depicting its people as barbaric and in sore need of salvation and governance. This portrayal does raise questions about the reliability of their descriptions. Other historical sources, such as the writings of Bartholomew de las Casas and Sahagún, who had direct interactions with indigenous people, offer potentially more balanced perspectives. Las Casas in particular is noted for his defense of native rights in criticism of Spanish colonial practices. Sahagún, through his extensive work with native informants, compiled detailed ethnographic accounts that remain critical to understanding Aztec society. Juan de Grijalva, a key figure in the early Spanish exploration of Mexico, embarked on his expedition in 1518. He was accompanied by Juan Diaz, among others. Diaz, a chronicler of the expedition, later authored the work The Itinerary of Grijalva, a document composed before 1520 that provides detailed observations from their journey. In this account, Diaz vividly describes encountering the aftermath of an Aztec sacrificial ritual on an island off the coast of Veracruz, and it reads as follows. This is from his writings. When we reached said tower, the captain asked him why such deeds were committed there, and the Indian answered that it was done as a kind of sacrifice, and gave to understand that the victims were beheaded on the wide stone, that the blood was poured into the vase, and the heart was taken out of the breast and burned and offered to said idol. The fleshy parts of the arms and legs were cut off and eaten. This was done to the enemies with whom they were at war. Another account by Bernal Diaz adds to Juan's depiction. It goes like this. On these altars were idols with evil-looking bodies, and that every night 5 Indians had been sacrificed before them. Their chests had been cut open, and their arms and thighs had been removed. The walls were covered with blood. We stood greatly amazed, and gave the island the name Ileta de Sacrificios, the Island of Sacrifices. Hernan Cortes also writes extensively about the practices of sacrifice that he witnessed. He wrote as following in his journals. They have a most horrid and abominable custom, which truly ought to be punished, and which until now we have seen in no part, and this is that whenever they wish to ask something of the idols, in order that their plea may find more acceptance, they take many boys and girls, and even adults, and in the presence of these idols they open their chests while they are still alive, take out their hearts and entrails, and burn them before the idols, offering the smoke as sacrifice. Some of us have seen this, and they said it is the most terrible and frightful thing that they have ever witnessed. We also have another account from an anonymous conquistador, and it goes as following. They lead them up to the temple, where they dance and carry on joyously, and the man about to be sacrificed dances and carries on like the rest. At length, the man who offers the sacrifice strips him naked, and leads him at once to the stairway of the tower, where is the stone idol. Here they stretch him on his back, tying the hands to the sides and fastening the legs. Soon comes the sacrificing priest, and this is no small office among them, armed with some stone knife, which cuts like steel, and is as big as one of our large knives. He plunges the knife into the chest, opens it, and tears out the heart, hot and palpitating. And this is quickly as one might cross himself. At this point the chief priest of the temple takes it, and anoints the mouth of the principal idol with the blood. Then, filling his hand with it, he flings it towards the sun, or towards some star if it be night. Then he anoints the mouths of all the other idols of wood and stone, and sprinkles blood on the cornice of the chapel of the principal idol. Afterwards they burn the heart, preserving the ashes as a great relic, and likewise they burn the body of the sacrifice, but these ashes are kept apart from those of the heart in a different vase. The debate over the ecological motivations behind Aztec human sacrifices is one that is highly nuanced. Of course, different anthropologists and historians offer their own contrasting and sometimes contradicting theories. One anthropologist, Michael Harner, suggests that the primary driver for the Aztec practice of cannibalism was a nutritional deficiency in their diet, specifically a lack of sufficient protein. According to him, the Aztecs faced high population pressures and relied heavily on maize agriculture, which of course did not provide essential amino acids. Thus, with limited access to large game due to increasing population and competition with other carnivores, Harner suggests that human sacrifice and the subsequent cannibalism of war captives became a grim solution to this problem. Marvin Harris supports this viewpoint in his work Cannibals and Kings. suggesting that human flesh was considered an elite food, consumed as a reward by the aristocracy to supplement a protein-deficient diet. This theory proposes that the ecological pressures of a densely populated agricultural society, lacking domesticated animals for meat, led to ritualistic cannibalism. But conversely, there are those who challenge these claims, criticizing the foundation of Harner's argument and questioning the reliability of his sources. Ortiz de Montellano points out that the Aztec diet included a variety of protein sources, such as salamanders, fowl, armadillos, and even weasels, which were abundant in and around Lake Texcoco, the Aztecs' homeland. Moreover, he highlights that amaranth, a plant integral to the Aztec diet, was rich in both leaves and seeds that provided the necessary protein. Now, Ortiz de Montellano further argues that the Aztecs' advanced agricultural techniques, such as chinampas or floating gardens, along with a tribute system, did well enough to ensure a good surplus of food resources, which of course contradicts this notion of a protein crisis. He also criticizes Harner's dependence on historical sources from Spanish conquerors, which he believes could have been biased to justify certain colonial aspects by depicting Aztec society as barbaric and negative. Now, the whole system of sacrifice in Aztec culture was of course so intertwined that it had become a completely normal thing. No one had really batted an eyelid at the daily spectacle. It had simply been going on for so long, and it was not only a spiritual duty, but evolved into this grand theatrical performance that involved the entire community. Thus it was far from the mere killing of war captives or criminals, but it was a ritualized expression of cosmological beliefs, meticulously designed to maintain cosmic order and communicate with the gods. Thus victims were not merely individuals. They were transformed into what the Aztecs called Teixipla, representatives or embodiments of gods, taking on the divine persona through elaborate ceremonial dress and behavior. During the numerous Aztec festivals, these chosen individuals, often warriors captured in battle or slaves bought specifically for this purpose, were adorned with the attributes of specific deities, dressed up the best way they could do it. This transformation was both physical and symbolic. It involved costumes, masks, and even the enactment of mythical narratives associated with the gods. This process, of course, culminated in the crescendo of ritualistic death, which was believed to nourish the gods, just like feeding a bird. Now this concept of netio to quilici, which, sorry about my Aztec pronunciation, we didn't learn that in school, but the rough translation is the desire to be regarded as a god, highlights the profound sense of honor and duty that was associated with being chosen as a sacrifice. Now, far from being seen as merely victims, these individuals were revered and honored. Their presence was celebrated with dances, music, and public adoration. Thus, in the year leading up to their sacrifice, they were treated as living deities, a temporary but awe-inspiring status that elevated them above their earthly existence. Diego Duran's historical accounts provide vivid descriptions of how these sacrifice rituals permeated Aztec culture. The use of a victim's skin, particularly in the festival of Xipe Tokek, or Our Lord the Flayed One, exemplifies the deep symbolic connection between the sacrificial act and agricultural fertility. The person who donned the flayed skin was believed to acquire divine attributes, a transformation that showed the profound interplay between death, renewal, and the sustenance of life. And such rituals underscored the Aztec belief in the cyclical nature of life and death, where human sacrifice was seen as a vital conduit, completely necessary act to ensure their ongoing life. Thus the remains of the sacrificed, whether bones, skulls, or skin, were treated with great reverence and respect, considered powerful relics that held ongoing religious significance. At the apex of Aztec society was the Tlatoani, the emperor, who held absolute power and was considered semi-divine. Below him were the nobles, the Pipiltin, who managed the lands and were closely tied to the royal family through blood or marriage. Warriors held a special place in this hierarchy. Their ability to capture enemies destined for sacrifice directly influenced their social standing and potential for upward mobility. This unique aspect of Aztec culture made the role of the warrior pivotal, as success in battle was one of the few ways individuals could achieve greater status and recognition. The importance of bravery and honor in the context of sacrifice was paramount. Those chosen were simply expected to joyously embrace their fate with courage and dignity. If a captive showed fear or reluctance, it reflected poorly on their character and status, and they were subjected to a dishonorable death. This not only affected their legacy, but also their supposed journey in the afterlife. Aztec beliefs held that those who died honorably in sacrifice or battle ascended to a higher form of heaven, whereas those who died less noble deaths faced a more perilous and demeaning afterlife. Pocahontas, a Native American woman notable in colonial American history, was a daughter of Powhatan, the chief of a network of tributary tribal nations encompassing the Tidewater region of modern-day Virginia. She is best known for her association with the colonial settlement of Jamestown and her legendary involvement with Englishman John Smith, a leader in the colony. Now, according to legend, Pocahontas saved his life in 1607 when he was captured by Powhatan's men. Smith had claimed that he was about to have his head struck with a stone, but Pocahontas intervened by placing her head upon his, an act which he interpreted as saving him from execution. A debatable story, perhaps. Either way, Pocahontas later played her own role in fostering relations between the Powhatan tribes and the English settlers, including during her capture by the English in 1613, during which she converted to Christianity and took the new name Rebecca. In 1614, she married tobacco planter John Rolfe, which helped establish a period of relative peace between the settlers and the natives. In 1616, she traveled to England with Rolfe, where she was presented at a court and celebrated as an example of a, quote, civilized savage, in hopes of stimulating investment in the Jamestown settlement. But of course, there's a little bit of myth and a great amount of nuance, and always two sides of a story around both of the characters for our video today. What we have this evening is a double feature. I feel the need to talk about the lives of these two as they are so intertwined with one another, and often when we have encountered these characters represented in our modern media, if you are indeed of the same generation that I am, then you've seen them appear together, perhaps in a very romanticized story. Well, today you get to hear the real one, at least as much as we know. Allow me to first welcome you to the channel. If it is your first time here, it is indeed a pleasure to have you with me. And if you are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you again. Now, if you are thinking that you would want to support the channel, indeed you're already doing it. Just enjoy the content. That's the best way to support me. But if you'd like to go a little bit further, click the like and subscribe, and further than that, you may refer to the video description. But now, without further ado, allow us to get started, and allow yourself to get very comfortable. First, we will speak of the life of Pocahontas, and after we are finished with that, we'll reflect on the life of John Smith. The exact birth year of Pocahontas remains a bit of a mystery to us, though historians often suggest that it would have been around 1596. Her first recorded interaction with the English came in the spring of 1608, when John Smith, the English explorer, described her in his work, A True Relation of Virginia, as a 10-year-old child. However, in a letter penned in 1616, Smith referred to her as being 12 or 13 during that same period. Well, what we do know is that Pocahontas was born to Chief Powhatan, the paramount chief of the Sessacomica, an extensive network of roughly 30 Algonquian-speaking tribes and smaller chieftains scattered across the Tidewater region of what is now the state of Virginia in the United States of America. Details about her mother are admittedly scant. We don't really know much, and her identity and status remain largely unrecorded, but she was most likely of modest social standing. The Englishman, Henry Spelman, who lived among the Powhatan as an interpreter, documented that the paramount chief would typically send his wives back to their village after giving birth, providing for them until they were remarried. The fate of Pocahontas's mother is not well documented, though it is speculated that she may have died during childbirth. The oral traditions of the Mattapony Reservation, home to the descendants of the Powhatan people, hold that Pocahontas's mother was Powhatan's first wife, and that Pocahontas was named in her honor, suggesting a deeper familial significance and connection with the Powhatan lineage. But what about this name, Pocahontas? Well, the name itself is often thought of as a nickname from her childhood, and according to the colonial writer William Strachey, it translates to Little Wanton. Some interpretations lean towards a less pejorative translation, considering it to mean playful one. Strachey's narratives recount how Pocahontas as a child would frequently visit the Jamestown fort, engaging in playful activities with the other children there. She was described as spirited and lively, leading the boys to the marketplace to perform cartwheels and acrobatics, joining in with them, apparently uninhibited by her lack of clothing. Contrary to the playful and informal nature of her nickname, historian William Stith noted that her actual name was probably Matoax, a fact which Native Americans initially kept hidden from the English settlers. This secrecy was driven by a deep-rooted superstition that knowing her true name would grant the English power to harm her. But it wasn't until later, after adopting the Christian baptismal name Rebecca, that Pocahontas felt secure enough to disclose her birth name to the colonists. Of course, she is widely celebrated for her association with John Smith, the English colonist who was among the first 100 settlers that arrived in Virginia in April of 1607. Establishing their settlement on a marshy peninsula along the James River, these colonists, including Smith, frequently interacted with the indigenous peoples of the land. These encounters ranged from friendly exchanges to outright hostilities. Now in December of 1607, while Smith was exploring the nearby Chickahominy River, he was captured by a hunting party led by one Ope-Chanacanough, and I do apologize for the pronunciations of Native American names. I did try to look some of them up, but the information is far too conflicting, so please do bear with me. Well, Ope-Chanacanough was a close relative of Powhatan. He was taken to Werowocomoco, Powhatan's capital, where he described being treated to a great feast and engaging in lengthy discussions with Powhatan. In his early writings, specifically his 1608 account, Smith makes no mention of Pocahontas in relation to his capture, indicating that their famous encounter must have happened later. Although one historian, Margaret Huber, suggests that Powhatan's hospitality was part of a strategic plan to bring Smith and his fellow colonists under control, offering Smith authority over the town of Cappahossic to keep him close and, therefore, a little more manageable. The most dramatic aspect of Smith's interaction with Pocahontas did not emerge until years later. In 1616, as Pocahontas was preparing to visit England, Smith wrote a letter to Queen Anne of Denmark, the wife of King James I, recounting his capture in a more sensational manner. He claimed that Pocahontas had saved his life at the moment of his execution by risking her own. The narrative was, however, further embellished in his 1624 publication, General History, where he detailed Pocahontas intervened as he was about to be killed. While this portrayal, written well after Pocahontas's death, has become one of the most enduring tales of her life, although its accuracy is widely debated, given its late inclusion and frankly dramatic nature compared to his earlier accounts. Of course, it's very hard for Pocahontas to say anything about it when it was released in 1624, because she had already passed away. Now, there is one other, Karen O'Dell Cooperman, who provides an analytical perspective on this dramatic recounting of the encounter with Pocahontas of John Smith. She suggests that Smith embellished his initial tale to craft a more compelling narrative for Queen Anne's court, potentially to enhance his reputation, which suffered after falling out of favor with the London company that founded the Jamestown settlement. According to Cooperman, Smith's revisions were strategically timed and aimed at reviving his standing within English society by portraying himself as a key figure in a dramatic, life-saving episode involving a Native American heroine. Well, despite the controversies surrounding Smith's narratives, it is widely recognized that Pocahontas played a significant role in the early days of the Jamestown colony. She is often remembered for her friendly interactions with the settlers, frequently visiting the fort and engaging with the local colonial children. Her contributions were of course critical during the colony's direst times. She bought food supplies that significantly helped those who were starving, showing once again her importance as a bridge between Native Americans and the English settlers. But it wasn't always good times. As tensions escalated due to colonial expansion threatening Powhatan lands, conflicts resumed. In late 1609, a severe gunpowder explosion injured Smith, necessitating his return to England for medical treatment. Well, we'll get back to him a little bit later. This is where he kind of leaves the story of Pocahontas for now. The colonists, perhaps to maintain peace, falsely informed the Powhatans that Smith had died. Pocahontas ceased her visits to Jamestown, believing that he was actually deceased, until her own journey with her husband John Rolfe revealed the truth. Well, Pocahontas was captured during a tumultuous period known as the First Anglo-Powhatan War, which erupted in late summer 1609 between the Native American tribes of the Powhatan Confederacy and the settlers at Jamestown. In the early stages of the conflict, the colonists secured strategic points along the James River, controlling both its mouth and the falls, while engaging in a broader campaign to assert their dominance. In March 1613, the dynamic of the war shifted when Captain Samuel Argall, exploiting regional tribal dynamics, ventured into the northern territories of Powhatan's chiefdom. It was here he encountered the Patawomecs along the Potomac River, and this was a group that was not entirely loyal to the Powhatan. At this time, Pocahontas was staying in the Patawomec village of Passapatansi, under protection of the Werowanke, the chief, also known as Japazos. Argall, with the assistance of Henry Spellman, an English interpreter who had been living among the Patawomecs, maneuvered to capture Pocahontas. Using a combination of coercion and promises of an alliance against Powhatan, Argall compelled Lopezas to lure Pocahontas aboard his ship. Oh, that's Werowance Lopezas, by the way, the chief. Now, once aboard, she was detained and held for ransom, with the colonists demanding the return of prisoners, as well as stolen weapons and tools from her father, Chief Powhatan. Although Powhatan complied by returning the prisoners, the restitution of weapons and tools was deemed insufficient by the colonists, leading to a protracted standoff with Pocahontas remaining in captivity. During her captivity, Pocahontas was held at the Henricus settlement in present-day Chesterfield County, Virginia. Accounts from this period, such as those from the colonist Ralph Haymore, suggest she was treated with considerable respect, likely due to her value in negotiations with the Powhatan rather than any general good manners or goodwill towards the natives. Now, controversially, Linwood Little Bear Costello presents an oral tradition alleging that Pocahontas endured mistreatment or even assault during her captivity. However, historian Helen Rowntree disputes this claim, arguing that such actions would have been strategically disadvantageous for the English, given the delicate nature of their relations with the Powhatan and the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Native Americans. Now, before I go any further, oral histories, of course, have value, and, well, there are a lot of societies that did not have writing, and this is how they pass down their stories. But they are subject to the same amount of criticism as any other histories, whether they be written or archaeological. So keep that in mind. we do have to hold everything to standard. Well, while in the settlement of Henricus, Pocahontas was taught about Christianity by minister Alexander Whitaker, leading to her conversion and baptism under the Christian name Rebecca. Of course, this period of her life marked a profound transformation in her affiliation and identity. The standoff culminated in March of 1614 with a violent confrontation on the Pamunkey River near Powhatan's capital at Matchcott. During negotiations facilitated by colonists, Pocahontas had a poignant exchange with her father. She criticized him for undervaluing her worth compared to mere tools, and declared her preference to remain with the colonists instead, whom she believed were frankly treating her better. The Mattapony tribe, holding a deep connection to the history of Pocahontas, preserves a tradition that presents a narrative seldom found in popular accounts of her life. According to this tradition, Pocahontas was initially married to Kokum, who was the brother of Japazaws, the Patawomek Werowance, or chief. The Mattapony recount that the following Pocahontas' capture by the English in 1613, Kokum was killed by the colonists. This act of violence supposedly occurred because of his connections to Pocahontas, and potentially as a retaliation or measure to sever her ties to her native roots. Following these tragic events, the Patawomecs took it upon themselves to care for Ka-Oke, the daughter of Pocahontas and Kokum, raising her within the community after her father's death and her mother's abduction. But the historical record on Kokum remains sparse, and once again, it's a matter of debate. William Strachey, a contemporary English writer, provides the only direct mention of Kokum in English documents. Around 1616, he noted that Pocahontas had been married to a, and I quote, private captain called Kokum for 2 years. This statement is intriguing because it aligns with a timeline prior to her marriage to John Rolfe in 1614. The lack of additional documentation about Kokum and his relationship with Pocahontas has led some scholars to speculate that Strachey might have been mistaken, or that his reference was simply misinterpreted. Some even suggest that Strachey could be referring to Rolfe himself, confusingly labeling him as one of Powhatan's officers. While during her captivity at Henricus, Pocahontas' life took a significant turn upon meeting John Rolfe. Rolfe had endured personal tragedy on his journey to Virginia, losing his English-born wife, Sarah Hacker, and their child during the shipwreck of the Sea Venture near the Summer Isles, now known as Bermuda. Bermuda Triangle strikes again. Well, in Virginia, Rolfe established Varina Farms across the James River from Henricus, where he cultivated a new strain of tobacco, which would prove economically beneficial for the colony. What could possibly go wrong? Well, Rolfe was a deeply religious man, and he faced a moral dilemma regarding his feelings for Pocahontas, who had been converted to Christianity and baptized with the name Rebecca by this time. Well, despite his initial reservations about marrying someone that he considered to be a heathen, well, Rolfe's correspondence with the governor reveals his inner conflict and profound feelings. In a heartfelt letter, he articulated that his motivations for marrying Pocahontas were driven not by mere physical attraction, but by a combination of personal convictions and broader societal benefits, improving his own spiritual standing, benefiting the plantation, and of course, bringing glory to God. Thus the couple married on the 5th of April 1614, in a ceremony that was likely held at Jamestown, officiated by the chaplain Richard Buck. They visited Varina Farms, where their son Thomas was born on January 1615. This union marked the beginning of a period known as the Peace of Pocahontas, which lasted for 8 years, significantly easing tensions between the Jamestown settlers and the Powhatan tribes. Ralph Haymore later reflected on the positive impact of the marriage, noting that it fostered friendly commerce and trade with the Powhatan and his subjects. But of course, the marriage was not without its detractors, particularly within the British court. The union between Rolfe, a commoner, and Pocahontas, perceived as a princess and the daughter of a paramount chief, was seen as audacious and stirred controversy among the British aristocracy. I would have told them to mind their own damn business, but, well, that's just me. The London Company, which had established the Jamestown colony, was particularly invested in the Christian conversion of Native Americans as part of its broader colonial objectives. Pocahontas's conversion to Christianity and her subsequent marriage to John Rolfe were seen not only as a fulfillment of these religious goals, but also as a strategic success that helped bring an end to the First Anglo-Powhatan War. Recognizing the symbolic potential of Pocahontas' story, the London Company decided to bring her to England. You see, they aimed to showcase her as a testament to the civilizing success of the Virginia colony and the potential of the New World. So, Pocahontas, along with her husband and their son, arrived in Plymouth on June the 12th, 1616, and travelled to London, accompanied by a delegation of 11 other Powhatans, including a holy man named Tomacomo. This visit was intended to garner further investment and interest in the Virginia colony by highlighting the cultural integration and conversion of a Native American princess, as they called her. Now, while in Plymouth, Pocahontas had learned that John Smith, whom she had not seen since her first days in Virginia, was residing in London. Smith did not meet with her during her visit, but he was compelled by her presence in England to write to Queen Anne. He urged that Pocahontas be treated with the utmost dignity befitting her status, warning that any disrespect could jeopardize the favorable relations established between the English and the Powhatan people. Smith emphasized that Pocahontas's goodwill was pivotal to the English claim to a kingdom potentially established through her alliance. Thus, during her stay, Pocahontas was involved in various social functions, including a notable event on January the 5th, 1617, when she and Tomacomo attended a performance of Ben Jonson's masque, The Vision of Delight, at the banqueting house in the Palace of Whitehall. The encounter with King James was a significant moment, though it was initially underwhelming for Pocahontas and Tomacomo, who did not realize that it was actually the king of the entire country until it was later explained to them. Pocahontas, while not a princess by the standards of Powhatan culture, was indeed portrayed as such by the London Company to somewhat appeal to the English audience. This portrayal leveraged her status as the daughter of the chief Powhatan, whom the English recognized as the ruler of what they considered to be the expansive and significant empire in Virginia. There was a 1616 engraving of Pocahontas, which bears a inscription in Latin, but translated to English, it means Mataoka, alias Rebecca, daughter of the most powerful prince of the Powhatan Empire of Virginia. Remember that Mataoka, was the actual name that she had just revealed. So this representation was likely intended to enhance her stature and appeal in English society, aligning her with the familiar European concept of royal lineage. And plus, it's much more impressive to convert a princess to Christianity than just a random commoner. So it made the achievement look a lot more important. Now, Pocahontas' treatment in London suggests that she was received with a degree of respect and dignity reserved for visiting dignitaries. At the masque that she attended, her seating was noted as well placed, indicative of a respected position among the audience. Bishop John King of London reportedly provided hospitality for her that was described as exceedingly grand, and beyond what I have seen in his great hospitality afforded to other ladies. Despite these honors, not all English observers were equally impressed, and perceptions of her vary widely. Helen C. Roundtree points out that contemporary evidence does not support the notion that Pocahontas was universally regarded as royalty. Instead, she may have been seen as more of a novel figure, the Virginian woman, by the local populace. Well, Pocahontas and John Rolfe's life in England involves stays in various locales, including Brentford, Middlesex, and Rolfe's ancestral home in Hetcham, Norfolk. During a social gathering in early 1617, Pocahontas's reaction upon seeing John Smith again after many years was reportedly fraught with emotion. Smith noted that Pocahontas turned away from him without speaking and covered her face, indicating that she was not pleased, or perhaps simply overwhelmed by the encounter. She remained isolated for several hours before they finally spoke to each other. The conversation they had was reportedly strained and reveals the depth of Pocahontas's feelings and memories of their time in Virginia. Pocahontas reminded Smith of the promises and exchanges made between him and her father, Chief Powhatan. She highlighted that the reciprocal promises of sharing that had been made. Smith had assured Powhatan that what was Smith's would be his and vice versa. Pocahontas then addressed Smith as father, a term that reflected the kinship terms used previously. Smith had called her father, so she in turn used the same for Smith. This form of address discomforted Smith, who felt it inappropriate due to Pocahontas' status as a king's daughter, to which she responded assertively, affirming her intention to regard him as a father figure, insisting that it symbolized a permanent bond between them, emphasizing her continued identification with her native heritage, despite her assimilation into English society. She also conveyed to Smith that after his departure from Virginia, she and her people had been led to believe that he was dead, the truth she only just found out. Her father had even instructed Tomocomo to seek the truth out about Smith, highlighting a little bit of distrust towards the English. Well, in March 1617, as John Rolfe and Pocahontas prepared to return to Virginia, Their journey was tragically cut short. Shortly after their ship departed, they reached Gravesend on the River Thames, where Pocahontas became severely ill. Her condition deteriorated rapidly, prompting her to be taken ashore in an attempt to save her life. Despite these efforts, she succumbed to her illness at the young age of approximately 21, leaving behind a legacy marked by cultural bridging and personal transformation. As accounted by John Rolfe, Pocahontas's final words were a poignant acceptance of her fate. She reportedly said, "All must die." She found solace, however, in knowing that her child would live on. The cause of her sudden demise remains a bit of a mystery for the moment, but there are theories ranging from pneumonia to smallpox and tuberculosis to more acute conditions like hemorrhagic dysentery or even poisoning. We don't really know for sure. Her funeral was held on the 21st of March, 1617, at St. George's Church in Gravesend, where she was interred, and the exact location of her grave is also uncertain due to the destruction of the original church building by fire in 1727, obscuring many historical markers. However, her memory continues to be honored in the town. Since 1958, a life-size bronze statue, a replica of the 1907 Jamestown sculpture by the American sculptor William Ordway Partridge, stands in the St. George's churchyard to this very day. Well, now that we've spoken about Pocahontas, let us discuss John Smith and talk about his life for a little bit. His early life and subsequent adventures read kind of like a tale from a bygone era of exploration and daring. He was certainly a product of his time. He was born in Willoughby, near Alford in Lincolnshire, and baptized on January the 6th, 1580. His exact birth date remains unknown. His family rented a farm from Lord Willoughby, and he boasted of ancestral ties to the ancient Smith family of Girdley, Lancashire. Educated at King Edward VI Grammar School in Louth from 1592 to 95, Smith initially embarked on a conventional path, apprenticing with a merchant in the Hanseatic League port of King's Lynn, Norfolk. However, he found this life to be mundane. This boring career of a tradesman did not suit him, and sparked his desire for a life filled with greater adventure and challenge. Smith's adventurous spirit led him to the sea at the young age of 16, following his father's death. His military career began as a mercenary in the army of Henry IV of France, participating in battles against the Spaniards for Dutch independence from King Philip II of Spain. His adventures continued across the Mediterranean, involving both trade and piracy, and extended to fighting the Ottoman Turks in the Long Turkish War. During his service for the Austrian Habsburgs in Hungary under Michael the Brave, Smith's skill as a soldier was recognized, and he was promoted to captain of the cavalry. His daring exploits peaked when he reputedly defeated and beheaded, that's right, beheaded, 3 Ottoman challengers in single combat duels during this time, earning him a knighthood from none other than the Prince of Transylvania, along with a horse and a new coat of arms adorned with the heads of 3 Turks. But his fortunes took a dramatic turn in 1602, when he was wounded in a skirmish with the Crimean Tatars. Captured and sold into slavery at a slave market, Smith was taken to Constantinople. There, he was gifted to one Charazza, who intended for him to convert to Islam and assigned him for agricultural work. However, Smith's resilience prevailed. He managed to escape after overpowering his slave master during a beating. Not good when the slaves start hitting you back, isn't it? Well, his escape was a perilous journey, of course, that took him through Ottoman territory to Muscovy, and then across the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and through parts of Europe and Africa, before he finally made it back to England in 1604. And when he got back there, he was immediately ready to embark on the next chapter of his thrilling life that would eventually lead him to the Jamestown expedition. In 1606, he joined the Virginia Company of London's ambitious venture to colonize Virginia for profit, after King James I had granted the company a charter to do so. Thus, Smith set sail aboard the Discovery, one of the 3 ships alongside the Susan Constant and the Godspeed, departing on December the 20th, 1606. His companion on his journey was a 12-year-old page named Samuel Collier. The voyage to the New World was of course fraught with discord and danger. During a resupply stop in the Canary Islands, Smith was accused of mutiny, leading Captain Christopher Newport, who commanded the expedition, to plan his execution. Thus he remained under arrest for the majority of the journey across the Atlantic. However, upon their arrival at Cape Henry on April 26, 1607, the sealed orders from the Virginia Company were unsealed, revealing Smith as one of the designated leaders of the new colony. Well, upon this revelation, they kind of thought that it was a better idea not to execute him, especially on a very loose accusation. Didn't want to draw the ire of the people who put him in charge. Well, by the summer of 1607, the settlers were living in temporary housing, and frankly, they were struggling to establish themselves. On May 14, 1607, the site for Jamestown was selected by Captain Edward Maria Wingfield, the president of the council. The conditions at Jamestown were harsh. The settlers had limited food, and the swampy environment contributed to widespread disease. In fact, by September, more than 60 of the original 104 settlers had perished. The situation grew more desperate with the arrival of nearly 100 new settlers in January 1608, led by Captain Newport with the first supply. Despite these reinforcements, a fire, reportedly started by accident, destroyed much of the settlement. And that winter was particularly brutal, as the James River froze over, and the settlers were forced to live among the charred remains of their settlement. Newport's stay extended over 3 months, during which time the settlers mistakenly loaded their ships with iron pyrite, misidentifying it as valuable minerals, while food supplies dwindled. Smith recorded that more of half of the settlers died during this period. Now, Smith's exploratory efforts during the summer led to the creation of a map of the Chesapeake Bay waterways, providing a valuable resource for future explorers. However, challenges continued into October 1608, when Newport returned with 70 new settlers, including the first women and several German, Polish, and Slovak craftsmen. The only thing they were missing was additional food supplies, plenty of new mouths, and nothing to feed them with. Newport also brought a set of counterfeit Virginia Company orders, which included ridiculous demands, such as crowning the native leader Powhatan as an emperor. Smith was reportedly quite visibly frustrated with this. Now, his leadership was further tested as he sought to secure food from the local Native Americans, often resorting to threats of military force. Desperate times, desperate measures. You know how it is. His life was reportedly in danger from plots by both settlers and Native Americans, but he was forewarned by Pocahontas. He famously declared that "he that will not work shall not eat." I believe it's a line from theologians in the Bible. It enforced a strict regime that eventually improved productivity among the settlers. In December of 1607, during a time fraught with tension and need for supplies, he was captured by the Native Americans, who took him to meet Chief Powhatan at Werowocomoco, Powhatan's principal village, situated on the north shore of the York River, about 15 miles north of Jamestown. Now initially, it was going well. He was treated with the honors due to a guest. Smith found himself amidst significant cultural misunderstanding, however. While Chief Powhatan was away on a hunt, the others, who were lacking the means to effectively communicate with Smith, summoned their top shamans to perform a 3-day ritual to discern Smith's true intentions. This period in Smith's capture is pivotal in the mythos surrounding his relationship with the Powhatan people, particularly regarding the famed intervention by Pocahontas which we have mentioned, which is first mentioned by Smith in his letter from 1616. Now, we already know the account, so we're not going to repeat it again. But we will say that in a broader historical context, these events, regardless of their factual accuracy, underscore these complex interactions between the colonists and the Native American tribes. These interactions initially fostered a cooperative relationship, which would later be tested as the colony expanded. In 1608, Pocahontas is credited again with warning Smith of an imminent threat from Powhatan, further intertwining her legacy with his. And also that year, the arrival of Polish craftsmen marked another phase in the colony's development, with Smith reporting an incident where 2 Poles saved him from an attack by the Algonquian tribesmen. Now, his explorations of the Chesapeake Bay in the summer of 1608, covering an impressive 3,000 miles, were critical to the understanding and mapping of the region. His voyages are commemorated by Captain John Smith Chesapeake National Historic Trail, established in 2006 to honor these significant journeys. During his absence from Jamestown, Smith entrusted the governorship to Matthew Scrivener, a well-connected but ultimately ineffectual leader. Upon Smith's return, he was elected president of the local council. Despite challenges, including some settlers' desire to abandon Jamestown and others defecting to live with the Native Americans, Smith enforced his strict policies of "he who works not, eats not." This rule, also respected by Powhatan's people, showed once again the harsh realities of survival in the new colony. But those who left eventually returned, driven by starvation, to the struggling settlement. By spring 1609, Jamestown showed signs of improvement, with constructed dwellings and cleared lands. However, a severe setback occurred in April where stored corn supplies were destroyed by rats and dampness. Desperate for food, Smith sent settlers to fish and gather, but these efforts failed to provide relief. In his frustration, Smith demanded that the settlers trade their tools and guns for food with the Native Americans and mandated that all able persons work or face expulsion from the fort. The dire situation temporarily eased with the arrival of Samuel Argyll's ship, bringing much-needed food and wine, which Smith purchased on credit. Argyll also brought news of significant changes. The Virginia Company of London was reorganizing, and they were planning to send more supplies, settlers, and Lord Delaware to assume the governorship. In May 1609, a fleet dispatched by the Virginia Company treasurer Sir Thomas Smith set sail with about 500 colonists, including families. But tragically, one ship sank shortly after the departure, and the flagship, Sea Venture, was wrecked on the Bermuda Islands. The survivors, including Flotilla Admiral Sir George Somers, built two new ships, the Deliverance and Patience, and eventually they continued to Jamestown, arriving in the May of 1610. The influx of new settlers in 1609, however, overwhelmed the colony's limited resources. By May 1610, the newcomers on the Sea Venture, led by Thomas Gates, faced such scarcity that they simply decided to abandon Jamestown. This decision was reversed when they encountered Lord Delaware en route, who ordered them to return and persevere. John Smith's tenure in Virginia ended abruptly in August of 1609, after a severe gunpowder explosion injured him. He returned to England for treatment in October of that year, and he never went back to Virginia. Despite the ongoing high mortality rate from disease and starvation, with only about 150 of the 500 settlers surviving the winter, the Virginia Company continued its support, sending more settlers and maintaining the colony. In 1614, John Smith embarked on a significant voyage to the coasts of Maine and Massachusetts Bay, an expedition that led him to name the region New England. His initial objectives were ambitious, but primarily commercial, aiming to capture whales for the oil and fins they had, and to locate mines of gold or copper. However, these efforts proved to be unfeasible, leading Smith and his crew to shift focus to more practical and immediate resources, such as fishing and fur trading. During this voyage, Smith and a small group undertook a coastal expedition, trading rifles for substantial quantities of beaver skins, as well as martens and otters. Despite the setback with the primary commercial goals, Smith managed to gather a ship's cargo worth of furs, fish oil, and cod, which he brought back to England. However, the expedition was marred by the actions of Thomas Hunt, the captain of the second vessel. Hunt stayed behind, and he captured several Native Americans, including Squanto of the Patuxet tribe, to sell as slaves. Smith was deeply troubled by his actions, viewing them not only as morally reprehensible, but also strategically damaging for his plans of establishing a permanent settlement in the region. He believed that Hunt's actions were intentionally designed to sabotage Smith's colonial ambitions by inciting hostility among the local populations, thus keeping the area isolated and under the control of a select few merchants. In 1616, Smith published a map of his explorations, the first to label the area as New England. This map, significantly influenced by Prince Charles, featured English city names replacing the original Native American names, and it was instrumental in shaping the geographic nomenclature of the region. For example, the settlers of Plymouth County adopted the name New England, and others like the Charles River and Cape Ann persist even today. Now, his reflections on his American experiences offer insights into the successes and failures of the European colonial endeavors on the continent in his published work, A Description of New England, which detailed his voyages and observations. He noted that the rapid establishment of a French trading network that monopolized trade and created peaceful alliances among the previously warring native tribes contrasted sharply with the English efforts. Smith argued that the English had missed their opportunity to develop similar relations, and suggested that achieving influence in the region might now require military force, based on his extensive personal experience in both war and diplomacy. Well, he passed away on June 21st, 1631, in London. His contributions to the establishment and survival of the Jamestown colony, as well as his extensive explorations of Chesapeake Bay in New England, marked him as one of the key figures in early American history. After his death, he was laid to rest at the Saint Sepulchre without Newgate Church, located in Holborn Viaduct in London. This church, the largest parish church in the city of London, boasts a long history dating back to 1137. It serves not only as a place of worship, but as a repository of the city's history, with various monuments and memorials commemorating notable historical figures. Thus, Captain Smith's legacy is visually represented within the church by a stained glass window on the south wall, dedicated to his memory. The commemorative window serves as a lasting tribute to his life and endeavors, encapsulating his enduring impact on the narrative of British maritime exploration and the early years of American settlement. Henry Every, the notorious 17th century pirate famed for his cunning and success in maritime exploits. Born in England 1659, he became a pirate by 1694, leading a mutiny on the Spanish slave ship Charles II, subsequently renaming it to the Fancy. But his most infamous act was the 1695 capture of the Ganj-e-Sawai, a Mughal ship laden with treasure, making him one of the wealthiest pirates in history, and of course straining relations between England and the Mughal Empire. Now, despite a global manhunt, Every continued to evade capture, and his ultimate fate to this very day remains a mystery, cementing his legacy as the King of Pirates. Welcome to the channel, everyone, and it's nice to meet any newcomers. To those returning, good to have you again. Do you like pirates? Do you have an interesting fact about pirates? How about you leave it in the comments, and I will pin the most interesting one. Who knows? It could be you. Now, without any further ado, let's get on with the video today. The biography of the King of Pirates, Henry Every. Henry Every's birth is believed to have taken place on the 20th of August, 1659, in the settlement of Newton Ferrers, located approximately 6 miles southeast of Plymouth in England. According to the parish records that have been lovingly preserved, lucky for us, he was identified as the child of one John Avery and his wife Anne, whose maiden name is unfortunately unknown. But what about the Avery family? Were they always pirates? Of course not. Well, the Avery family of Devon were already quite well established, and they were certainly not poor by anyone's estimation. It's probable that he was a relative of the Avery family residing in Wycroft Castle, and if you're residing in a castle back in those days, you're doing pretty well for yourself, unless you're residing in there because you're hiding from a sieging army. Then you're not doing very well. Now, based on the declaration of William Phillips, who was a crew member on Avery's ship, who provided a voluntary confession following his capture, it is stated that Avery was approximately 40 years old in August of 1696. Additionally, it's mentioned that Avery's mother resided close to Plymouth, while his wife was involved in selling periwig and lived in Ratcliffe Highway. Either way, Avery was married to one Dorothy Arthur at St. James Duke's Palace in London on the 11th of September 1690, according to documents. But unfortunately, we don't have any evidence that suggests that they had any children. This doesn't mean that they didn't have any. It just simply means that we don't have any written accounts of it. Now, the earliest biographical record of the individual, titled The Life and Adventures of Captain John Avery, which was released in 1709 in London, indicates that he was born in 1653 at Catdown, Plymouth. Well, despite the current knowledge that we have already mentioned and the incorrectness of this place and date, they have been commonly referred to in prior works. There is another proposed year as well for Avery's birth, which is 1665, but this is also incorrect. Well, the author of the memoir, who was actually from the Netherlands, penned his narrative about 10 years after Henry Avery disappeared. He goes by the name of Adrian van Broek, but it seems likely that this was a made-up name. The tale recounts Van Broek's brief period of being held as a prisoner by Avery's crew on board the ship Fancy. It also asserts that Avery's father was a merchant captain who had previously served in the Royal Navy under the command of Admiral Robert Blake. Various subsequent narratives of Avery's life, notably Daniel Defoe's King of Pirates in 1720, have also mentioned the earlier publication and used it as a reference. However, as of 2024, its accuracy is doubtful, and further to that, the Dictionary of National Biography has labeled it as a fiction with very little basis in reality. That's a 1-star review from them. And here's another one for you. There is a belief that Avery's birth name was not Henry Avery at all, but actually Benjamin Bridgman. That is supported somewhat loosely by his nickname, Long Ben. Don't know how he got that nickname. Contemporary scholarship has, however, disproven this claim. In fact, historians widely acknowledge that Henry Avery was indeed the pirate's authentic name, as evidenced by the use of his name throughout his time in the Royal Navy. Now, since this occurred before he started his pirate activities, he didn't really require a false identity. He adopted the moniker Bridgeman only after engaging in piracy. It is possible that Every was related to the famous Every baronets, although, well, once again, it's simply a possibility. We don't really have any definitive evidence to support the claim, at least not yet. It is likely that Every had a career as a sailor, though, from a very young age, serving on many ships in the Royal Navy. According to popular tales, Every was a member of the English fleet that attacked Algiers, that is, in Algeria, of course, in 1761, engaged in piracy on the Caribbean Sea, and even commanded a logwood freighter. However, it is important, rather, to note that these events are derived from Van Broek's narrative, and we can't take them too seriously. Well, the documented evidence, however, does begin in March of 1689, which is just after the start of the 9 Years' War. Now, amid this conflict, England and its allies, which included Bavaria, the Dutch Republic, the Palatinate, Saxony, Spain, were engaged in a war against Louis XV of France. You see, their goal was to limit French expansion. In this context, Every, who was in his early 30s at the time, served as a midshipman on the HMS Rupert, a powerful warship that boasted an impressive 64 guns. The ship was under the command of Sir Francis Wheeler. Every's Navy record indicates that he prioritized his family and allocated only a small portion of his earnings toward non-essential items like tobacco. He consistently sent the majority of his income back home to support his family. That's very nice of him, isn't it? Now, onto HMS Rupert, which played a pivotal role in seizing a significant French convoy at Brest, France in the middle of 1689. Well, Every's triumph provided him with a chance to improve his financial situation, and by the end of July, he was elevated to the position of master's mate on the HMS Rupert, although he was likely the least experienced among the ship's 3 master's mates. By the end of June 1690, he received an invitation to join Captain Wheeler on a recently built ship called the HMS Albemarle, which was equipped with 90 guns. It is probable that he took part in the Battle of Beachy Head against the French a fortnight later, a conflict that concluded in a devastating manner for the English. Every was subsequently released from the Royal Navy on the 29th of August of that year. But following his release from the Royal Navy in 1691, Every got engaged in the Atlantic slave trade. Not the best career choice, but pretty normal for the time. He was hired by Isaac Riccio, the royal governor of Bermuda, to carry enslaved Africans from West Africa to the Americas, and during this time, Every mostly worked as a slave trader along the Guinea coast. One English historian, Douglas Botting, describes Every as a very cunning and deceitful slaver, surpassing many others in the same despicable trade. In 1693, Every's actions along the Guinea coast attracted the attention of other slave traders. Captain Thomas Phillips, a Welsh slave trader, and the captain of the Hannibal, a slave ship working for the Royal African Company, noted in his journal that I have not encountered Africans as cautious as those here on the coast, which leads me to believe they have been deceived and abducted by individuals like Long Ben, also known as Avery. Avery was notorious for employing a deceptive tactic of hoisting friendly flags to entice slave dealers aboard his vessel, only to subsequently capture and confine them in the ship's hold with their enslaved victims. Well, you feel sorry for the slaves, of course. But one can only imagine the looks that the slaves would have been given to the slave masters when they're all locked in the same room together. Just imagine how nervous the quote-unquote master was when he found himself in the same position of those he wanted to dominate. Oh, how the turntables! Well, Phillips has stated in his own writings, encountered Avery multiple times, and maybe even had a personal connection with him. You see, Phillips observed Avery's atypical authorization for slave selling from Riccia, a disliked governor who was subsequently dismissed in 1693 due to misconduct. But nevertheless, historians have observed that there is a scarcity of documentation regarding this particular phase of Avery's life. And now, in the same year of 1693, there was a group of investors who were based in London, led by one Sir James Hoblan, a wealthy merchant aiming to revive the stagnant English economy, who established a bold enterprise called the Spanish Expedition Shipping. The expedition comprised of 4 warships, the Pink Seventh Sun, along with the frigates Dove, with renowned navigator William Dampier serving as second mate, James and Charles II, which is sometimes mistakenly referred to as Duke. Now, the ship Charles II was authorized by Charles II, not of England, don't get confused, of Spain, who the ship was named after, to attack French ships in the West Indies. The venture was authorized by the Spanish under a trading and salvage license. Now, the main objective was to travel to the Spanish West Indies, engage in trade, provide the Spanish with weapons, and retrieve gold from sunken galleons, all while looting the French territories in the region. The investors pledged to remunerate the sailors generously. The contractual agreement specified with a fixed monthly salary to be dispersed biannually, as twice a year, over the duration of that employment, with the initial month's payment provided in advance prior to the commencement of the mission. Hoblan personally embarked on the ships and encountered the crew, providing them with reassurance on their wages. Indeed, all wages up until August the 1st, 1693, which was just before the expedition began, were dispersed on that very date. Now, back to Avery. Due to his prior naval experience, especially being a part of the Royal Navy structure, he was elevated to the position of first mate upon joining the Spanish expedition. Admiral Sir Don Arturo O'Byrne, an Irish aristocrat with prior experience in the Spanish Navy, commanded the convoy consisting of 4 ships. But the trip encountered an immediate setback when the flag captain John Strong, an experienced sailor who had previously served under Sir William Phipps, passed away while the ship was still docked. Not so strong after all. Despite being replaced by Captain Charles Gibson, this was not the final occurrence of tragedy for the venture. The 4 warships were ascending the Thames to Corunna in northern Spain in early August of 1693. But unexpectedly, the ships reached Spain 5 months after the 2-week voyage to Corunna. Ships had to wait because Madrid's legal documents had simply not yet arrived. Slow post system. Some things never change. Well, as the documents were delayed, the sailors were trapped in Corunna, unable to send money home to their families, and unable to find other work. Several months passed by in the port, and the men officially requested their captain to pay them their starting wages. If the request was granted, the people could have left the ship easily. Their appeal was, however, rejected, which most of them saw coming anyway. Bit of a long shot, but worth a try. Well, after the men's wives' unsuccessful petition to Hoblon, many sailors became frantic, believing that they had been betrayed and even enslaved by the Spanish. Tricked. Well, the 1st of May, as the fleet finally left Corunna, the men demanded 6 months' worth of wages, or they would immediately go on strike. Now, although Hoblon refused, Admiral O'Byrne saw the gravity of the situation and wrote to England requesting payment for his crew. On the 6th of May, O'Byrne and some sailors argued, which likely led them to plan a mutiny and recruit more sailors. Thus, each man recruited others. According to William Phillips, a sailor on the Dove, Every would actively go between other ships and convince the men to join him, promising to take them to a place where they could make enough money. Every's experience and lower social status made him the best candidate to lead the mutiny, as the crew believed that he would prioritize their well-being, mutual understanding, perhaps even class solidarity. So back to O'Byrne, who planned to spend the night on land on Monday the 7th of May 1694, giving the men their chance. Every and about 25 other men boarded Charles II at 9 p.m. and surprised the crew. Captain Gibson's incapacity ended the revolt without bloodshed. One report states that James's men approached the ship in a longboat and said, "Is the intoxicated boatswain present on the vessel?" before joining the mutiny. Captain Humphreys of the ship of the James informed Every that the crew was abandoning their posts, but Every calmly replied that he was well aware of that. Thus, James shot Charles II, alerting the Spanish night watch. Thus everybody had to flee to the sea and disappeared into the darkness. Well, Every allowed the non-conspirators to disembark after sailing far enough to ensure their safety, and even respectfully suggested that Gibson take command if he supported their cause. Charles Elms, another sailor on the crew, said Every had told Gibson, "If you are interested in joining us, we will accept you, and if you become serious and focus on your duties, there is a possibility that I may promote you to one of my lieutenants. However, if you do not, there is a boat available to transport you to the shore." The captain and the other sailors disembarked after refusing. Only the ship's surgeon was prohibited from leaving, because they had to have a surgeon on board. Career choices sometimes you regret them. And of course, with that, Every was unanimously elected by the remaining men the captain of the ship. He was reportedly more impolite, however, with Gibson, but he did offer him the second mate position, which is not bad. Whatever the situation was, Every executed the rebellion with refinement and magnanimity, suggesting he was not just seeking a good excitement or a quick raid for some quick money, but he had some broader ambitions. Well, let's see how it goes from here. Seems that the career of Henry Every is just about to begin. No, it was very easy for him to convince the men to go on a pirate voyage to the Indian Ocean, because their first assignment resembled piracy, and Every was known for his persuasive skills. He may have referenced Thomas Tew's Red Sea bounty capture a year earlier, but the crew quickly decided to split the treasure, so each member got a single share, but the captain got two. Now the ship was renamed to the Fancy to reflect the crew's renewed optimism, and also its exceptional performance. They then headed for the Cape of Good Hope. Every committed his first act of piracy by stealing supplies from 3 Barbados-based English commercial ships in Miao, Cape Verde's easternmost island in the Sotavento archipelago. 9 crew members from these ships quickly joined Every's crew, bringing their total to 94. He occasionally visited Guinea and tricked a local chieftain into boarding the ship Fancy by pretending to trade. He enslaved the chieftain and his men by seizing their wealth. Every then stopped at Bioko in the Bight of Benin as he travelled down Africa's coast. After this, it was time to make a few adjustments to the ship. By removing part of the superstructure, the ship Fancy became one of the fastest vessels on the Atlantic. Around October 1694, the Fancy seized 2 Danish privateers near Principe, looting their ivory and gold cargo, and boarding 17 Danish deserters. In early 1695, the Fancy circumnavigated the Cape of Good Hope and stopped in Madagascar. The crew likely restocked near St. Augustine's Bay during this visit. The ship then stopped at Joanna, Comoros. Every's crew slept and restocked once again. They then plundered a passing French pirate ship and recruited 40 of its crew members to join the company. At this point, Every had about 150 skilled soldiers. Of course, at this time, Every had wrote to English naval commanders in the Indian Ocean, falsely claiming that he had not attacked English ships, even though he most certainly had. His letter describes a signal English skippers could use to signal their presence, allowing him to avoid them. He warns them that if they do not use the signal, his crew may simply just take it as free rein to loot the ships. In fact, the document may have been a ploy by Every to avoid the East India Company, whose powerful ships were the Fancy's only real threat in the Indian Ocean. However, the letter did not deter the English from seeking him out, and with that, they began to follow him. He then travelled to the volcanic island of Perim in 1695 to await an Indian fleet that was expected. The fleet was Asia's and possibly the world's richest treasure fleet, and if the pirates took it, they would have orchestrated the best and richest pirate raid ever. So, of course, they were certainly having the dollar signs turning around in their eyeballs for that one. Now, in August of 1695, Fancy arrived at the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, where Every joined forces with 5 other pirate captains. 2 on the sloop of war Amity, commanding 60 men, Joseph Farrow on the Portsmouth Adventure leading 60, Richard Want on the Dolphin also with 60, William Mays on Pearl with 30 or 40, and Thomas Wake on Susanna with 70 men at his disposal. Of course, each captain had privateering commissions spanning from the eastern seaboard of North America. Every became admiral of the 6-ship pirate flotilla. Despite Du's likely superior expertise. Either way, he suddenly led over 450 men as they patiently awaited the Indian Navy. A fleet of 25 Grand Mughal vessels, including the 1,600-ton Ganj-e-Sawai, with 80 cannons and over 1,000 crew members, and also its larger escort, the 3,200-ton Fateh Muhammad, with 94 cannons and 800 crew members, was seen crossing the straits to Surat. The convoy evaded the pirate fleet overnight, but the pirates pursued it. Fateh Muhammad's fortune of 50 to 60,000 pounds could have bought Fancy 50 times over, but the pirate fleet divided it among themselves, leaving Every's crew with very little. Now the ship Ganj-e-Sawai, under the command of Muhammad Ibrahim, was indeed a formidable adversary, equipped with 80 cannons and a musket-wielding security force of 400, in addition to 600 other passengers that may take up arms if times were desperate. The Pearl crew, first apprehensive about attacking Ganj-e-Sawai, now gained courage and joined Every's crew on the deck of the Indian ship. And thus an intense hand-to-hand melee therefore took place, lasting for a duration of 2 to 3 hours. According to Muhammad Hashim Kafi Khan, a modern Indian historian in Surat at the time, Ganj-e-Sawai's captain quickly went to the lower decks as Every's crew entered the ship. He gave the enslaved girls weapons and told them to get up on top and fight the pirates. In his extensive book, The History of India, as narrated by its own historians, Kafi Khan blames Captain Ibrahim for the battle's failure. He writes that the Christians were poor sword fighters, and that the royal vessel had many weapons. Well, the weapons didn't do them much good. Kafi Khan claimed that the victorious pirates assaulted and killed their terrified captives on every corner of every deck of the ship, and the pirates even tortured their captives who hid the riches in ship storage to get more information. Some Muslim women took their own lives by jumping overboard to avoid being violated, while others were captured and brought aboard the ship Fancy. Well, according to later accounts, Every found something more delightful than precious stones, I quote, on board, likely Aurangzeb's daughter or granddaughter. Now, modern East India Company sources say Ganji Sawai was transporting a relative of the emperor, but there is no proof that it was his daughter or her entourage. Contemporary source, rather, not modern. Well, either way, the pirates left the survivors on their ships to return to India. Ganji Sawai, the most prominent Mughal ship, yielded 200 to 600,000 pounds, and this included 500,000 gold and silver coins. Pirates split up the loot among themselves. In the work A General History of the Pirates by Charles Johnson, which is admittedly an unreliable source, it is claimed that Every used his persuasive skills to convince the other captains to trust him with the Mughal loot, and then he escaped under the cover of night. Pearl and fancy crews traded trimmed coins, according to more reliable accounts. Every's crazed men took Pearl's wealth. Portsmouth Adventure witnessed the battles of the Ganges Sawai, but Faro's crew did not participate and did not gain any of its riches. And each man gave maize 2,000 pieces of 8, probably an estimate since the treasury they had captured would have been in Indian and Arabian currencies of different values. This was mainly to buy provisions, and after this they parted ways. Now that's the general story from Charles Johnson's work. Now, the looting of Emperor Aurangzeb's treasure ship occurred during a time of turmoil for the East India Company, whose profits were still recovering from the war. See, the East India Company imported 30,000 pounds in 1695, down from 800,000 in 1684. Every's attack threatened English trade in India, and that is bad for business. Local Indian governor Itimad Khan quickly detained and monitored the English who were in Surat. This was done to protect them from the violent locals and as retribution for their countrymen's harm. An enraged Aurangzeb shut down 4 East India Company factories in India and detained the officers, almost authorizing a military assault on Bombay to permanently expel the English from India. Now, the East India Company promised all monetary compensations to Aurangzeb, while Parliament officially labelled the pirates as hostis humani generis, or the enemy of humanity. In mid-1696, the government authorized a £500 reward for Every's capture, which is equivalent to almost 100,000 US dollars in today's money. Additionally, they promised to pardon anyone who provided his location, a get-out-of-jail-free card. The first documented global manhunt began when the East India Company raised the reward to £1,000, so about the equivalent of 200,000 US dollars in today's money. In March of 1696, the ship Fancy anchored at Royal Island, 80 kilometers northeast of New Providence in the Bahamas. 4 of Every's crew members took a small boat to Nassau, the island's capital. They carried a letter for the governor of the island, Nicholas Trott, and in the letter it said that Fancy had just returned from Africa, and the ship's 113 interlopers needed some time on land. Trott received £860 from the crew for letting Fancy enter the harbour and concealing the men's East India Company commercial monopoly violation. Now, Captain Henry Bridgman, with quotation marks, promised to give the governor the ship after his crew had unloaded the cargo. And that was an offer that certainly piqued Trot's interest. You see, 8 years into the 9 Years' War, the island, which the Royal Navy had not visited in a while, was dangerously underpopulated. Trot was aware that the French had recently seized Exuma, which was 140 miles southeast, and were en route to New Providence. Nassau had only 60 or 70 residents, and half of them were on guard duty at any given time, making it impossible to staff all 20 cannons. If the crew of the Fancy had stayed in Nassau, the island would have twice as many men, and if anything was going to happen, they'd certainly be able to put up a decent fight. So the heavily armed ship in the harbor may also deter a French attack simply by being there. While refusing entry to, quote, Bridgman could be disastrous if he became aggressive, as his group of 113 would likely overpower the island's population. Trot called a meeting of the Governing Council of Nassau, likely arguing that interloping was simply a common offense, and that rejecting the men who were currently securing the city was as unwise as it was unjustified. Thus the council allowed Fancy to use the harbor. Apparently they were also unaware of the illicit payment, that being the bribe that was given to secure the proper conditions. As I say, it always helps grease the wheels. Trot wrote to Every that his crew could come and go, and he then met Every on solid ground in a private meeting. After Fancy was transferred to the governor, he found more bribes in the ship's hold, including 50 tons of ivory tusks, 100 barrels of gunpowder, many chests of rifles and ammunitions, and several ship anchors. Now, there was also a little point of concern. There were a great many coins on the boat, yeah, sure, but they were all foreign minted coins, and they were very numerous. Where'd you get all the foreign minted coins from? Well, Trot could not really overlook this. He likely saw the repaired battle damage on the Fancy and knew that the crew was more than simply unlicensed slavers. After learning that the Royal Navy and the East India Company was searching for the ship Fancy, and that this Captain Bridgman was actually Every, Trot simply denied knowing anything about the pirates' background other than what they had told him. He insisted that islanders had no reason to doubt their claims. He ignored the pirates' proclamation that Every's crew could be easily identified and exposed due to their large amount of foreign gold and silver coins. Meanwhile, Every's men could frequent town taverns, normal pirate activities. The crew quickly became dissatisfied with the Bahamas because the island had a low population density and, well, there was just nothing to do. You see, they had all of this money and nowhere to spend it. What were they going to spend it on? I don't know. A couple of jars of preserved jam or something. You can't expect too much from a small town of 70 people. So after that, the pirates didn't have much of a choice. They lived on in general monotony for a few months. Well, Trot, he had already taken all of the Fancy's valuables and intentionally crashed it into rocks, possibly on his own orders, to destroy a crucial piece of evidence. It is claimed that Trott had to issue a warrant for Every's arrest or reveal his pirate ties after receiving the order to arrest him and his crew. So, to save his reputation, he informed the authorities of the pirates' location. But Every and his crew were warned before the police arrived. The entire crew of 113 fled the island. Only 24 of the men were caught, and 5 of them were executed. But Henry Every was never seen again. His last statements to his subordinates were a series of contradictory narratives about his destination, likely to deceive any pursuers, throw them off the trail. Well, some believe that Every's crew disbanded after failing to buy a pardon from Trott or the Jamaican governor. Some stayed in the West Indies, but most seem to have gone to North America. Every may have returned to England with the survivors. Some of these people boarded the Isaac, while Every and 20 others boarded the Seaflower under Captain Farrow for Ireland in late June of 1796. They raised suspicions while unloading their valuables, and 2 were arrested, but then everybody simply escaped again. Of course, during the decade after Every's disappearance, there was an ongoing search for him, and actually there were a few people who claimed to see him, but unfortunately none of them were considered trustworthy. Following the release of a fictitious autobiography in 1709, which asserted that Every was a monarch governing a pirate paradise on Madagascar, popular narratives progressively adopted a more mythical and romantic tone. Well, despite the widespread belief among the people, these stories lacked any foundation of fact. They were simply made up. But hey, got to sell books somehow, don't you? You think of how captivating that would be. Some pirate captain out there keeps evading capture, running his own pirate kingdom. You can see how that would be quite an interesting topic for people to buy books about. Well, approximately 75 members of Every's crew embarked on a journey to North America with the intention of evading the extensive search conducted across the continent. The crew members were observed throughout the Carolinas, New England, and Pennsylvania. Now, some of them went as far as bribing the Pennsylvania governor William Markham with £100 per person. This was sufficient to procure the governor's loyalty, as he was cognizant of their true nature, and purportedly even sanctioned one of them to wed his daughter, which I couldn't imagine any father vetting someone to marry his daughter, asking what the career they had was, and they said, well, I'm a pirate. Well, you've got my blessing. Go ahead. I'll pay for the wedding and everything. Well, once again, bribes. The money does the talking. Well, despite the efforts of other local officials, particularly Magistrate Captain Robert Sneed, to apprehend the pirates, the governor's support ensured that they continued to be bold enough to even openly brag about their actions while getting drunk in all the local taverns. When Sneed's persistent behavior began to annoy the governor, the magistrate was reprimanded. And this is the quote from the magistrate. He, Markham, called me rascal and dared me to issue my warrants against these men, saying that he had a good mind to commit me. I told him that were he not governor, I would not endure such language, and that it was hard to be treated for doing my duty. He then ordered the constables not to serve any more of my warrants. Moreover, being greatly incensed, he wrote a warrant with his own hand to the sheriff to disarm me. End of the account. Well, the proclamation issued by Maryland, Massachusetts, New York, Virginia, and other colonies sanctioned the arrest of Every, although their actions were often limited to this, just proclamations. As time passed, the colonial governors faced increasing risks in sheltering pirates. However, only 7 members of Every's crew were ever brought to trial between 1697 and 1705. And guess what? Every single one of them was found not guilty. The Anglo Spanish War of 1585 to 1604, initiated by English support for Dutch rebels in the Spanish-held Netherlands, a war that escalated due to religious and commercial tensions, notably marked by English privateers such as Sir Francis Drake raiding Spanish merchant ships and colonies. A significant turning point in the war was the 1588 launch of the Spanish Armada, which sought to invade England, but was disastrously defeated by the smaller but more maneuverable English ships, with a little help from unexpected weather. The war continued with various military and naval engagements, including English expeditions against Spanish colonies and the Spanish Armada of 1596, which failed in a similar manner. The conflict eventually concluded with the Treaty of London in 1604, restoring peace, but leaving many of the commercial and religious issues unresolved. It was a prolonged war that strained Spanish resources and marked the beginning of the decline of the Spanish maritime supremacy, and in turn the rise of England as a global naval power. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's really good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to have you back here with me again. If you want to go above and beyond to support the channel, then check the video description. Otherwise, enjoying the content and a like and subscribe is just as good. Now, without further ado, let's get into another niche topic for today. During the 1560s, Philip II of Spain faced significant challenges as Protestantism gained ground in the Low Countries, part of his European domains. Committed to defending the Catholic Church, Philip sought to quell the growing Protestant influence, efforts that culminated in open rebellion in 1566. At the same time, his diplomatic relations with England deteriorated under the reign of Elizabeth I, particularly after her 1559 Act of Supremacy, which re-established royal control over the Church of England, a move that was seen by Catholics as a direct challenge to papal authority. This act not only revived policies first implemented by her father, Henry VIII, but it also reversed the Catholic orientation of her sister Mary I, who was also Philip's wife. This was a situation further aggravated by calls from prominent English Protestants for support of the Dutch rebels against Spanish rule, amidst a backdrop of religious strife in France, where Catholics and Protestants supported opposing factions, and were generally at each other's throats for most of the time. This period of religious and political turmoil was of course compounded by commercial disputes, notably the activities of English sailors such as Sir John Hawkins, whose ventures into the West Indies beginning in 1562 were deemed by Spain as smuggling. These tensions escalated when a Spanish fleet attacked Hawkins and Sir Francis Drake during their slaving expedition in 1568 at the Battle of San Juan de Ulloa near Veracruz, New Spain, resulting in significant losses for the English. The souring relations between England and Spain continued to worsen in 1569, when the English detained several Spanish treasure ships intended to support Spanish forces in the Netherlands. In response, Drake and Hawkins intensified their privateering efforts, challenging the Spanish monopoly on Atlantic trade. Between 1577 and 1580, Drake embarked on a privateering voyage that included the circumnavigation of the globe, pretty impressive, during which he also had the free time to plunder Spanish colonial ports and capture numerous ships, including the treasure-laden galleon Nuestra Señora de la Concepción. News of these exploits, once they reached Europe, further strained the diplomatic ties between Elizabeth and Philip II. Following the Portuguese succession crisis of 1580, England had sided with Antonio, Prior of Crato, offering him support in his claim to the Portuguese throne against Philip II of Spain. In retaliation, Philip began backing the Catholic rebellion in Ireland, aiming to undermine Elizabeth's Protestant reforms. Both monarchs' efforts to meddle in foreign affairs, however, eventually faltered. In 1584, Philip sought to strengthen his position by signing the Treaty of Joinville with the Catholic League of France, committing to suppress the Protestant Huguenots in the French Wars of Religion. Full video on that already for those who are interested. Meanwhile, the political landscape in the Spanish Netherlands was becoming increasingly volatile. England, albeit covertly, had been supporting the Dutch Protestant United Provinces in their struggle for independence from Spanish rule. The assassination of the Prince of Orange in 1584 only deepened this crisis, leaving a significant leadership void and heightening the sense of vulnerability among the Dutch. The situation escalated in 1585 when Spanish forces under the command of Alexander Farnese succeeded in capturing Antwerp. This major loss alarmed the Dutch rebels and pushed them to seek more overt support from England. Fearing the implications of Spanish dominance in the Netherlands for England's own security, Elizabeth agreed to assist the Dutch. The Treaty of Nonsuch was signed in response to this appeal for aid. It was through this treaty Elizabeth committed to providing the Dutch with military support and financial subsidies, but she conveniently stopped short of claiming sovereignty over their territory, In exchange, the Dutch offered England control over 3 strategic cautionary towns, which were to be garrisoned by English troops. Not a good deal, but you get what you're given, I suppose. Philip II interpreted this English intervention as a direct challenge to his authority in the Netherlands, viewing the Treaty of Nonsuch as an outright declaration of war by England against the Spanish rule there. Such the Anglo Spanish War erupted in 1585, sparked by the seizure of English merchant ships in Spanish harbors. In retaliation, the English Privy Council swiftly authorized a campaign targeting the Spanish fishing industry in Newfoundland and off the Grand Banks. This campaign not only proved to be a significant success, but also marked England's first sustained engagement in the Americas. In that same year of 1585, England formally entered the 80 Years' War on the side of the Dutch Protestant United Provinces, which were seeking independence from Spanish rule. Additionally, the English attempted to establish a foothold in the New World, with the founding of the Roanoke colony by Ralph Lane, although, well, let's just say that colony was short-lived. Amidst all of this, Queen Elizabeth, through her advisor Francis Walsingham, directed Sir Francis Drake to lead an expedition against Spanish holdings in the New World. This move was intended as a kind of preemptive strike to weaken Spanish resources before they could launch an attack on England. Thus, Drake set sail in October, and by January 1586 he had captured and sacked Santo Domingo. His campaign continued with the sacking of Cartagena de Indias in February and a raid on St. Augustine in Florida in May. Upon Drake's return to England, he was basically Queen Elizabeth's golden boy and celebrated as a national hero. There's a reason why he's Sir Francis Drake and not just Francis Drake. Well, conversely, these actions in Spain were a lot less popular. They further motivated King Philip to consider a full-scale invasion of England. Meanwhile, Thomas Cavendish embarked on his own maritime venture in July of 1586 with 3 ships, aiming to disrupt Spanish interests in South America. Cavendish's expedition was notably destructive. He raided 3 Spanish settlements and captured or destroyed 13 ships, including the Santa Ana, a treasure galleon carrying a vast haul that became the richest prize ever captured by the English. Not bad for a day's work, that's for sure. Cavendish's successful circumnavigation of the globe, which he completed in September of 1588, added to the era's dramatic episodes of maritime adventures and conflict, showing the escalating tensions and hostility, but also that spirit of the pioneers during this period. Well, Robert Dudley in that same year, 1585, was dispatched to the United Provinces with a dignitary party and subsequently accepted the offered governorship. This move incited the fury of Queen Elizabeth I, who had explicitly stated she did not desire any sovereignty over the Dutch. Well, at the time, an English mercenary army had been engaged in the conflict from the onset, under the seasoned leadership of Sir John Norreys. Despite their combined efforts, Leicester and Norreys found themselves commanding a force that was both undermanned and, perhaps worse, underfunded, struggling against one of the most formidable militaries in Europe led by Alexander Farnese, the Duke of Parma. The situation got even worse during the frighteningly named Siege of Grave the following year, when Dudley attempted to relieve the town. However, the Dutch garrison commander, Van Hemert, surrendered the town to the Spanish. Dudley was understandably enraged by the unexpected loss and ordered the execution of Van Hemert, a decision that more understandably shocked and dismayed the Dutch. While following this incident, the English forces did manage to achieve some military success, capturing Axel in July and Doesburg in August. However, Dudley's poor diplomatic relations with the Dutch exacerbated the situation. He was not the best at making friends, and that whole execution of Van Hemert certainly left a bad taste in a lot of Dutch mouths. Overall, his political and military standing was beginning to crumble away. Further setbacks occurred outside Zutphen, where an English force was defeated, and the esteemed poet Philip Sidney was mortally wounded, dealing a significant blow to the English morale. But, of course, it kept getting worse, with the betrayals of Zutphen and Deventer by Catholic turncoats William Stanley and Rowland York, further tarnishing Leicester's reputation. While the subsequent siege and the capture of Sluis, which housed a largely English garrison by the Duke of Parma in June of 1587, after the Dutch refused to aid in its relief, led to intense mutual recriminations between Leicester and the States General. Realizing the gravity of his failing position, Leicester requested to be recalled. He resigned from his post as governor, leaving his tenure marked by military and political failures that ultimately led to his financial ruin. Not a very good retirement fund. Poor old Earl of Leicester. Certainly eating lots of porridge in his old age. Good for digestion, though. Well, following his departure, the Dutch turned to the Prince of Orange's son, Count Maurice of Nassau, electing him as the stadtholder and governor. Meanwhile, Peregrine Bertie took command of the English forces in the Netherlands. But of course, there was another event that influenced things. The execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, on the 8th of February 1587 ignited a furor among Catholics across Europe. In response, Philip II of Spain vowed to invade and replace its Protestant monarch with a Catholic ruler. Them's fighting words for sure. However, his plans were initially thwarted in April 1587, when Francis Drake launched his daring raid and destroyed 37 Spanish ships in the harbor of Cadiz. This, of course, delayed the invasion for over a year. Lots of repairs to be done. Well, by July 29th of that same year, Philip had secured papal authority to overthrow the excommunicated Queen Elizabeth and install a ruler of his choosing. To fund this massive endeavor, he amassed a fleet of about 130 ships, staffed by over 8,050 sailors, almost 19,000 soldiers, over 2,000 rowers, and supported by crusade taxes, and a promised subsidy from Pope Sixtus V, should they land on English soil. That was the important part. Well, on May 28, 1588, the Spanish Armada, led by the Duke of Medina Sidonia, set sail for the Netherlands to gather additional forces. As the Armada navigated the English Channel, it encountered relentless attacks from the English Navy, commanded by Charles Howard, the first Earl of Nottingham, and of course, the most popular man in Spain, Francis Drake, their old friend, paying them a visit again, this time with the home ground advantage. These engagements stretched from Plymouth to Portland, and then to the Solent, effectively preventing the Spanish from anchoring in any English harbours. Forced to retreat back to Calais, the Spanish fleet anchored in a defensive crescent formation. Taking advantage of this, the English launched fire ships into the Spanish formation, causing chaos and forcing the Armada to break ranks and scatter. The subsequent Battle of Gravelines saw the English Navy inflict significant damage, compelling the Armada to flee north into stormy seas around Scotland. As the beleaguered fleet made its way back to Spain and suffered further devastation from severe storms and shipwrecks off the coast of Ireland, with many lives lost to disease and the elements. Philip II's invasion plans ultimately foundered due to a combination of adverse weather, strategic missteps, and the effective defensive maneuvers of the English and their Dutch allies. The debacle of the Armada not only provided invaluable naval experience to the English seafarers, but also bolstered the Protestant morale, widely seen as a divine endorsement of their cause. After all, how else would have they won? Well, in the next year, 1589, under command of good old Francis Drake again, and his friend John Norris, an English counter-armada was prepared with three primary objectives: to destroy the damaged Spanish Atlantic fleet being repaired in northern Spain, to incite a rebellion in Lisbon, Portugal, and install Dom Antonio as king, and of course to seize the Azores for a permanent base to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet. The treasure was the important part. However, the mission deviated significantly from its initial goals, largely because it operated as a joint stock company. Drake, with investors to satisfy, prioritized plunder over strategic military objectives because, of course, you have to keep the shareholders happy. Ooh, I can hardly say it. Well, he initiated the campaign with a surprise attack on Coruña on May the 4th, capturing the lower town and seizing several merchant ships. Despite a modest victory at Puente del Burgo by Norris, the English were repelled with heavy losses when they assaulted the citadel, and some of their ships were captured by the Spanish naval forces, and I'm sure the shareholders will not like that. While failing to secure Coruña, the fleet then set sail for Lisbon, landing on May the 26th. Poor organization, a lack of siege weaponry, and starvation hindered their efforts, and the anticipated uprising by the Portuguese supporters of Crato did not occur. Well, with Portuguese and Spanish reinforcements arriving, the English were forced to retreat, suffering severe losses from disease and starvation as they headed further north. During their retreat, Drake sacked Vigo, and another contingent led by William Fenner, who had been separated during a storm, temporarily took Porto Santo in the Madeira archipelago to resupply. Drake also attempted to reach the Azores, but was thwarted by adverse winds. Facing escalating illness and mortality among his crew, he ultimately abandoned the mission, returning to Plymouth under constant harassment from Captain Diego de Aramburu's squadron. The expedition thus failed to achieve any of its intended objectives, and missed a critical chance to deliver a decisive blow to the weakened Spanish navy. A failure that not only resulted in substantial financial losses for England, but also represented a significant embarrassment, seldom acknowledged even in contemporary accounts. The next year, Philip II capitalized on this missed opportunity by revitalizing his navy, dispatching 37 ships with around 6,500 men to Brittany to establish a strategic base on the Blavet River. Despite significant mobilization by the English and the Dutch in subsequent years, they were unable to disrupt the Spanish control over their lucrative overseas routes, allowing Spain to maintain its dominance in Europe for several more decades. But following the defeat of the Spanish Armada, the Duke of Parma's invasion force was stood down. In the autumn, Parma moved his troops north towards Bergen op Zoom, and laid siege to the English-held town with a substantial force. Employing a cunning ruse, the English managed to repel the Spanish, forcing Parma to retreat with heavy losses, a victory that significantly boosted both Dutch and English morale. In 1590, an Anglo-Dutch force under Maurice of Nassau and Sir Francis Vere, respectively, launched a campaign to capture Breda. In a notable operation, a small assault force concealed in a peat barge executed a surprise attack that led to the successful capture of the city. This victory was particularly significant, as Spanish forces were heavily committed in France supporting the Catholic League and in the Low Countries. This diversion allowed Maurice to initiate what would be known as the 10 glorious years of gradual Dutch reconquest. The retaking of Zutphen and Deventer soon followed, restoring English prestige that had been tarnished by earlier betrayals. A decisive victory over the Spanish at Nodensburg in 1591 further bolstered a new confidence in the Anglo-Dutch army, which by then comprised nearly half of the Dutch forces. The momentum continued, with the recapture of several key towns, including Hulst, Nijmegen, Steenbroek, and Coevorden, over the next 2 years. In 1593, a Spanish attempt to recapture Coevorden was thwarted when Anglo-Dutch forces under Maurice and Vere successfully relieved the town in the spring of 1594. The capture of Groningen in the summer of that year forced the Spanish out of the northern provinces, leading to the full restoration of the 7 provinces. With these successes, a very happy Queen Elizabeth renewed the treaty with the Dutch states in 1595, maintaining the English troop presence at about 4,000, financed by the Dutch with the Crown's expenses to be repaid in installments until peace was concluded. However, the campaign faced setbacks in 1595, when Maurice failed to prevent the fall of Huy, and later attempts to capture Groll and Rheinberg were thwarted by Spanish forces under the veteran Cristobal de Mondragon. The withdrawal of English and Scottish troops for an expedition to Cadiz temporarily weakened Maurice's campaign efforts, allowing the Spanish to recapture Hulst and leading to a prolonged stalemate. By 1597, Spanish fiscal difficulties and distractions in France provided an opening. The Anglo-Dutch forces achieved a significant victory at the Battle of Turnhout, where a Spanish force was surprised and routed. Capitalizing on the Spanish preoccupation with the siege of Amiens in France, Maurice launched a successful summer offensive, capturing Rheinberg, Grunloh, and several other key cities. This series of victories enabled the recapture of most of the 7 northern provinces of the Netherlands, establishing a formidable barrier along the Rhine River and solidifying Dutch control over their territory. Now, let's just wind it back a little bit for some context to the 1580s and allow us to talk a little bit about privateering and naval warfare in general at that time, and then we'll wheel back to the 1590s and early 1600s as we go along. In November of 1588, following the defeat of the Spanish Armada, Philip II ordered the construction of 21 new galleons to bolster his naval capacity. These vessels, 12 of which were built in the Cantabrian ports, are notably named the 12 Apostles, which is, yes, a very cool name for the ships, but it also reflected a significant enhancement in size and firepower. Additional ships were constructed in Portugal, Gibraltar, and Vinaròs, and were all swiftly put into service. Subsequently, Philip established a robust naval base in Brittany, enhancing his military reach against England. This base not only posed a direct threat, but also facilitated a sophisticated convoy system and an enhanced intelligence network that significantly improved the protection of the Spanish treasure fleet from English naval attacks in the 1590s. One of the notable confrontations during this period occurred near the Azores in 1591, where an English squadron led by Effingham was repulsed, and the English flagship, HMS Revenge, was captured by the Spanish after fierce resistance by its captain, Sir Richard Grenville. On the English side, the merchant privateers, often called Elizabeth's sea dogs, experienced fluctuating success. In the 3 years following the Armada's defeat, these privateers captured over 300 Spanish prizes, amassing declared spoils of war worth more than £400,000 of the day's money. Notable figures such as the Earl of Cumberland and Sir Walter Raleigh backed or even led these profitable expeditions. For instance, Cumberland's ventures included the profitable Azores voyage in 1589, and alongside Raleigh and Martin Frobisher, he participated in one of the war's most lucrative naval expeditions off Flores Island in 1592. During this expedition, the English fleet captured the large Portuguese carrack, Madre de Dios, yielding treasures nearly half the size of England's annual royal revenue, providing Elizabeth with a 20-fold return on her investment. The success of these raids ignited enthusiasm among the English for such profitable endeavors. Raleigh's own expedition in 1595 to explore the Orinoco River aimed at finding the mythical city of El Dorado, and although the expedition plundered the Spanish settlement of Trinidad, the wealth that Raleigh reported was exaggerated. This period also saw the Preston Summers expedition, which achieved the daring capture of Caracas through an overland assault. Prominent London merchants like John Watts funded many of these expeditions, including James Lancaster's highly profitable raid on Recife and Olinda in Portuguese Brazil. In retaliation, the Spanish monarchy employed privateers from Dunkirk to disrupt English shipping, striking back against the English privateers and causing significant damage to English maritime interests. These actions underlined the ongoing maritime conflict between Spain and England, marked by both nations' efforts to outmaneuver each other on the high seas. Christopher Newport emerged as one of the most successful English privateers during this period, with significant financial backing from John Watts. In 1590, Newport set out to raid the Spanish West Indies, and despite losing his right arm in battle where he defeated an armed Spanish convoy, he continued his privateering efforts with remarkable success. Of course, everybody from that day onwards underestimated him. They thought he was completely harmless. Well, the blockade of western Cuba in 1591 was notably the most effective English privateering adventure of the war. Newport followed this with another triumphant expedition to Hispaniola on the Bay of Honduras the next year. However, the 1595-96 expedition, which also involved Drake and Hawkins, ended in disaster. Both commanders died of disease, and the English suffered substantial losses, despite having achieved some minor military victories. In August 1595, the Spanish naval force led by Carlos de Amasquita launched a raid from Brittany, landing in Cornwall, where they burned Penzance and surrounding villages. This incursion showed the ongoing vulnerability of the English coastal defences, not as strong as they should have been. While the following year in 1596 an Anglo-Dutch expedition under the Earl of Essex, one of Elizabeth's favourite boys, sacked Cadiz. This operation inflicted significant damage on the Spanish fleet and disrupted their plans for an invasion of England. Although the treasure ships were destroyed by the Spanish to prevent capture, the sack of Cadiz was hailed as a major English victory, enhancing Essex's reputation to rival even that of Queen Elizabeth herself. Despite these notable actions, the English crown struggled with the profitability of such naval expeditions. The 1597 Islands Voyage, led by Essex, aimed to destroy the Spanish fleet and intercept a treasure fleet at the Azores, but ended in a costly failure. Essex, of course, faced severe criticism from Queen Elizabeth upon his return for not protecting the English coast. Talk about being called into the principal's office. Well, the Anglo Spanish War also placed a heavy strain on the English treasury, of course. Yet it proved lucrative for many of those English privateers. Certainly easy to slip a few doubloons into your pockets. Notable expeditions continued, however, including Cumberland's successful capture of San Juan in 1598 and attacks on Spanish settlements and ships by privateers like Newport, William Parker, and Christopher Cleves through the end of the war. Just days before the peace treaty of 1604, the Spanish admiral Antonio de Oquendo captured an English privateer in the Gulf of Cadiz, marking one of the last naval engagements of the conflict. Well, throughout the war, the English corsairs significantly disrupted Spanish and Portuguese merchant activities, capturing nearly 1,000 Spanish prizes by the war's end. But despite this, the Spanish managed to protect their vital treasure fleets through an effective convoy system. The war inadvertently fostered a shift in commercial maritime activities, with much Spanish and Portuguese trade carried out on Dutch and English ships, intensifying competition and altering the dynamics of European maritime commerce. In the winter of 1598-99, Spanish forces under Francisco Mendoza retook Rheinberg and Moers during a campaign that highlighted the ongoing Spanish effort to maintain control in the region. However, Mendoza's subsequent attempt to capture Bommelerwaard was thwarted by Dutch and English forces, led by Maurice of Nassau. The failure at Zaltbommel not only led to Mendoza's retreat, but also triggered chaos within the Spanish ranks, including mutinies and desertions. In response to the disarray within the Spanish army, the Dutch Senate, led by Johan van Oldenbarnevelt, decided to shift the focal point of the war to Catholic-dominated Flanders in 1599. Despite English tensions between Maurice and van Oldenbarnevelt, a sizable contingent of the English army, under Francis Vere, joined the Dutch campaign. Using Ostend as their base, which was still under Dutch control, their strategic goal was to capture the privateer stronghold of Dunkirk. In 1600, the Anglo-Dutch forces advanced towards Dunkirk and achieved a rare pitched battle victory against the Spanish Tercio-led army at the Battle of Newport, with the English playing a significant role. However, internal disputes within the Dutch command shifted priorities towards taking Spanish-occupied cities elsewhere in the Republic, leading to the abandonment of the immediate plan to capture Dunkirk. Maurice's forces withdrew, leaving Vere the command at Ostend in anticipation of a Spanish siege. Thus the siege of Ostend began while Maurice launched an offensive along the Rhine frontier in the summer of 1600, successfully retaking Rheinberg and Moers from the Spanish. In 1602 at Ostend, Vere repelled a major Spanish frontal assault organized by Archduke Albert, resulting in heavy losses for the Spanish. Meanwhile, Maurice continued his military campaigns, successfully retaking Grave, although Vere was severely wounded during this siege. In mid-1604, an attempt by the Dutch and English to relieve Ostend resulted instead in the besieging and capture of the inland port of Sluis. Shortly afterwards, the garrison at Ostend capitulated after nearly 4 years of siege, marking a costly Pyrrhic victory for the Spanish, who suffered significant losses. The French wars of religion and simultaneous conflicts in the Low Countries and against England strained Spain's resources significantly. In 1590, the Spanish landed a substantial force in Brittany to support the French Catholic League, driving out English and Huguenot troops from much of the region. However, the tide began to turn when Henry IV of France converted to Catholicism in 1593, a move that garnered him broad support and facilitated his coronation in Paris the following year, following his unsuccessful siege of the city in 1590. In 1594, Anglo-French forces managed to thwart Spanish plans to use Brest as a launching point for an invasion of England by capturing Fort Crozon. The formation of the Triple Alliance in 1596 between France, England, and the Dutch Republic marked a significant diplomatic shift. This alliance led Elizabeth I to send an additional 2,000 troops to France after the Spanish had captured Calais. The Anglo-French forces under Henry IV recaptured Amiens in September of 1597, reversing a series of Spanish military successes and halting their advances. Initial peace talks had begun even before the recapture of Amiens, and the French Catholic League's support was waning as Henry IV consolidated power following his conversion and subsequent military victories. Exhausted by prolonged conflicts and facing financial ruin, Philip withdrew his support for the League and recognized Henry's legitimacy, leading to the Peace of Vervins in the May of 1598, which ended the last of the religious civil wars in France, as well as the Spanish intervention. Simultaneously, in Ireland, the 9 Years' War erupted in 1594, as Ulster Lords Hugh O'Neill and Red Hugh O'Donnell rebelled against English rule, sporadically supported by the Spanish here and there. The conflict drained English resources and was compounded by 2 failed Spanish Armada attempts in 1596 and 97, both thwarted by severe weather. In 1601, a final Spanish Armada was dispatched to assist the Irish rebels, but only half the fleet reached Ireland due to another storm. Of course, England living up to its reputation for its beautiful weather. While the troops that did land were besieged by English forces in the town of Kinsale. Although Irish forces eventually joined to aid the Spanish, communication failures led to an English victory. The Spanish capitulated, and they were allowed to return home, while the Irish rebellion continued until it finally concluded in 1603, shortly after the death of Elizabeth. In 1598, the long and costly war had already taken its toll on Spain, and with the end of the war in France, Philip III sought peace with England as well. Both England and the Dutch Republic were also weary of the ongoing conflict, underscoring the mutual desire for peace. But despite this, the peace negotiations at Boulogne in 1600 saw the Spanish demands sternly rejected by the English and Dutch representatives. However, diplomatic channels did remain open, largely due to the more conciliatory stance of the Archduke of Austria and his wife, Infanta Isabella, Philip's sister, who advocated for peace and friendly relations, in contrast to Philip's desire to come out swinging punches at everybody and maintaining Spanish hegemony. In the following year, after the English victory in Ireland, an English naval blockade under Richard Leveson marked a significant naval strategy against Spain. Lewison's fleet sailed into Sesimbra Bay off Portugal, engaging a fleet of Spanish galleys under Federico Spinola and Alvaro de Bazan. Spinola, who had been bolstering his forces at Sluis with the intentions of a potential strike against England, faced defeat at the hands of Lewison in June of 1602, resulting in the sinking of 2 galleys and the capture of a rich Portuguese carrack. Later, despite gathering more galleys and sailing through the English Channel, Spinola was defeated again by an Anglo-Dutch naval squadron off the Dover Straits, forcing the remaining Spanish galleys back to Sluis. These naval defeats effectively halted further Spanish naval operations against England for the duration of the war, shifting Spain's focus away from an invasion of England to the ongoing siege of Ostend. Now, after the death of Elizabeth, the accession of James I in 1603 brought a new dynamic to the peace process. James, the Protestant son of Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots, whose execution had partly precipitated the war, saw himself as a peacemaker. His foreign policy aimed at the ambiguous goal of reuniting Christendom, and keen to end the protracted conflict, he ordered the cessation of further privateering. In response, Philip III sent a Spanish-Flemish commission led by Juan de Tassis to London to negotiate the end of the war. After nearly a year of deliberations, peace was finally concluded on the 28th of August 1604 at Somerset House in Westminster. The treaty allowed for the continuation of military actions at Ostend and Sluis until the end of those campaigns, marking a pragmatic approach to winding down the war. This peace treaty not only ended the long-standing conflict between Spain and England, but also reflected a significant shift in European diplomatic relations at the start of the 17th century. The Treaty of London in 1604 marked a significant turning point in European diplomacy, restoring the status quo between Spain and England and concluding a long and exhaustive conflict. The treaty's terms were favorable to both nations, reflecting mutual necessities and strategic interests. No one at this point was trying to take from the other's pocket, as both of their pockets were pretty empty. Everybody just wanted to go home. I can understand that. Can't you? Well, for Spain, the treaty solidified its position as a dominant world power, successfully protecting its New World colonies and its treasure fleets, and they needed to get back a little bit of treasure at this point. This was largely due to improvements Spain had made to its convoy system, which significantly enhanced its abilities to defend against privateer attacks. The treaty also allowed Spain to refocus its military efforts on the Dutch rebellion, although it did not require England to completely abandon their support for the Dutch. However, the ongoing sieges of Ostend and Sluis were permitted to continue, underlining the incomplete nature of the peace, at least with respect to the Low Countries. By 1607, the situation had evolved to an extent that the Spanish were somewhat unable to subdue the Dutch, leading to the 12 years' truce which effectively recognized the independence of the Dutch Republic. Back in England, the treaty was seen as both a diplomatic victory and an economic necessity, given the financial strains caused by years of warfare. Nevertheless, it was actually unpopular among the general public, who felt that James had forsaken the Protestant cause in the Netherlands to appease Spain, which of course damaged his popularity. Yet the treaty did ensure that Protestantism was protected in England, and James firmly resisted Spanish demands for Catholic toleration. Furthermore, the Treaty of Mellifont in 1603 between James I and the Irish rebels, coupled with Spain's commitment not to support the rebels as stipulated in the London Treaty, underscored the broader pacifying agenda of James's foreign policy. The treaty celebrations in Spain reflected public approval, with large festivities in Valladolid, despite some criticism from the Catholic clergy about Philip III's engagement with the Protestant nation. But despite the peace, the English remained strategically positioned for colonial expansion. The war had indeed diverted resources away from colonial ventures, but the profits from privateering enabled significant investment into new enterprises. The establishment of the London Company, which founded a settlement in Virginia in 1607, and of course the Great East India Company's successful penetration of the Spanish and Portuguese trade monopolies in Asia exemplified England's emerging colonial ambitions. However, contentious issues like English trading rights in the Spanish East and West Indies were sidestepped in the treaty negotiations, highlighting more than a few unresolved tensions. The peace was also marked by internal religious dynamics in England, where the Gunpowder Plot of 1605 reinforced anti-Catholic sentiments and ensured the continuation of stringent anti-Catholic laws. This incident effectively dispelled any lingering fears that peace with Spain could lead to increased Catholic influence in England. Thus, the Treaty of London and the end of the war not only concluded a protracted period of chaotic warfare, but also set the stage for the shifting power dynamic in Europe, with both Spain and England recalibrating their domestic and colonial strategies in this rapidly changing world. Of course, it only lasted until 1625, when new conflicts emerged. But hey, everyone's gotta do something with their time, don't they? The Voyages of James Cook, a British explorer and navigator in the 18th century, represent some of the most significant exploratory expeditions in maritime history. Undertaking 3 major voyages across the Pacific Ocean between 1768 and 79, he achieved the first recorded European contact with the eastern coastline of Australia and the Hawaiian Islands. Add to the list the first recorded circumnavigation of New Zealand, and it's not a bad roster of achievements. These voyages not only filled in vast areas of the unknown map of the world, but also substantially contributed to the scientific knowledge of the time through Cook's detailed observations of the natural environment, astronomy, and of course the collection of numerous plants and animals that were previously unknown in Europe. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and for those who are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you want to support the channel, that's as easy as doing what you're doing right now. Just enjoy the videos, but the like and subscribe are only 2 clicks away, and if you want to go further than that, refer to the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But for now, with the introduction out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we're going to talk about the Voyages of James Cook. It's going to be in 3 parts, as there were 3 voyages. We're not going to be talking about the earlier parts of James Cook's life. Perhaps we'll do a full biography at a later date. But just for tonight's video, we're going to talk about the voyages in particular, as that was what defined the life of Cook. Let's begin with the first voyage. On the 16th of February, 1768, the Royal Society approached King George III with a request for funding to support a scientific expedition aimed at observing the transit of Venus in 1769. It was this celestial event that would allow astronomers to calculate the distance between Earth and the Sun. Well, the king, after some convincing, was finally in agreement, and after his endorsement, the Admiralty decided to merge this scientific endeavor with a mission of great secrecy, that being to explore the southern Pacific in search of the hypothesized continent known as Terra Australis Incognita. The expedition's dual purposes were not kept secret for long, however. Reports soon surfaced in the media, detailing the departure of notable figures such as Banks, Solano, and Green the astronomer, who were to join Captain Cook aboard the ship known as the Endeavour. Their journey was to take them past Cape Horn to the South Seas, primarily to chart the path of Venus, of course, but also to scout for new lands to claim for the king. The London Gazette explicitly noticed on the 18th of August, 1768, that the team was set to explore the vast unknown reaches beyond the 40th latitude. Their starting point was the recently discovered island in the Pacific, referred to as George's Land. The importance of this location, particularly Tahiti, was highlighted as a strategic base for further exploration of the southern hemisphere. In preparation for the voyage, the British Admiralty outfitted 2 sloops of war. Reports from the Gazette of France on June 20th, 1768, indicated that these ships would launch from the newly identified island to commence their quest for the southern continent. Originally, the Royal Society recommended Alexander Dalrymple, a Scottish geographer who was passionate about establishing contact with the supposed 50 million inhabitants of the southern continent. Dalrymple believed that even minimal trade with this land could significantly bolster Britain's economy. He requested a captain's commission in the Royal Navy as a condition for leading the expedition. However, Edward Hawke, the First Lord of the Admiralty, vehemently imposed appointing a non-seaman to command a naval vessel. After all, he didn't have the experience, and it was a decision influenced by past mutinies, such as the one on the HMS Paramore under Edmund Halley's civilian command in 1698, and they did not want another mutiny. Well, the deadlock was resolved when James Cook, a naval officer skilled in mathematics and cartography, was suggested as a compromise. Cartography, by the way, is the art of making maps. Now, both the Royal Society and the Admiralty agreed, and Cook was promptly promoted to lieutenant and given command of the historic expedition. And just like that, the adventure was about to begin. In June 1764, a robust merchant collier, the Earl of Pembroke, was launched from the bustling coal and whaling port of Whitby in North Yorkshire. This ship was characterized by her broad and flat bow, square stern, and a long box-like structure that featured a deep hold, making her ideally suited for the shallow waters she was often navigated through. This flat-bottomed design allowed her to be beached for cargo operations and minor repairs without the need for dry dock facilities, a very big advantage when you're heading out into the great unknown, especially since you don't know what repairs you're going to have to make. Measuring 106 feet in length and 29 feet 3 inches in beam, she registered at 368 tons. Now, the Admiralty acquired the Earl of Pembroke in May 1768 for the sum of almost £3,000, and promptly sent her to Deptford on the River Thames to undergo necessary modifications for the impending voyage, and outfitting for a very long journey. At Deptford, her hull was reinforced, caulked, and a third deck was added to accommodate cabins, a powder magazine, and additional storage. Now, just quickly, that word caulked, basically what they mean by that, you know in Oliver Twist how you have all the boys separating all of the old ropes into the little threads? Well, that was essentially for the ships. So between the beams of each ship, they would fold over this deconstructed rope, push it inside there really tight as a waterproof seal, and then they would run a bead of wax along it. At the end of the process, all you'd really see was this black line which they would polish off. But that was the best way of waterproofing the hull of a ship, and they called it caulking. So that's why it was such a big deal and a big industry back in those days for the workhouses in Victorian times, that they needed as much of this as possible. Anyway, back to the topic. So essential to her operation of this Earl of Pembroke were a longboat, a pinnace, and a yawl, as well as a 28-foot sweeps to enable rowing when winds failed, or perhaps in the event of demasting, heaven forbid. And so, after all the repairs and necessary preparations were made, it was rechristened as His Majesty's bark, the Endeavour, and armed with 10 4-pounder cannons and 12 swivel guns to protect against potential threats during her Pacific explorations. Better safe than sorry. Now, the Endeavour was provisioned with extensive supplies, including 6,000 pieces of pork, 4,000 of beef, large quantities of bread, flour, and even sauerkraut, alongside a diverse assortment of cheese, salt, peas, oil, sugar, and oatmeal. The journey also included significant stocks of alcoholic beverages, with 240 barrels of beer, 44 barrels of brandy, and 17 barrels of rum. Because what's a cruise without a good drink? Well, remarkably, the livestock on board included a well-traveled goat that had previously circumnavigated the globe with Samuel Wallace. The strategic and secretive nature of the expedition was underscored by the Admiralty's instructions to Cook, split into 2 confidential sections. Initially, the mission focused on reaching Tahiti for the transit observation, followed by an exploration southwards in search of the mythical southern continent. Subsequently, Cook was to navigate westward towards New Zealand, from where he could chart his course finally back to England. deliberately avoiding mention of New Holland, known today as Australia. On the 30th of July, 1768, the Admiralty confirmed a crew of 73 sailors and 12 Royal Marines for the voyage under the command of the 40-year-old Lieutenant Cook. His team included 2nd Lieutenant Zachary Hicks and 3rd Lieutenant John Gore, an experienced naval veteran of 16 years. The expedition also featured notable scholars and artists, including the official astronomer Charles Green and the appointed botanist Joseph Banks, who was accompanied by a Swedish naturalist Daniel Solander, a Finnish naturalist Herman Spårding, 2 artists, a scientific secretary, and 2 servants from his estate. Thus, on the 26th of August, 1768, they set sail from Plymouth aboard the Endeavour with a crew of 94 and provisions sufficient for 18 months. The voyage first reached Rio de Janeiro on November 15th, where it remained until the 2nd of December for resupplying and repairs. The local viceroy, Marquess de Azambuja, was skeptical of the British intentions, suspecting ulterior motives beyond the stated scientific goals due to the recent British expansions post-7 Years' War. And Cook was reportedly quite irritated by the viceroy's mistrust. In his journal he detailed the fortifications of Guanabara Bay, remarking on the city's vulnerability to naval assault, suggesting it could fall to a squadron of 6 line ships. And that sounds like fighting words to me. Well, they didn't end up coming to blows, at least. It was time to leave. Continuing their journey, the Endeavour rounded Cape Horn, crossing the expansive Pacific to anchor at Matatavi Bay in Tahiti by April 13th, 1769. Here, preparations for observing the transit of Venus were underway, scheduled for June the 3rd. Cook established a fort and an observatory at what is now known as Point Venus for this exact purpose. The appointed astronomer for this critical observation was Charles Green, assistant to the recently appointed Astronomer Royal, Neville Maskelyne. The observation's main goal was to accurately measure the distance from Venus to the Sun, which would enable the calculation of distances to other planets and solve the longitude problem on Earth. On the day of the transit, Cook recorded the event with hopeful precision, and we read from his diary. Saturday the 3rd. This day proved as favorable to our purpose as we could wish. Not a cloud was to be seen the whole day, and the air was perfectly clear, so that we had every advantage we could desire in observing the whole of the passage of the planet Venus over the Sun's disk. We very distinctly saw an atmosphere or dusky shade around the body of the planet, which very much disturbed the times of the contacts, particularly the 2 internal ones. Dr. Solander observed as well as Mr. Green and myself, and we differed from one another in observing the times of the contacts much more than could be expected. Despite ideal conditions, the measurements made by Green, Cook, and Solander differed more than was usual, which raised questions about the accuracy of their instruments. Though adequate for the time, the equipment could not circumvent all observational errors. Later comparisons with other observations of the transit revealed inconsistencies, and the results were less inclusive than they had all hoped. It's now believed that These discrepancies were due to optical phenomena like the black drop effect, which hindered precise measurement, particularly with the instruments at their disposal. And just getting off script a little bit quickly to explain what the black drop effect is. I can't quite just gloss over that one without giving you a brief explanation. So basically this effect is an optical phenomenon. It occurs during the transit of Venus or Mercury across the Sun. So when these planets move across the edge of the Sun, they appear to be connected by the Sun's edge by a thin black line or drop, hence the name, and it makes it difficult to precisely determine the exact moment when the planet fully enters or exits the solar disk. Now, it's caused by a combination of the telescope's optical limitations, which at the time, definitely a fair few of them, but also the blurring effect of the Earth's atmosphere, and added to that the properties of light itself as it passes through the different mediums. Well, that's my simplistic explanation of it. I hope that makes sense. Now back to the essay. So, following the successful observation of the transit of Venus, as successful as it could be, Cook was tasked with the next phase of the mission, as outlined in the sealed orders he opened thereafter. He was directed to scour the southern Pacific for the elusive Terra Australis, a hypothetical southern continent that the Royal Society and Alexander Dalrymple in particular were quite convinced actually existed. Of course, many believed that it didn't and it was just completely made up, but, well, I'm talking from Australia right now, so looks like they were wrong. Well, they believed that discovering it was crucial for Britain, especially to claim it before any other European nation could. Before embarking on this ambitious search, Cook chose to first survey the surrounding islands. During this period, a local priest and mariner named Tupaya joined the crew of the Endeavour. His expertise as a pilot, interpreter, and mediator proved indispensable, facilitating smoother interactions between Cook's crew and the indigenous populations they encountered. On July 13th, the Endeavour set sail from Tahiti, reaching Hua Hin 3 days later. Here, Cook presented Ori, the island's chief, with a nice little gift, an inscribed plate. It's very nice of him, isn't it? He intended it as a permanent marker of their discovery, stating it was a lasting testimony of having first discovered the island as we could leave behind. Continuing his exploration, he arrived at Raiatea on July the 20th, where he ceremoniously claimed Raiatea and the nearby islands of Hua Hin, Bora Bora, and Tupai, along with Murawa, for Great Britain, collectively naming them the Society Islands, due to their proximity to one another. By August the 9th, adhering to his Admiralty instructions, he set course southwards in pursuit of the mysterious Terra Australis. After navigating approximately 2,400 kilometers, the Endeavour reached the 40 degrees south latitude by early September. Yet the supposed continent remained unseen. But sticking to his orders, Cook altered his course somewhat westward, aiming for New Zealand, while maintaining a trajectory between the latitudes of approximately 29 and 40 degrees south. On October 6th, 1769, Cook arrived in New Zealand. marking only the second time Europeans had reached the islands since the voyages of Abel Tasman some years ago in 1642. The following day, Cook and his landing party set foot on Poverty Bay, located on the northeast coast of the North Island. The initial interactions with the indigenous Maori people were tragic, to say the least, resulting in the deaths of 4 or 5 locals within the first 2 days, certainly not off to a good start. A subsequent encounter near Cape Kidnappers, which is a very ominous name, on October 15th, led to 3 more Maori deaths. These incidences filled Cook with deep regret, as he had expressly instructed to avoid hostilities with the native populations, so don't blame him for it. Sometimes people disobey orders, and he was deeply affected by this. He took it personally. Anyway, despite the early tensions, subsequent interactions proved to be more harmonious, particularly at Anaura Bay and Tologa Bay. Tupaya, the Polynesian priest and navigator who had joined the village in Tahiti, was instrumental in these peaceful exchanges. Definitely a good guy to have around, especially since he looked a lot more like the locals than Cook and his crew did, that's for sure. His ability to understand and communicate in the Maori language greatly facilitated trade and cooperation, allowing the Europeans to resupply essential provisions, such as water and fresh vegetables. In early November, the Endeavour anchored at Mercury Bay, where Cook observed the transit of Mercury on the 9th of November. And at this time, relationships with the Maori here were mostly peaceful, marred by only one isolated incident during a trading dispute that resulted in the death of a local, the last such incident recorded during the voyage. Cook formally claimed Mercury Bay for Great Britain on November 15th, before setting sail again. Continuing northwards, Cook's ship anchored at Bream Head, and then the Bay of Islands. They circumnavigated North Cape amidst the strong gales, narrowly missing a rendezvous with the French expedition led by Surville aboard the St. Jean-Baptiste. By the 6th of January 1770, the weather had improved, and Cook navigated the west coast of the North Island without going ashore. By mid-January, he reached Queen Charlotte Sound on the north coast of the South Island, a location he would return to in subsequent voyages. A few weeks later, on the 22nd of January, he led an expedition to nearby Arapawa Island, where he ascended the Kaitapea Peak and sighted the strait separating the North and South Islands, which he named Cook Strait, confirming that the North Island was distinct and not a part of the larger southern continent. Cook formally claimed Queen Charlotte Sound and the surrounding territories for King George III on the 31st of January, marking the final act of British territorial claim in New Zealand during this voyage. Departing on the 5th of February, the Endeavour sailed through Cook Strait and turned north, allowing Cook to map the coastline from Cape Palliser to Cape Turnagain, completing his circumnavigation of the North Island. Cook continued his exploration by navigating south along the east coast of New Zealand's South Island, meticulously charting the region and perpetuating the search for the fabled southern continent. March the 10th. As the Endeavour rounded the South Cape, the reality began to set in. Even the most fervent of believers like Joseph Banks, that the South Island was not part of any larger unknown landmass. The discovery challenged the long-held European myth of this vast southern continent. Perhaps it really was not there. Well, Cook wasn't so keen to give up. He then sailed north along the island's west coast, avoiding any landings, before re-entering Cook Strait and arriving at Admiralty Bay on the 27th of March, thus completing the circumnavigation of the southern parts of New Zealand. Throughout these travels, Cook demonstrated exceptional navigational skills, mapping a territory nearly the size of Italy with remarkable accuracy, and marking only 2 significant cartographic errors. You look at his maps from the time and our current maps and, well, they're pretty good. Well, due to time constraints, he did mistakenly identify Banks Peninsula as an island, and believed that Stewart Island, located at the southern tip, was actually connected to the mainland. Of course, this latter point has stirred some debate among historians. There is one Margaret Cameron Ash who suggests that Cook might have been aware of a strait separating Stewart Island from the mainland, but chose to conceal this knowledge for strategic, military, and colonial reasons. However, historians such as Maurer, aligning with Geoffrey Blaney's analysis, suggest that Cook likely erred due to the pressing nature of his mission and the challenging conditions which hindered a more detailed exploration of the potential strait. Either way, on the 31st of March 1770, reflecting on his journey in his journal, he asserted that the findings from the Endeavour's voyage had effectively debunked the theories of many scholars about the existence of a southern continent north of the 40th parallel south. He remained somewhat agnostic about the regions beyond this latitude, not giving them up completely, but leaving the question of what might lie further south open to future explorations. One day, he resolved to leave New Zealand, and he made a crucial decision regarding the next leg of the journey. He recorded his deliberations on setting course back home, when opting to explore the uncharted eastern coast of New Holland, as Australia was then known. He wrote in his journal, "Being now resolved to quit this country altogether, and to bend my thought towards returning home by such a route as might conduce most advantage of the service I am upon, I consulted with the officers upon the most eligible way of putting this in execution. To return by the way of Cape Horn was what I most wished, because by this route we should have been able to prove the existence or non-existence of a southern continent, which yet remains doubtful. But in order to ascertain this, we must have kept in a higher latitude in the very depth of winter, but the condition of the ship in every respect was not thought sufficient for such an undertaking. For the same reason, the thoughts of proceeding directly to the Cape of Good Hope was laid aside, especially as no discovery of any monument could be hoped for in that route. It was, therefore, resolved to return by way of the East Indies by the following route. Upon leaving this coast, to steer to the westward until we fall in with the east coast of New Holland, and then to follow the direction of that coast to the north, or whatever direction it might take us, until we arrive at its northern extremity. And if this should not be found impracticable, then to the endeavour to fall in with land or islands discovered by Quiros, Now, Cook's plans reflected a shift in British exploratory and colonial ambition, somewhat influenced by earlier works on navigation and travel. One such influence was evident in the recommendations found in John Campbell's editions of John Harris's Navigantium Atque Bibliotheca, or the Voyages and Travels, which Cook carried on the Endeavour. The work had suggested a strategic approach to British colonization as follows, and I quote from that work. The first point, with respect to a discovery, would be to send a small squadron on the coast of Van Diemen's Land, and from thence round, in the same course taken by Captain Tasman, by the coast of New Guinea, which might enable the nations that attempted it to come and to an absolute certainty with regard to its commodities and commerce. By this means, all the back coast of New Holland and New Guinea might be roughly examined, and we might know as well, and as certainly as the Dutch, how far a colony settled there might answer our expectations. Oh, by the way, Van Diemen's Land, that was the old name for Tasmania. That is the island state in Australia just off the southeast coast. Well, setting his sights westward, Cook aimed for Van Diemen's Land, initially charted by Abel Tasman, hence the name Tasmania, to determine if it was part of the elusive southern continent. However, relentless gales forced the Endeavour to veer northward, delaying their approach. On the morning of the 19th of April 1770, land was finally sighted at 6 a.m. To this new land, which Cook named Point Hicks, after Lieutenant Zachary Hicks, who first spotted it, marked the first recorded European sighting of Australia's eastern coastline, complementing previous Dutch explorations of the northern, western, and southern boundaries. Cook described this pivotal moment in his journal, noting the precise coordinates he estimated for Point Hicks, and crediting Lieutenant Hicks for the discovery. Despite his initial intent to head directly south to Van Diemen's Land, the southeastern trajectory of the coastline prompted Cook to reconsider the connectivity of this landmass to the supposed southern continent. The actual location of Cook's Point Hicks is believed to be somewhere between the modern towns of Orbost and Malakuta in Victoria. Interestingly, a survey in 1843 mistakenly named it Cape Everard, but on the 200th anniversary of Cook's landing, it was officially renamed Point Hicks. Historical assessments do suggest that the real point of land Cook referenced might be slightly southwest of today's Point Hicks. Perhaps by the time you watch this video, we'll have a little more information. Fingers crossed. You know that's where I'll be. It's only a few hours' drive for me. Now, regarding the timing of these events, it's a little complicated. The ship's log from that day reflects the use of nautical time, which during the 18th century ran from noon to noon, aligning events in the afternoon and then the following morning under the same date. This system did not adjust for Cook's westward circumnavigation until completing a full 360 degree relative to his home port's longitude. And as a result, while the land was sighted on the morning of what was nautically the 19th, this corresponded to the morning of April 20th by local civil time, due to the time zone difference between Britain and Eastern Australia. But that's only if we really want to get technical. While continuing their voyage northward, the Endeavour skirted closely along the coastline, with Cook meticulously charting and naming geographical features. On the 29th of April, they encountered a large but shallow inlet and anchored near a low headland adorned with sand dunes, now known as Silver Beach in Botany Bay. Upon marking their first continental landing there, Cook and his crew were confronted by two Guyagal men of the Darawal or Eroa nation, who perceived the strangers as spirits of the dead, shouting "Wara Wara Wai," meaning "You are all dead," and brandishing their spears. That's not a very nice welcome, isn't it? Well, Cook and his crew were obviously not wanting to be speared to death, so in an attempt to show peaceful intentions, his party offered beads and nails. But it seems that the locals did not really know what these things were, and the tensions only escalated. After one of the Aboriginal men threw a rock, Cook retaliated by firing a warning shot. That wasn't really much of a warning shot because it did manage to land in one of the Aboriginal men's leg. That's a pretty stern warning. Well, following this, of course, everything it all fell to pieces. The Guyagal men threw 2 spears before retreating, as Cook fired another round of small shot. The explorers encountered several children in nearby huts, however, leaving gifts for them, before collecting numerous spears and other artifacts. During their week-long stay at Botany Bay, Cook's crew gathered water, timber, and botanical specimens, while exploring the area extensively. The local indigenous people, after the failed attempts at diplomacy, kept their distance, watching the Europeans warily and retreating when approached. Now, despite several attempts by the explorers to engage with them peacefully, offering them food and gifts, the indigenous residents generally avoided interaction and occasionally threw spears and rocks, other projectiles, to ward off the newcomers. Initially, Cook named the inlet Stingray Harbor due to the abundance of stingrays, but it was later named Botanist Bay, and eventually Botany Bay, in honor of the unique plant specimens collected by botanists Joseph Banks and Daniel Solander. The site would later be advocated by Banks as a potential location for British settlement. And today it's not bad. It's all right. Well, on the 6th of May 1770, the Endeavour departed from Botany Bay, sailing north past an inlet Cook named Port Jackson, which is now known as Sydney Harbour. Unbeknownst to those on board, their line of sight missed several islands within the harbour, obscured by the high promontories of South Head and Bradley's Head. These islands, however, were possibly known to Captain Arthur Phillip before he left England in 1787 with the First Fleet. Video on him soon. Well, Cook continued his detailed exploration along the Australian coastline, anchoring at Bustard Bay, now known as 1770. I know, it's a strange name. On the evening of May 23rd, 1770, in shallow waters off the bay's southern point. And that night, a disturbing incident occurred involving Cook's clerk, Orton, who was found severely intoxicated and assaulted. His clothes and part of his ears had been cut off. Very gruesome. Cook immediately suspended and confined the suspect, Magra. Well, the following day, alongside Joseph Banks and the other crew members, ventured ashore. They explored Round Hill Creek, discovered a freshwater stream, and noted the area's suitability for anchoring a few ships. Cook also observed significant signs of Aboriginal presence, noting numerous fires on the hills and remnants of their occupation around them. On June 11th, the Endeavour tragically ran aground on the Great Barrier Reef, causing serious damage and halting their journey for nearly 7 weeks for repairs near modern-day Cooktown, at the mouth of the Endeavour River. During this unintended stay, Banks, Herman Sporing, and Daniel Solander made extensive collections of the Australian plants. Interactions with the local Gugu Yimidir people were generally peaceful, but tensions escalated over a disagreement involving green turtles, leading Cook to fire shots that lightly wounded one individual. It was during these interactions that the word kangaroo, derived from the Gugu Yimidir word ganguru, entered the English language. Well, by August 22nd, repairs were complete, and Cook resumed his journey, reaching the northernmost tip of the coast, which he named Cape York, without disembarking. He then skillfully navigated the treacherous waters of Torres Strait, confirming that New Holland, Australia, and New Guinea were completely distinct land masses, contrary to some geographical speculations and uninformed maps of the time. From a vantage point on what he named Possession Island, Cook claimed the entire eastern coastline he had charted for good old Britain. Throughout the voyage, Cook had implemented innovative measures to combat scurvy, a common deadly affliction on long sea voyages, and not an illness you want to come down with. He persuaded the crew to eat a metric ton of sauerkraut and other vitamin C rich food, initially by setting an example with the officers. His strategy proved to be effective, fostering a demand among the crew and significantly enhancing their health. This proactive approach helped ensure that by the time they reached Batavia, not a single crew member was listed as sick, which was a stark contrast to the fate of many other expeditions, especially those going over to the New World, America, North, South, West Indies. Many of them just get sick on the way, on the ship. And by the time the ship got to its destination, well, it was only carrying half the crew. Well, after navigating through the treacherous waters of the Torres Strait, Cook directed the Endeavour towards the island of Savu, where they briefly halted for 3 days to recuperate before setting sail to Batavia, the bustling capital of the Dutch East Indies. Known for its perilous health conditions, particularly rather nasty outbreaks of malaria, Batavia was a necessary stop for much-needed repairs, but proved hazardous due to the health of the crew. Now, while in Batavia, many of Cook's company fell ill due to the prevalent diseases, notably malaria and dysentery. Tragically, several significant members of the expedition succumbed to these ailments, including the Tahitian navigator, Tupaya, Banks' Finnish secretary and fellow scientist Herman Sporing, astronomer Charles Green, and the illustrator Sidney Parkinson. In remembrance of Sporing's contributions, Cook later named an island off the coast of New Zealand Sporing Island in his honor. Following their perilous time in Batavia, Cook continued his homeward journey, rounding the Cape of Good Hope and making a stop at St. Helena. The voyage then proceeded towards England, and on the 10th of July 1771, Nicholas Young, the boy who had first sighted New Zealand for the expedition, once again spotted home, England's coastline. By the morning of the 12th of July, the Endeavour was navigating the English Channel, passing Beachy Head, and by that afternoon it finally anchored in the Downs. Cook disembarked at Deal, Kent, to a somewhat unexpected homecoming. His return caught many by surprise, as various newspapers and journals had speculated that the Endeavour might have been lost at sea or destroyed in an encounter with French naval forces. Well, it didn't. Cook was back, safe and sound, achievement unlocked, and thus ended the first voyage. Well, I know what you're thinking. If the first voyage was so good, then why wasn't there a sequel? Well, of course there was, and here we are. Alright, so let's start with the second voyage now, which was in 1752. Now, you may remember the recurring character Alexander Dalrymple, the distinguished member of the Royal Society of London. Well, he made a significant discovery while translating Spanish documents seized in the Philippines. He uncovered Luis Valles de Torres' testimony, which confirmed the existence of a strait south of New Guinea, which is now known as Torres Strait. Inspired by this finding, Dalrymple published an historical collection of the several voyages and discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean between 1770 and 1771, sparking considerable interest in his theory of an undiscovered continent. Following his return from the initial voyage in 1771, Cook was promptly commissioned by the Royal Society for a second expedition aimed at locating the mythical Terra Australis Incognita. For this voyage, Cook took command of the HMS Resolution, a bit of an upgrade, while Tobias Furneaux helmed the companion ship, the HMS Adventure. The Resolution, originally a North Sea collier named Marquis of Granby, was launched in Whitby in 1770, acquired by the Royal Navy in 1771, and refitted for naval service. And despite initially being named HMS Drake, most likely after Francis Drake, I would assume, look that up for me if you could, concerns about Spanish reactions prompted a change to HMS Resolution on Christmas Day 1771. Well, both ships couldn't just be taken right off the lot and thrown into the expedition. There was work to be done. They both went under considerable modifications to meet the demands of their rigorous journey. The Resolution, which was 111 feet in length and 35 feet wide, was equipped with cutting-edge navigational tools, like an azimuth compass, ice anchors, and innovative water distillation apparatuses. That's a difficult word, isn't it? Well, additionally, Cook personally financed the installation of brass hinges in the cabin, ensuring durability and precision. Meanwhile, the HMS Adventure started at the Marquis of Rockingham, another Whitby-built collier. After her purchase and renaming, she measured 97 feet by 28, with a draft of 13 feet, and was armed with 10 guns. Both ships were built at the Fishburne Yard in Whitby, and acquired from Captain William Hammond of Hull. On this voyage, Cook also tested the Larsom-Kendall K1 chronometer, a precise timekeeping device essential for accurate navigation, which proved its reliability early on, a prudent choice. Alongside, the ships were loaded with extensive provisions and innovative health measures to prevent scurvy, including large quantities of sauerkraut once again, and quite many preserved carrots in a marmalade form. Livestock and various trinkets for trade or gifts were also on board, in case some diplomacy needed to be done. Nothing like a little present to grease the wheels. Well, Tobias Furneaux, an accomplished explorer with previous experience from Samuel Wallis's global voyage aboard the Dolphin in 1766–68, took command of the Adventure for this significant journey. His crew, numbering in at 81, included First Lieutenant Joseph Shank and Second Lieutenant Arthur Kemp. The complement was bolstered by 12 Marines under the leadership of Lieutenant James Scott, alongside Furneaux's personal servant, James Tobias Swilly, and master's mate John Rowe, a relative of Furneaux. As far as the ship's astronomer, well, they had a pretty good one on board. William Bailey, expert in the field at the time, adding once again to the vessel's scientific capabilities. A dream team this time, for an even more important voyage. Well, the original plan for the voyage had included the renowned naturalist Joseph Banks, who was to accompany Cook on the Resolution. Anticipating Banks's needs, the ship underwent an extensive and costly refit, including a heightened waist, an added upper deck, and a raised poop deck, which totaled around £10,000. However, sea trials revealed that these modifications had rendered the ship top-heavy, which is obviously a bit of a problem. Following Admiralty directives, a subsequent refit at Sheerness, costing an additional £882, removed the problematic structures. Dissatisfied with the alterations, Banks decided that he was simply not going to show up, citing the adverse conditions. Come on, Banks, you should have a bit more grit than that, especially when going on that sort of a journey. Well, in place of Banks, they had someone ready to replace him. The Royal Society appointed Johann Reinhold Forster and his son George as the Voyager's scientists. The Resolution thus carried a crew of 112, including Senior Lieutenants Robert Cooper and Charles Clerk, Midshipmen George Vancouver and James Burney, with Joseph Gilbert as master and Isaac Smith, the relative of Cook's wife, also on board. The scientific team was further strengthened by astronomer William Wales and artist William Hodges. Overall, the Resolution was manned by 90 seamen, 18 Royal Marines, along with other additional personnel, quite ready for the challenges of an ambitious journey. And thus they embarked on the second voyage of discovery on the 13th of July 1772, setting sail from Plymouth Sound aboard the Resolution. The first destination was Funchal in the Madeira Islands, where they arrived on the 1st of August. Cook praised the sailing qualities of the ship in a report to the Admiralty, noting its stability and maneuverability. After resupplying with fresh water, beef, fruit, and quite a few onions in Funchal, and later in the Cape Verde Islands, Cook directed the expedition south towards the Cape of Good Hope, arriving in Table Bay on October 30th. The crew remained in good health, thanks to Cook's stringent regime on diet and cleanliness, constantly ramming that sauerkraut down their throats. I don't know what they're complaining about. I love it. I eat it all the time. Anyway, it was here that the Swedish botanist Anders Sparman joined the expedition. Departing the Cape on November 22nd, 1772, Cook aimed to investigate claims by French navigator Bouvet of land he had named Cape Circumcision. I suppose it was a little bit cut off from the greater landmass, perhaps that's why they called it that. I don't know. Hard to make jokes about that. Well, facing severe cold, the crew were issued with warm jackets and trousers, and soon encountered a thick fog and even icebergs. Despite searching, Cook found no trace of Bouvet's Island, and instead encountered pack ice. By January 1773, during the southern midsummer, they managed to navigate southwards through the ice, reaching the Arctic Circle on the 17th of January. Hindered by ice the following day, Cook altered course to the northeast. On February 8th, the Resolution and the Adventure were separated by Antarctic fog. Tobias Fourneau, commanding Adventure, headed towards Queen Charlotte Sound in New Zealand, a location previously chartered by Cook. En route, Adventure chartered the coast of Tasmania, mistakenly assuming it to be part of the Australian mainland, and arrived at Queen Charlotte Sound on the 7th of May. Cook continued eastward, reaching 61 degrees latitude, 21 degrees longitude in late February, before deciding in mid-March to head for Dusky Bay, New Zealand, where he stayed until April 30th. The Resolution finally reached Queen Charlotte Sound on May the 17th. From June to October, the ships explored the southern Pacific, reaching Tahiti on August 15th, where they took on Omai of Raiatea, a significant figure who later became one of the first Pacific Islanders to visit Europe. After visiting Tonga and returning to New Zealand, the ships were again separated by a storm on October 22nd. Cook left a message in the sand detailing his plans, and left before Fourneau, who arrived 4 days later, could find him. Fourneau, after losing men in an encounter with the Maori, opted to return to Britain, departing on December 22, 1773, and arriving back on July 14, 1774. But Cook was undeterred. He pushed further into the Antarctic, reaching a new southernmost point on January the 30th, 1774, before the swaths of sea ice halted their progress. He then navigated a wide arc across the Pacific, visiting numerous islands before returning to Queen Charlotte Sound, continually driven by his ambition to explore as far as possible. And so, on November the 10th, 1774, Cook's expedition resumed its voyage across the Pacific, reaching the western end of the Strait of Magellan by December 17th. They celebrated Christmas in a bay they named Christmas Sound, situated on the western side of Tierra del Fuego. After navigating Cape Horn, Cook ventured into the South Atlantic in search of a mysterious coastline anticipated by Alexander Dalrymple. When this endeavor proved fruitless, they turned northwards and discovered an island which they named South Georgia. Continuing his exploration, Cook also discovered the South Sandwich Islands during a futile attempt to locate Bouvet Island, and there he speculated about the polar regions, suggesting in his journal, and I quote, There is a tract of land near the pole, where is the source of most of the ice which is spread over this vast southern ocean. His subsequent reflections in February 1775 led him to deem the existence of a polar continent probable, as he noted in another version of his journal. I quote, "I firmly believe it, and it's more probable than we have seen a part of it." Well, the expedition anchored in Table Bay, March 21st, 1775, for a 5-week stay to refit the ship's rigging, eventually returning to Spithead, Portsmouth. On July 30th, 1775, after stops at St. Helena and Fernando de Noronha. Upon his return, Cook's findings effectively dispelled the long-standing myth of Terra Australis. A notable achievement of this second voyage was the successful use of that Larkham-Kendall K1 chronometer, which significantly improved the longitudinal calculations. Cook's detailed logs and precise charts he produced of the southern Pacific were acclaimed for their accuracy, and remained in use well into the mid-20th century. For his extensive contributions, Cook was promoted to captain and offered an honorary retirement as an officer at Greenwich Hospital, a position which he accepted reluctantly, reserving the right to return to active duty if called upon. His renown extended beyond maritime circles. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, received the Copley Gold Medal, and was painted by Nathaniel Dance Holland, dined with James Boswell, and was lauded in the House of Lords as the first navigator in Europe. Not a bad epithet to wind up the second voyage. All right, and now we get to our third and final voyage. Well, the primary objective of the third voyage was the elusive Northwest Passage, a supposed maritime route linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans north of the North American continent. The British Admiralty, motivated by the prospect of enhancing trade routes and guided by the 1745 Act, renewed in 1775, offered a substantial reward of £20,000 to whoever could chart this passage effectively. Not a bad price. You could retire on that. Well, initially the Admiralty had considered Charles Clerk to lead the expedition, with the recently retired Cook acting merely as a consultant. However, Cook's extensive research into the Vitus Bering's earlier expeditions, coupled with his proven expertise, of course, swayed the Admiralty to entrust him with command, assigning Clerk as his second-in-command. The strategic plan involved a two-front approach. Cook would advance through the Bering Strait from the Pacific side, while Richard Pickersgill in the frigate Leon would attempt the Atlantic route, with both aiming to rendezvous in the summer of 1778. In a concurrent narrative, the journey also catered to a secondary and more publicized objective. In August 1773, Omai, a young man from Raiatea in the Society Islands, had journeyed to Europe aboard the Adventure under Tobias Furneaux, who had previously visited Tahiti during Cook's second Pacific voyage. Omai arrived in London in October 1774, where he was introduced to high society by Sir Joseph Banks, quickly becoming a celebrated figure. Although the third voyage was publicly framed as a mission to return Omai to Tahiti, the underlying goal remained focused on the Northwest Passage. On his final expedition, Cook once again took the helm of HMS Resolution, a vessel with a distinguished service history. Initially a North Sea collier named Marquis of Granby, she was launched by Whitby in 1770, and still going strong. Well, after completing her service in Cook's previous voyage, including a return to Britain in 1775, the Resolution was briefly decommissioned. However, in February 1776, she was recommissioned in preparation for Cook's third voyage, and this time the ship carried a diverse array of livestock: sheep, cattle, goats, pigs, and poultry. Gifts from King George III to the South Sea Islanders, showcasing the dual objectives of exploration and diplomatic engagement. Now, to equip his crew against the harsh conditions expected on the voyage, Cook requisitioned an extensive list of clothing items, that being 100 kersey jackets, 60 kersey waistcoats, 40 pairs of breeches, 120 linsey waistcoats, 140 linsey drawers, 440 checked shirts, amongst a whole bunch of other cold and warm weather clothing. This preparation showed again the extensive logistical planning necessary for such a long and arduous journey. Thousands of items of clothing. Well, complementing the Resolution was the HMS Discovery, commanded by Captain Charles Clerke. It was also built in Whitby, and originally named Diligence, constructed in 1774, before being purchased by the Admiralty. She was a smaller vessel, weighing 299 tons, and measuring 27 feet across with a whole depth of 11 feet. Together, these ships were to tackle the challenges of the uncharted territories, and so they set sail from Plymouth on the 12th of July 1776. Aboard HMS Resolution, Cook set off for his third voyage, with Clerke following him nearly 3 weeks later in HMS Discovery, due to a few delays in London. Cook's journey to Cape Town included a stop in Tenerife to replenish supplies before reaching Cape Town on October 17th. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Resolution was leaking, and it was leaking bad, particularly through the main deck, prompting immediate recorking efforts. Now remember, I told you about the corking, with that desiccated rope, and you've got to stuff it between the boards and then cover it over with tar. It usually works very well, until it doesn't, like in this case. Also, when the Discovery showed up on the 10th of November, it similarly required the same recorking process. Well, on December the 1st, the two ships resumed their voyage together, and by December the 13th, they had located and named the Prince Edward Islands. Shortly thereafter, Cook rediscovered the Kerguelen Islands on December 25th, which he had missed during his second voyage. Nice little Christmas present. Well, driven by the strong westerly winds, they finally reached Van Diemen's Land on the 26th of January 1777, where they briefly interacted with the local tribesmen and resupplied with water and food. Continuing their journey, they arrived at Queen Charlotte Sound in New Zealand on February the 12th. The local Maori were reportedly apprehensive, fearing retaliation from Cook for the deaths of 10 men from the Adventure during his second voyage in December of 1773. But nothing really happened. After a 2-week stay, the ship set sail for Tahiti, but were diverted to Mangaia by contrary winds on March 29th. The expedition then followed the westerly winds to the Friendly Isles, nowadays called Tonga, arriving on April 28th and staying until mid-July. From Tonga they sailed to Tahiti, arriving on August 12th. Cook delayed his departure from Tahiti until December 7th to return Omai, the Raiatean, who had travelled to Europe. On January the 18th, 1778, Cook became the first European to visit the Hawaiian Islands, naming them the Sandwich Islands, in honour of the Earl of Sandwich, the First Lord of the Admiralty. He then ventured northeast on the 2nd of February to explore the North American west coast north of the Spanish settlements in Alta California. He made landfall on the 6th of March near Cape Foulweather on the Oregon coast, which he named, presumably because of the weather. In fact, the bad weather drove the ship south, about 43 degrees north latitude, before they could head northward again. But I'm sure they all expected that. Well, Cook also unknowingly passed the Strait of Juan de Fuca and entered Nootka Sound on Vancouver Island, anchoring near Yukot, in what he called Ship Cove, which is now Resolution Cove. During their month-long stay in Nootka Sound, from March 29th to April 26th, 1778, interactions with the Yukot villagers were generally amicable, but occasionally tense, with the locals effectively controlling the trade. Unlike previous interactions in Hawaii, where trinkets were enough to suffice, the Yukot demanded more valuable items, quickly disfavoring the initially traded metals like lead, pewter, and tin. The most prized items obtained by the British were sea otter pelts. Throughout this period, trade dynamics were reversed, with the natives predominantly visiting the British vessels rather than the British visiting the Yukot village at Friendly Cove. After leaving Nootka Sound, Cook embarked on a comprehensive survey of the Pacific Northwest coastline, all the way to the Bering Strait. During this expedition, Cook meticulously charted what is now known as Cook Inlet in Alaska. His efforts during this single visit marked a significant achievement. He documented the majority of the North American Northwest coastline for the first time, delineated Alaska's extent, and bridged the exploratory gaps left by earlier Russian and Spanish explorers. In August of 1778, he passed through the Bering Strait and ventured into the Chukchi Sea, pushing northeast along Alaska's coast until sea ice halted their progress. Failing to move northward, he headed west to the Siberian coast up Cape North, present-day Cape Schmidt, only to be stopped again by the impassable ice barriers. Retracing his route to the Bering Sea, he returned to the Bering Sea by early September 1778, setting his course for the Hawaiian Islands. While his final voyage was marked by increasing frustrations and health issues, which affected his final decision-makings and interactions with his crew, notably in an incident where he insisted that they eat inedible walrus meat. In October, Cook's expedition stopped at Unalaska in the Aleutian Islands to recaulk their leaky ship and interact with local Russian traders and native populations. Finally, the expedition sighted Maui on November 26, 1778, and spent the subsequent weeks searching the Hawaiian archipelago for a suitable anchorage, finally landing at Kealakekua Bay on the Big Island on January 17, 1779. The arrival of Cook's ships coincided with the Makahiki Festival, a period that was dedicated to the Hawaiian god Lono. The Hawaiians were drawn to the ship, of course. It was pretty interesting for them, laden with gifts, and Cook was received with significant ceremonial pomp. It was a big old party, influenced perhaps by the resemblance of his ship's features to those associated with the god Lono. This series of cultural coincidences led some Hawaiians to treat Cook as a manifestation of Lono, a view that remains a little bit debatable by historians, and quite reminiscent of the situation with Hernan Cortes, once I think of it. Well, after spending a month in the Hawaiian Islands, Cook resumed his exploration of the northern Pacific. However, shortly after departing from Hawaii Island, the foremast of the Resolution broke, necessitating a return for repairs. Now, arriving at the start of the Makahiki Festival, that's a good omen. But arriving at the end of the Makahiki Festival, that's bad. The reappearance of Cook's ships during this period was likely seen as inauspicious by the Hawaiians, heightening tensions between the visitors and the locals. The situation escalated on the 14th of February, when a small boat from Cook's ship was stolen by the Hawaiians. Cook responded by attempting to take the Hawaiian king hostage, a tactic he had used previously for other islands to recover stolen items. However, the Hawaiians quickly realized Cook's intentions when he tried to lure the king aboard under false pretenses. As Cook led the king towards the boats, the Hawaiians sounded the alarm. The king sat down. He refused to move any further, and Cook found himself surrounded by an increasingly hostile crowd. They knew what he was up to. Well, Cook and his men retreated towards the beach, and in a very tragic turn of events, as Cook was assisting with the boat's launch, he was struck on the head by a club and then fatally stabbed as he fell forward into the surf. The chief, named Kalani Manoka Huaha, is traditionally credited with delivering this fatal blow. Not bad pronunciation there, isn't it, for an hour and 20 minutes into the video? Well, the confrontation also resulted in the deaths of 4 Marines and injuries to 2 others. Not a good day. Not at all. Well, despite this violent end to Cook's life, being bludgeoned and then stabbed to death in the shallows of the beach, he was still deeply respected by many Hawaiians, which influenced the subsequent treatment of his body. In accordance with Hawaiian funerary traditions typically reserved for their own high-ranking chiefs, Cook's body was disemboweled, baked to remove the flesh, and the bones were cleaned and preserved. I'm not sure if the Europeans thought that that was as respectful as a European funeral, but hey, when in Rome. These rituals were somewhat analogous to the veneration of relics of European saints, however, during the Middle Ages, so there is that. Well, some of Cook's remains were later returned to the British, who conducted a formal burial at sea after negotiations with the Hawaiian elders. Either way, It's complex, and I think it's a very exciting life that he lived. A terrible end, of course, but it's all got to end somewhere. I suppose that's what happened when you show up to people's countries unannounced. But that is just the way of history, and it marches on in the way it does, whether we like it or not. The First Opium War, 1839 to 1842, the pivotal clash between the British Empire and China's Qing dynasty, ignited by China's crackdown on the opium trade spearheaded by Commissioner Lin Zexu. His bold seizure and destruction of over 20,000 crates of British opium led to a fierce military response, showcasing Britain's naval dominance and resulting in a devastating defeat for the Qing. The war ended with the Treaty of Nanjing in 1842, marking China's first unequal treaty, which ceded Hong Kong to Britain, opened key ports to foreign trade, and severely undermined Chinese sovereignty, marking the beginning of what the Chinese call the Century of Humiliation. Welcome to the channel. Newcomers, good to meet you. Those returning, good to see you. You're supporting the channel just by watching, you know, but a like and subscribe always greases the wheels for the algorithm. And a look in the description too, if you're inclined. Oh, and check us out on Facebook. We're building the community. But now, onto the topic for today. You know I have to get the introduction out of the way first. It is the First Opium War. Of course, there will be a sequel, and I will publish that probably tomorrow, depending on when you're seeing this. Now, without further ado, let's begin, nice and relaxed, and we start from the beginning. Now, to understand the situation, we first have to go back to the mid-16th century, and we find ourselves in Macau, which, in 1557, the Portuguese leased as an outpost from the Ming dynasty, that is the dynasty before the Qing, and they started direct maritime trade between Europe and China. Of course, other European countries were not to be left out. They quickly followed the trend by joining the Asian Maritime Trade Network to compete with Arab, Chinese, Indian, and Japanese merchants. The China-Europe trade increased after the Spanish conquest of the Philippines too. Manila galleons carried South American silver to Asian trade from 1565 onward. But the imperial government required Chinese products to be traded for silver bullion, making China a major hub. Now, of course, all of the silver will later become the main protagonist in the story, but we'll get to that soon enough. Now, skipping forward a little bit, beginning in 1635, British ships did sail to China, but only really occasionally, and when they did, they could only trade at a few different ports, that being Zhoushan, Xiamen, and Guangzhou, because they could not have formal contacts with China through the Chinese tributary system, which facilitated negotiations with most Asian nations. But with a royal charter for Far East trade, the British East India Company facilitated the official British trade. The East India Company controlled the Sino-European trade with its presence in India and the Royal Navy power. Now in the 1680s, the new Qing dynasty somewhat relaxed maritime trade regulations, which benefited trade, of course. Not quite full trade in the European sense, but certainly progress. Now, the island of Formosa, which in these days we call Taiwan, became Qing territory in 1683, and would remain so from then on until the end of the Chinese Civil War. There's still arguments about this to this very day, but it's definitely a story for the Chinese Civil War and aftermath video. We'll get to that eventually. Now, discussions about European subjugation were restrained. For inbound foreign trade, Guangzhou, or in those days, and even sometimes in these days called Canton, became the preferred port. Now, you'll hear it referred to as Canton in topics of this time, and probably a few times within this video. And indeed, the main tower in Guangzhou is still called Canton Tower. It's a beautiful tower if you have the opportunity to go up to the top. It will cost you about $150 US, but it's very much worth it. And that's if you don't go to the restaurant. Don't go to the restaurant. Well, anyway, back to the old times. Now, the actual city of Guangzhou, if you know where that is on the map, you'll see why it's a preferred port. You see, ships had tried other ports, but Guangzhou, or Canton's strategic location at the Pearl River's entrance, was simply just too advantageous. The city's expertise in managing Beijing, Chinese merchants, and foreign traders' competing interests, however, was lacking in these ports. And Canton, being so far south, and you could get away with a fair bit when you're that far away from Beijing, believe me, became China's maritime hub around the year 1700. Now, to regulate this market, the Qing government created the Canton system over time, and trade in China had been lucrative for European and Chinese merchants since the mid-1800s. But Europe's demand for tea, porcelain, and silk justifies travel to Asia, and in great magnitude. The Qing dynasty knew that they were on the receiving end of quite a good deal. The foreigners wanted more of the Chinese stuff than the Chinese wanted of theirs, and that gives you quite a bit of bargaining power. Well, the Qing administration regulated the system quite strictly. You see, foreign traders could only trade through the Kohong, and they were actually forbidden from learning Chinese. 好傻，我觉得，为什么不能学中文？我想学习就学习。Anyway, now non-natives could only live in the 13 factories, and could not trade anywhere else in China, and just weren't allowed. Only lower-ranking government officials could negotiate, and the imperial court could not be swayed for non-diplomatic purposes. And there were laws known as the Prevention of Barbarians ordinances, which upheld this system. That's right. They were calling them barbarians. It's not a mistranslation. It's just how they viewed them. Well, the old China trade relied on the Kohong that, to assess foreign goods, decide whether to import them, and price up the Chinese exports. The Kohong had about 6 to 20 merchant families, depending on Canton's politics, and most of these families' trading houses were founded by low-ranking mandarins, but some were Cantonese or Han. Now, the Cantonese are the local Yue people in Guangdong and a few other provinces around that are neighboring it. the Han are the general Chinese people. I believe they make up about 82%, maybe, perhaps so. We also find that the Cantonese are called the Yue people. Now, a customary agreement between a Cohong member and a foreign trader was another important Cohong role, and they had to facilitate all of these little bits of red tape. This bond held the receiving Cohong member responsible for the foreign merchant's conduct and goods in China. European traders had to deal with the Cohong, which was quite painful, pay customs fees, measurement charges, offer gifts, and even hire local navigators. Rivers are a bit complicated in the Pearl River Delta. Now, due to their popularity in Europe, commodities like silk and porcelain drove trade, despite all of the restrictions. Additionally, the British people were completely obsessed with Chinese tea. In fact, Europe did supply China with 28 million kilograms or 61 million pounds of silver from the mid-17th century just to get all of these goods. All of that silver going from their pockets to the Chinese pockets. And, well, once the tea is all drunk, you've got nothing left. So one side has, well, a giant pile of silver. The other side has nothing. A happy aristocracy, perhaps. It's got to be worth something. Now, China and Europe, they traded vigorously for over a century. And despite European trade deficits due to Chinese dominance, the Chinese goods continued to boost commerce. The colonization and subjugation of the Americas at the same time gave Spain, Great Britain, and France a pretty cheap source of silver, which helped stabilize the European economy despite the trade imbalance with China. Silver was directly shipped to China over the Pacific Ocean, especially via the Spanish-controlled Philippines, and Qing China was enjoying a great trade surplus, unlike Europe. Foreign silver in exchange for Chinese goods boosted the Chinese economy like never before, to days not seen since probably the Tang Dynasty, arguably the glory days of the Ming Dynasty perhaps. However, it caused inflation, and it effectively made China completely dependent on European silver, and that is a problem. Now, European demand for precious metals also increased as economies grew in the 17th and 18th centuries, and these metals were needed to make what? Coins. I hope you got it right. Of course, among other things, but mainly currency. You had to keep the mints running. Now, because of the need for hard currency in Europe, bullion for trade in China became much scarcer, and this bullion shortage raised prices and prompted competition between European and Chinese merchants. This market dynamic created a trade imbalance for European governments, who had to risk silver shortages in their economies to meet the demands of their Asian merchants, who continued to profit by selling valuable Chinese products to European consumers. The gradual impact was exacerbated by the mid-18th century British-Spanish Colonial Wars, which disrupted the global silver market and created powerful new nations like Mexico and the United States. European merchants trading with China began withdrawing their silver directly from circulation in Europe's already vulnerable economies to pay for Chinese goods after being denied cheap silver from the colonies. And this incited governments who saw their economies shrink and developed a lot of hostility towards the Chinese for limiting European trade. Since China could buy Japanese silver, its money supply was stable and immune to silver price fluctuations, at least the really big ones. Now the trade surplus with Europe was maintained by low Chinese demand for European goods, and most people just couldn't afford them anyway. Not saying that China didn't have an aristocracy and an upper class, of course they did, but not like Europe. Most of the Chinese were out living in the villages. Very few people living in the big cities, at least comparatively, if we're looking at percentages of populations. Now the trade surplus with Europe was maintained by all of this situation, and would be for quite some time, but despite these challenges, China-Europe trade grew by 4% annually, at least before the opium trade began. Now, Chinese writings first mentioned opium as a medicine in the Tang dynasty, so it wasn't a completely new thing, but opium use for recreational purposes was very rare. And like India, Arab merchants brought opium to China and Southeast Asia. When opium was a dry powder, it was mixed with tea or water, but due to its association with luxury and excess, the Ming dynasty banned tobacco in 1640. Opium? Well, that was a minor issue. It didn't really get or require much attention. Then in 1729, the Qing dynasty banned madak, which is a powdered opium tobacco mixture. Now, since pure opium was hard to store, most of the opium imported to China was used for madak manufacturing. Javanese opium consumption rose in the 18th century too, and after the Napoleonic Wars and British occupation of Java, British merchants dominated the opium trade. The British found that trading addictive opium with Chinese industries reduced their trade deficit. Finally, there was something that the Chinese wanted, that the English had. Thus, they worked to boost opium productions in their Indian colonies. The British restricted Indian opium sales in 1781, and as the East India Company consolidated its control over India, exports to China began to increase. After taking over the Mughal Empire's opium economy in Bengal and the Ganges River plain, the British grew opium for export. The East India Company commissioned and managed many poppy plantations. It was carefully extracted from pots, dried, shaped into cakes, coated, and packaged for sale. The company owned all opium until it was sold and tightly controlled the industry. Now the board also granted licenses to the autonomous princely republics of Malwa, where large amounts of poppies were farmed, and protected poppies planted on company land. By the end of the 18th century, factory-made cotton fabric hurt the company and Malwan farmlands which grew cotton. Egyptian or American South cotton was used to make this fabric. Opium was a profitable substitute and sold in larger quantities at Calcutta auctions. Thus the British Royal Charter for Trade in Asia allowed merchants with company charters to buy goods at the Calcutta auction before sailing to southern China. British ships delivered goods to the coastal islands like Lintin Island. Chinese merchants distributed goods inland using fast but heavily armed small boats. Chinese dealers traded silver for opium. Opium importation was initially allowed by the Qing, because it could generate indirect tax revenue from the Chinese citizens. Little did they know how big the problem was about to become. Now, opium consumption in China persisted, threatening social stability. This habit spread throughout northern and western China from the south, and it affected all social classes. Many Chinese started using opium recreationally in the early 19th century, but for many what started as a hobby became a serious addiction. Those who stopped using opium experienced chills, nausea and cramping, and some even died from withdrawal. After becoming addicted, people would do anything to keep using the drugs. The social dynamic of China began to change. The streets were no longer safe. Well, the Qing government issued an edict against the drug in 1780, and a complete ban in 1796 to address these major social issues. In 1799, the Canton governor ordered the complete ban of the drug. Foreign merchants bought older ships and converted them into mobile storage facilities to avoid Canton's stricter laws. The ships were stationed near the Chinese shore at the Pearl River entrance in anticipation of Chinese opium trade suppression. But because the Chinese navy struggled at sea, this was necessary. Chinese opium merchants bought opium from inbound vessels after they transferred some of their cargo to these floating storage facilities. The smuggling system allowed foreign merchants to avoid Chinese authorities and protect their legitimate commodity trade, in which several smugglers were involved. But it wasn't just the British. The Americans were involved too. They began importing Turkish opium into China in the early 19th century. It was a cheaper, but lower quality supply. British and American merchants competed to lower opium prices, which made it more accessible to the average Chinese consumer. And thus, opium demand skyrocketed in China, making it very lucrative. Now, of course, there were Chinese opium traffickers. Unlike their European counterparts, they could legally travel and sell items in the Chinese interior, and they began actively seeking new sources. Due to the supply shortage, more European merchants entered the lucrative opium trade to meet the Chinese demand. A trading firm representative said opium is as valuable as gold, and he could sell it at any time, anywhere. In 1804 to 1820, the Qing treasury had to suppress the White Lotus Rebellion and other conflicts, and it was at this time when Chinese merchants began exporting silver to pay for opium, instead of Europeans using it to buy Chinese goods. The pendulum was about to swing, it seems. Well, European and American ships with opium cargo reached Canton, where they sold their goods, bought Chinese goods, and made a profit in pure silver. The silver would then be used to buy more Chinese goods. Well, despite opium being the most profitable commodity for trading with China, European merchants began exporting machine-spun cotton cloth, ginseng, fur, clocks, and steel equipment. However, these commodities were never as important or ever as profitable as opioids. Now, what did the Qing government think about all this? Well, they knew the risks of provoking the ire of those, well, let's call them free trade enthusiasts, but they did debate ending the opium trade. But they were thwarted by local authorities and the Kohong, who profited from the opium bribes and taxes. Qing officials' attempts to restrict opium imports and the use led to a rise in European and Chinese drug trafficking and corruption. Now, the Daoguang Emperor decreed in 1810 regarding opium, and this is what he said. Opium has harm. Opium is a poison, undermining our good customs and morality. Its use is prohibited by law. Now, the commoner, Yang, dares to bring it into the forbidden city. Indeed, he flouts the law. However, recently the purchasers, the eaters, and consumers of opium have become numerous. Deceitful merchants buy and sell it to gain profit. The customs house at the Zhongwen Gate has originally set up to supervise the collection of imports. It had no responsibility with regard to opium smuggling. If we confine our search for opium to the seaports, we fear the stretch will not be sufficiently thorough. We should also order a general commandment of the police censors at the 5 gates to prohibit opium and to search for it at all gates. If they capture any violators, they should immediately punish them and should destroy the opium at once. As to Guangdong and Fujian, the provinces from which opium comes, we order their viceroys, governors, and superintendents of the maritime customs to conduct a thorough search for opium and cut off its supply. They should, in no ways, consider this order a dead letter and allow opium to be smuggled out. Well, this is all good and well, but by 1831, the annual opium trade reached over 20,000 chests. How much was a chest? Well, one chest weighed 140 pounds. Now, this is a massive increase from 1800 to 1818's average of 4,000 chests. Now, that's a 5 times increase. So you can see how popular opium was getting. Now, along with the economic and social progress, the opium trade changed the Sino-European trade dynamic. Mercantilism, lost academic acceptance in Britain as Adam Smith and other economists developed classical economics. But back in China, the Qianlong Emperor restricted foreign trade to licensed Chinese merchants only. Under a monopoly charter, the British government gave the British East India Company exclusive trade rights. Before Western societies adopted free trade in the 19th century, this arrangement was unchallenged. The Industrial Revolution, however, led Britain to use its growing naval power to promote a liberal economic model with open markets and free trade. This policy followed the economics of Adam Smith, or Smithian economics, if we want to call them that. Now, these trade policies also allowed British colonies resources to enter international markets and increased tea availability for the British population. The British Empire produced a standardized silver shilling after the gold standard was implemented in 1821. And this, of course, put a lot more demand on silver, and it prompted the British government to seek more trading privileges in China. Now, the Qing dynasty, they followed a more Confucian modernist economic theory. that stressed government interference in industry to maintain social stability, which is quite unlike the new model. Now, although the Qing administration did not oppose commerce in any strict sense, their low import demand and high luxury item levies reduced the incentive for the government to expand international trade ports. Chinese merchant hierarchy inflexibility hindered efforts to open ports for foreign ships and businesses. Inland Chinese merchants wanted to avoid market volatility caused by foreign goods competing with local production. Maintaining exclusive control over foreign product entry points made the Canton Cohong families extremely wealthy. Now, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Denmark, Russia, and the United States sought more trading privileges in China in the early 19th century. Free trade was all the rage, and violating those agreements of free trade, well, that was cardinal sin. Everybody had to get along. The Western nations' main concern was the Canton system's end and trade access to China's vast consumer markets. Britain was exporting more to China after the empire adopted the gold standard too, and this forced Britain to buy silver and gold from Europe and Mexico to fuel its rapid industrialization. Of course, right in the middle of that golden age of the Industrial Revolution. The British Embassy under Macartney in 1793, the Dutch mission under Van Braam in 1794, and the Russian delegation under Yuri Golovkin in 1805, with the British again with William Amherst in 1816, all sought greater access to Chinese markets. But the Qing emperors rejected these efforts repeatedly. In 1816, Amherst met the Jia Qing emperor and refused to kowtow to him, which the Qing considered to be very impolite. Now, the British government was, of course, furious when the Qing expelled Amherst and his party from China. Don't want to fit in? Get the hell out of here. Well, as they say, do as the Romans do. You know, it does remind me of there was a story of when the Beatles, I think it was, first went to Japan for their tour, and they were invited to play for the Emperor. And, well, I don't know what the exact situation was, but they refused to do so. It might have been because they were too busy, the schedule didn't permit it, or simply because they had no interest in going and playing for the Emperor. But either way, the Japanese were not happy with them, and, well, public opinion somewhat, well, turned against the Beatles. I'm not a big fan of them anyway. I think the Beach Boys are better. Now, of course, the British consumers' love of Chinese tea and other Chinese silk products was a major factor in all this. However, Chinese buyers simply did not like the British products. Britain had to use more silver to pay for its Chinese commodity purchases due to the trade imbalance. So there was a massive deficit, and there had been for quite a long time. In fact, the Chinese only accepted silver for their goods, which completely drained the British Empire of this valuable resource. And those colonies, well, they were starting to dry up. Especially the United States. They weren't going to get much silver from them, weren't they? Now, as its merchants gained influence in southern China, Britain began to strengthen its military. To defend Macau from French attacks, remember that was a Portuguese colony then, Britain established a permanent military presence in 1808 and sent naval vessels to the Pearl River to combat piracy. The opium-dependent China foreign presence in Canton and Macau increased, as did trade value. Now Canton's 13 factories district grew into the now named Foreign Quarter. Most traders moved to Macau in summer and back to Canton in winter, but a few actually started living there permanently. Thus a regional business association was formed. The first 20 years of the 19th century saw improved and more profitable trade between Europe and China, allowing a group of European merchants to actually gain a bit of influence. William Jardine and James Matheson, famous British merchants, founded a Canton and Macau consignment and shipping company. Later, they founded Jardine Matheson. They relied on the Jamsetji Jijiboy, their Indian supplier. All three men traded legitimate goods, but also made a lot of money selling opium. Jardine manipulated Canton politics to increase narcotics imports into China, and he also hated the Chinese legal system and used his wealth to undermine Chinese officials. Matheson supported his call for the British government to use force to gain trading privileges and political recognition from Imperial China. Trade also brought Western missionaries to China to spread Christianity. Macau-based Jesuits had been in China since the early 17th century, but some officials allowed them and others clashed with the Chinese Christians, which, well, they had a bad time. The history of Christianity in China is, it's quite a roller coaster. I did do a video on the Taiping Rebellion, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, whichever one you want to refer it to. Perhaps you're interested in that. Well, either way, with all of these clashes, Western merchants and Qing officials began to fight more and more. As the foreign population in Canton gained more power and influence, the Chinese local government began to fight internally. The Qing dynasty's silver treasury was also depleted by the White Lotus Rebellion from 1796 to 1804, which forced merchants to pay higher taxes. Well, despite suppressing the uprising, the Chinese government launched the Yellow River Conservancy to restore Yellow River state-owned assets. Taxes were not lowered. Also had a lot of problems with banditry, and to fight all of that the merchants had to contribute too. Just constant pickpocketing. Well, these levies, of course, hurt the Cohong merchants' profits, causing a major decline by the 1830s. The depreciation of China's currency led many Canton residents to use foreign silver coins. In fact, Spanish coins were the most valuable, followed by American coins due to their higher silver content. Melting down Western coins allowed Cantonese coiners to make many Chinese coins. Of course, this was extremely illegal. You can't get away with that anymore. Well, this practice increased the city's wealth and tax revenue while solidifying its economic dependence on foreign merchants. The Charter Act of 1834 ended the British East India Company's monopoly, by the way, which was a major victory for the free trade advocates in Britain, and in part it was funded by Jardine. Changing trade policy eliminated merchants' need to follow the Royal Charter for Far East trade, and private entrepreneurs exploited the lucrative opium trade to enter the British China route. Now, before the actual complete ban was really getting enforced, rather. There was one Chinese official who described the social changes. It's an interesting translation, so do bear with it. At the beginning, opium smoking was confined to the fops of wealthy families who took up the habit as a form of conspicuous consumption, even though they knew that they should not indulge in it to the greatest extreme. But later, people of all social strata, from government officials and members of the gentry to craftsmen, merchants, entertainers, and servants, and even women, Buddhist monks and nuns, Taoist priests, took up the habit and openly bought and equipped themselves with smoking instruments. Even in the center of our dynasty, the nation's capital and its surrounding areas, some of the inhabitants have been contaminated by this dreadful poison. Sounds pretty serious, don't you think? Well, obviously his opinion on the opium is, he's pretty much stating it as clear as he can. Well, after the East India Company's exclusive rights expired in 1834, the British government sent Lord William John Napier, along with John Francis Davis, Sir George Best Robinson, who was the second baronet, to Macau to oversee Chinese commerce. Napier was ordered to follow Chinese law, communicate with Chinese authorities, monitor opium trade transactions, and study China's coastline. After reaching China, Napier wrote to the Viceroy of Liangguang, which is Lu Kun, to arrange a meeting to circumvent the strict system that forbade direct communication with Chinese authorities. And just before we move on, Liangguang meaning the two Guangs, right? Liang meaning two, Guang meaning the Guangdong and Guangxi province. And back then they were kind of administered as the same kind of entity, so we just call them Liangguang. Now, after rejecting it, the Viceroy issued an edict on the 2nd of September that halted British commerce. In response, Napier ordered 2 Royal Navy ships to attack Chinese fortifications on the Pearl River Strait, specifically the Boca Tigris, to show military might, and the command was successful. But Napier ended up contracting typhoid, and he ordered a retreat, which prevented the war, at least for now. The British government and foreign commerce criticized the short gunfight, and the Chinese government were equally as unhappy with it. Now, while other countries, like the Americans for example, thrived on peaceful trade with China, the British were told to leave Canton for Huangpu or Macau. Now in September, Lord Napier did return to Macau, and it seems that the typhus had caught up with him, and he died on October 11th. Now, after his death in 1836, the king appointed Captain Charles Elliot, Superintendent of Trade, to continue his Chinese reconciliation efforts. British opium exports to China at this time exceeded 1,400 tons, and the Chinese government were even debating legalizing the substance. But of course, every single time they were rejected. Thus, in 1838, the government began capitally punishing Chinese drug traffickers. And in 2024, they all get the worst and most strict penalty. You can imagine what they would get about 150 years ago. Gruesome fates await all of them. Now, also, long-term causes prompted the Chinese government to act. Social dislocations in the Qing world addiction, this hardline attitude towards foreigners, and the foreign refusal to accept any normal Chinese ways of life and culture, changes in international trade structures, and the end of Western intellectuals' admiration for China, well, they all contributed to a very grim picture. The market also shrank, and dealers became dangerously oversupplied after the harsh prohibitions of 1838. A deputy of the British Crown held the new post of Superintendent of Foreign Trade in China, which contributed to worsening communication issues. The Chinese would insult the British nation openly, but not the business cooperation. After all, it all comes down to money, doesn't it? It's a line that they will not cross, but they were certainly willing to cross the new superintendent, who was equally just as willing to cross them. The problem was, the superintendent could directly call on British forces and the Royal Navy if the situation was dire enough. Now, with that, we arrive at Lin Zexu, a scholar official who was appointed Special Imperial Commissioner to the Daoguang, by the Daoguang Emperor, in 1839, to put an end to the opium trade, the Emperor's strong man. Now, Lin's famous letter to Queen Victoria appealed directly to Victoria's morality. Lin questioned Britain's morality, since its merchants profited from China's legal opium trade, while opium was still illegal in Britain. Rules for me and not for thee. Well, that's a tale as old as time, isn't it? The translation from the letter written by Lin Zexu to Queen Victoria directly is as following. Your Majesty has not before been thus officially notified, and you may plead ignorance of the severity of our laws, but I now give my assurance that we mean to cut this harmful drug forever. Well, the letter unfortunately never reached the Queen, with one source suggesting that it was simply lost in transit. Well, Lin pledged that nothing would divert him from the mission, and he went on to say, if the traffic in opium were not stopped a few decades from now, we shall not only be without soldiers to resist the enemy, but also in want of silver to provide an army. And thus Lin banned opium sales and ordered the Chinese government to take all supplies. He also blocked the Pearl River Channel, confining British merchants to Canton. After seizing the opium reserves in warehouses and 13 factories, Chinese military forces boarded British ships in the Pearl River and the South China Sea and destroyed their cargo. Of course, the British were not too happy about this, as you can imagine. In a formal objection, the British Superintendent of Trade in China, Charles Elliot, yes, that one that we had mentioned just before, opposed the forced confiscation of the opium reserves. He ordered opium ships to leave immediately and prepare for battle. Lin responded by surrounding foreign merchants in Canton's foreign district, preventing them from reaching their ships in the harbor. To calm the situation, Elliot convinced British businessmen to work with the Chinese authorities and surrender their opium reserves, and of course he promised to reimburse them. Now, the exchequer was burdened financially by tacitly acknowledging that the British government supported the trade. In order to avoid political backlash, the British government refused to fulfill this promise, which led to the British attack. And in April and May of 1839, British and American traders gave up 20,000 chests and 200 opium bags. Close to Canton, the stockpile was gathered up and it was destroyed. Now, after surrendering the opium, trade resumed, but with a strict condition that China would not accept any more shipments. So they could only sell the opium that they already had there. No new opium. Lin and his advisors also overhauled the bond system to regulate international trade and eliminate corruption. In this arrangement, a foreign captain and the Cohong merchant who bought his ship's goods were sworn to integrity. Lin was, however, furious to find no opium violations in 20 years after the ban. After reviewing the port's records, it was pretty obvious that people were letting things slide. In reality, the opium was getting through. On paper, they were just pretending there was no problem. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Well, Lin Zexu, of course, is not an idiot, so he required all foreign merchants and Qing officials to sign a new agreement, promising explicitly not to trade opium. But this time, they had to sign the agreement with the fine print that all of the violators would receive capital punishment. And that includes not just any Chinese smugglers or dealers, but people from outside. And the capital punishments in China were, well, they were imaginative. Let's just put it that way. Well, the British government, of course, were opposed to the bond under the guise of free trade, which was the thing that everyone was taking as gospel back in those days. In fact, there were many people who had this opinion that free trade would be the thing that stops all of the wars. Remember, this is a post-Napoleonic world, and in that roughly 100 years after the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo and the outbreak of the First World War, there weren't too many large-scale conflicts. There was an idea among many economists that being so wrapped up in free trade would effectively make the world so bonded together that wars just would not be worth fighting. Of course, they said the same thing when the World's Fair unveiled the invention of the machine gun, saying that if everybody had one of them, no one would be fighting anymore. Quite scarily, they say the same thing about nuclear weapons. Well, this is not a horror channel. Well, as we were saying, the British government opposed it because it violated free trade principles. But there were opium-free merchants, like Oliphant and Co., who signed the bond. But that was against Eliot's advice. Normal trade did continue, while the confiscation of foreign warehouses caused opium shortages, and with that a thriving black market. Some newly arrived merchant vessels learned of the opium ban and offloaded their goods at Lintin Island before entering the Pearl River estuary. Some Cohong trade houses and smugglers profited from the opium price spike. They smuggled more opium into China, despite Commissioner Lin's efforts. Superintendent Eliot was aware of the Lintin smugglers' illegal operations and ordered them to stop immediately. But he refrained from deploying his ships because he feared a Royal Navy intervention would start a war. A group of British merchant seamen in Kowloon became drunk one evening on rice liquor in early July of 1839, and the two restless sailors killed a resident of Chimchajoy, Lin Wei-shi. Now, Superintendent Eliot arrested the two, and they compensated the family and village. He declined, however, a plea to surrender the sailors to Chinese authorities, fearing that they would be executed under Chinese law, which, well, they obviously would. You get drunk and bloody kill someone, you know. What were you expecting, a slap on the wrist? Well, actually, they probably were, to be honest. Well, Commissioner Lin ordered the seamen surrender, believing that this violated justice and Chinese autonomy. Elliot presided over a warship trial for the accused, with merchant captains as jurors. But the Qing authorities declined his invitation to observe and comment on the proceedings. 5 sailors were sentenced to fines and a little bit of hard labor back in Britain for assault and rioting by the naval court, but the British courts reversed the decisions. Now, Lin summoned Chinese workers from Macau and banned British food purchasers in anger over the territorial encroachment. The Qing government spread signals and rumors that war junks near the Pearl River entrance had contaminated freshwater springs that foreign commerce ships replenished with. Also, it didn't help that pirates attacked a famous opium trader's vessel downstream from Canton to Macau on the 23rd of August, in that same year, 1839. Now, the British believe that Chinese soldiers attacked the ship themselves. It may have been Chinese pirates, but there was certainly no explicit order given to, well, the pirates because they were pirates, and certainly not to any soldiers to join in on this. It was just a raid, a robbery. But of course, when you get attacked by the Chinese, if we're going to say it that way, it doesn't matter if they're pirates or soldiers. You've still been attacked, and this is how the British felt. Well, either way, Elliot ordered all British vessels off the Chinese coast by August 24th. Now, Macau had agreed to Lin's request and banned British ships from its harbour on the same day. The commissioner personally visited the city at that time, where some residents greeted him as a hero who had restored order. By the end of August, over 60 British ships and 2,000 people were stationed near the Chinese coast due to the Macau exodus, and they were lacking supplies. Elliot had warned Qing officials in Kowloon to lift the food and water ban on the 30th of August, when the HMS Voyage arrived to protect the fleet from a Chinese attack. Well, on the morning of the 4th of September, Elliot sent an armed schooner and cutter to Kowloon to buy provisions from Chinese peasants. 2 vessels approached 3 Chinese war junks in the harbour and requested permission to disembark personnel for provisions. Chinese sailors provided essentials to the British during passage. However, the Chinese commander in Kowloon Fort banned locals from trading with the British and restricted them within the colony. In the afternoon, Elliot gave the Chinese an ultimatum that they would be shot if they refused to let the British get supplies, which is probably the most ultimate of ultimatums you can give. Well, after Elliot's 3 p.m. deadline, nothing had changed. So, it was on. The British ships attacked the Chinese junks. The Chinese junks and land-based artillery fired back at the British vessels, but as night fell, the Chinese junks retreated, and the Battle of Kowloon was quite quickly over. Outmatched, I'm afraid. Many British officers wanted to do an all-out attack on Kowloon Fort on the next day, but Elliot refused, arguing that, yes, they would probably wipe the floor with them, but it would harm and annoy the town residents. Either way, after the skirmish, Elliot distributed a Kowloon document saying that the English wanted peace, but they cannot be poisoned or starved. They would not molest or hinder imperial ships, but they can't stop people from selling. Only the enemy deprives men of food. Well, after defeating the Qing forces, the British fleet obtained supplies from nearby villagers. often with the help of corrupt Kowloon officials. Kowloon commander Lai En-jue declared victory over the British, however. You see, he claimed that a two-masted British cruiser was deliberately sunk, killing 40 to 50 British sailors, and he also reported that the British had trouble getting supplies and also completely underestimated the Qing Navy. Not many people believed it. Well, late October 1839, the merchant ship Thomas Coutts reached Canton. The Chinese authorities knew Coutts' Quaker owners refused to trade opium for religious reasons, and good on them for putting principle above profit. Chalk up 1 point to the Quakers, shall we? Now, the ship's captain, Warner, believed that Elliot had exceeded his legal authority by prohibiting the no opium trade agreement, and consulted with Canton's governor. Warner wanted all British vessels, except those transporting opium, of course, to negotiate legitimately to offload at Chunpi, which is an island near Humen, which is, if you know your Chinese geography, it's kind of south of Dongguan. Elliot blockaded British maritime traffic in the Pearl River to prevent other British vessels from following Thomas Coutts. Hostilities began on the 3rd of November 1839, when the Royal Saxon, a second British ship, attempted to reach Canton. Royal Saxon was warned by British Royal Navy ships HMS Volage and HMS Hyacinth, and in response to these disturbances, Guan Tianpei led a Chinese warship fleet to defend Royal Saxon. After the First Battle of Chunpi, both forces retreated after 4 Chinese war junks were sank. Qing Navy officials claimed they saved the British merchant ship at the Battle of Chunpi and declared a major victory. Now you see, the British ships, they were, well, of quite a better class than the Chinese ones, and Elliot said that his squadron was guarding the 29 superior ships in Chunpi and preparing for Qing retaliation. Now, assuming the Chinese would refuse to communicate with the British and use fire rafts as an attack, he ordered the evacuation of all ships from Chunpi to Causeway Bay, which is about 20 miles from Macau. The ships were to be anchored offshore to avoid Lin's forces. Elliot asked the Portuguese governor of Macau, Adrião Acácio de Silveira Pinto, to allow British ships to load and unload their goods at the port in exchange for rental fees and customs. The governor declined, due to concerns that China may stop supplying Macau with food and other necessities. All foreign merchants in China were asked to stop supporting the British on January 14th, 1840. Well, after China had completely banned the opium trade, Britain's response was under the microscope. British and American public outrage over Britain's opium trade led to this. East India and China Association of London claimed that the government authorized the opium trade and demanded compensation for their losses. Thus, Elliot issued certificates ensuring payment for the opium given over, expecting China to simply pay the bill. Well, this allowed merchants to legally request compensation from the British government, which they could force China to pay or cover from the British Treasury. Since Elliot had convinced them to send a military expedition to China, they preferred to force China to pay due to their cash shortage. But in fact, and it's got to be noted, that many British citizens sympathized with the Chinese because they knew how bad opium was, and they wanted an end to it, while others, more moderates I suppose, wanted a more stricter regulation on the global narcotics trade. However, Qing China's mistreatment of British diplomats and trade practices was the real spark of outrage. The Whig-dominated administration advocated military conflict with China, while pro-Whig media highlighted the Chinese, quote, tyranny and brutality. This was the main reason for the war with China. You see, London newspapers began reporting on Canton conflicts and the upcoming war with China as early as August of 1839, and in her annual address to the House of Lords on the 16th of January 1840, the Queen expressed her concerns about the events in China that had disrupted trade between her subjects and that country. And this is what she said from the recorded address. Events have happened in China which have occasioned an interruption of the commercial intercourse of my subjects with that country. I have given and shall continue to give the most serious attention to a matter so deeply affecting the interest of my subjects and the dignity of the Crown. Now, in terms of politics, well, it was as precarious as always with the Whig Melbourne government. With 21 votes in favour, the government narrowly avoided a no-confidence vote on the 31st of January 1840. The Tories saw the China question as an opportunity to outdo the government, if we want to use those terms, and James Graham presented a motion in the House of Commons on the 7th of April 1840, criticising the government's lack of anticipation and precaution, and also their failure to give the superintendent at Canton the authority and guidance to address the opium trade. To maximize party support for the motion, the Tories avoided war and opium trafficking. The military action proposed received mixed reactions from the Parliament. Foreign Secretary Palmerston, known for his assertiveness and support for free trade, led the military intervention faction. You see, Palmerston, he believed that the destroyed opium should be considered property, not contraband, despite the fact that it was illegal. He just saying that part very quietly. Thus, he demanded compensation for its destruction. It was property damage. He defended the military intervention by saying that no one could honestly believe that the Chinese government was promoting morality. He also claimed that the war was being fought to correct China's balance of payments. After consulting with William Jardine, the Foreign Secretary wrote to Prime Minister William Melbourne, urging military retaliation. Additionally, merchants advocated for unrestricted commerce with China, and Chinese consumers were often blamed for opium traffic. British merchants' repeated expulsion from Canton and the Qing government's refusal to recognize Britain as a diplomatic peer were seen as grave insults to national dignity. Sir James Graham, Lord Philip Stanhope, and William Ewart Gladstone led the British anti-war movement and criticized the opium trades on its moral grounds. Following 3 days of intense debate, Graham's proposal was voted on April 9th, 1840, and it failed by a mere 9 votes, with 262 in favour and 271 against. Conservative MPs failed to persuade the government to end the war and stop the British warships heading to Canton. In July 27, 1840, the House of Commons approved a £170,000 sum for the China expedition, despite the fact that the war was already well underway. On October 1, 1839, the Whig cabinet under Prime Minister Melbourne sent an expedition to China in response to pressure from the trade and manufacturers associations. The war preparations were officially underway. Now, Palmerston ordered Auckland, the Governor-General of India, to mobilize troops for China in November of 1839. Palmerston, who was unaware of the First Battle of Chuanpi in November of 1839, wrote 2 letters on February 20, 1840, outlining the British response to China. The Elliots received 1 letter, while the Daoguang Emperor and Qing authorities received the other. The Emperor of China was informed that Great Britain had sent a military expedition to China's coast, and the letters from Palmerston stated that Great Britain's hostility towards China was justified and even necessary because of the Chinese authorities' outrages against the British officers and subjects, and it would not come to an end until the Chinese government makes a satisfactory arrangement, which you can imagine is probably going to be a little bit one-sided in favor of the British. Well, that's just what happens when you are the one with the bigger cannons. Well, Palmerston's letter to the Elliots instructed commanders to blockade the Pearl River. Additionally, they were to deliver Palmerston's message to a Chinese official for the Chinese emperor. The next step was to seize control of the Zhoushan Islands, blockade the Yangtze River mouth, negotiate with Qing authorities, and navigate the fleet into the Bohai Sea to send Beijing another copy of the letter. And with that, Palmerston outlined the objectives that were listed for the British government goals, and they were as follows. 1. The demand to be treated with respect due to a royal envoy by the Qing authorities. 2. Secure the right of the British superintendent to administer justice to British subjects in China. 3. Seek recompense for destroyed British property. 4. Gain most favored trading status with the Chinese government. 5. Request the right for foreigners to safely inhabit and own private property within China. 6. Ensure that, if contraband is seized in accordance with Chinese law, no harm comes to the person or persons of British subjects carrying illicit goods in China. 6. End the system by which British merchants are restricted to trading solely in Canton. 7. Ask that the cities of Canton, Amoy, Shanghai, Ningbo, and the province of northern Formosa be freely open to trade from all foreign powers, and finally, secure islands along the Chinese coasts that can be easily defended and provisioned, or exchange captured islands for favorable trading terms. Lord Palmerston left it to Superintendent Elliott's discretion as to how these objectives would be fulfilled, but noted that while negotiation would be a preferable outcome, he simply did not trust that diplomacy would be enough to be successful. In his final correspondence he wrote, "To sum up in a few words the result of this instruction, you will see, from what I have stated, that the British government demands from that of China satisfaction for the past and security for the future, and does not choose to trust a negotiation for obtaining either of these things, but has sent out a naval and military force with orders to begin at once to take the measures necessary for attaining the object in view." Now, a lack of significant headquarters in China led the British to remove their commercial ships. However, the Royal Navy's China Squadron remained in the Pearl River Estuary Islands. Palmerston ordered the East India Company to redirect troops from India in anticipation of a limited conflict with the Chinese while in London. But instead of a large-scale war, a punitive expedition was chosen. Superintendent Elliot oversaw Britain's China affairs in general, while Commodore James Bremer led the Royal Marines and the China Squadron. Major General Hugh Gough led British land forces, and later became British Forces in China Commander. Nice little promotion there for him. Well, the British government would fully fund the war, and according to Lord Palmerston's correspondence, the British had already planned a series of attacks on Chinese ports and waterways. The preparations for an expeditionary army began immediately after the vote in January 1840. In the British Isles, infantry regiments were established, and shipbuilding was accelerated. Britain began using military forces from its overseas dominions for the upcoming conflict, and they had plenty of overseas dominions, don't you worry about that. The peak of the British Empire. Now, British India, of course, was one of those colonies, and they prepared for war after hearing of the opium being destroyed under the command of Lindsay Shue. They recruited many Bengali volunteer battalions to support their British Indian Army and East India Company forces. The expedition's ships were either in distant colonies or being repaired. But then, of course, there was the Oriental Crisis of 1840, which threatened war between Britain, France, and the Ottoman Empire over Syria, which of course diverted the Royal Navy's European fleets from China, at least for a little while. British South Africa and Australia were ordered to send ships to Singapore, the expedition's meeting location, and several Royal Navy steamers were sent on the expedition as cargo ships. Atypical summer weather in India and the Strait of Malacca hampered the British deployment, and several incidents hampered their combat capability. The Royal Navy's two 74-gun ships of the line, which were to attack the Chinese defenses, were temporarily disabled by damage to the hulls. Either way, British forces gathered in Singapore by mid-June 1840, despite these delays. While waiting for the ships, the Royal Marines practiced amphibious invasions on the beach. After disembarking from boats, they formed lines to advance towards simulated defenses. These days we call them war games. Well, the expedition's first group reached China in June of 1840 on 15 barracks ships, 4 steam-powered gunboats, and 25 smaller boats. Commodore Bremer led the flotilla. Now, the British demanded financial compensation from the Qing government for trade disruptions and opium destruction. This is as we mentioned in part 1, after Lindsay Shue confiscated it and basically destroyed the lot of it. Well, of course, over and over, the request was denied by the Qing government and the authorities in Canton. The Chinese would not give an inch, even though they knew they were severely outgunned. This was a war of principle for them. Well, Palmerston gave Elliot and his cousin Admiral George Elliot instructions to transfer at least one Chinese coastline island for commercial use. A combined naval and ground attack on Zhoushan Archipelago began after the British Expeditionary Force was positioned. The operation focused on Zhoushan Island, the largest and most secure. The attack also sought to capture the island's strategic port of Dinghai. Elliot ordered Zhoushan's surrender upon the British squadron's arrival, but the Chinese garrison commander refused the order, claiming he could not submit and questioning the British harassment of Dinghai given their expulsion from Canton. Hostilities began, and the Royal Navy destroyed a squadron of 12 small junks, and British Marines took control of the southern Dinghai Hills. Yes, it did not go very well for the Chinese defense. A fierce naval attack on the 5th of July forced the Chinese to retreat, allowing the British to take full control of the city. British forces took Dinghai Harbor and prepared to use it as a military base in China. In autumn of 1840, a Dinghai garrison illness forced the British to move their soldiers to Manila and Calcutta. At the start of 1841, only 1,900 of the 3,300 troops who had occupied Dinghai were still there, and many of them could simply not fight, well, because they were all bent over, vomiting all over themselves most likely, while most of the 500 British soldiers who died from illness were actually not technically British. Most of them were volunteers from Cameroon and also Bengal, while the Royal Marines, they were of course unaffected. Funny how that works. Perhaps they were kept in more sanitary conditions. Well, after capturing Dinghai, the British expedition split up its troops, sending one fleet south to the Pearl River and another north to the Yellow Sea. The Northern Fleet reached the High River, where Elliot personally delivered Palmerston's message to the Emperor of the Qing. Now, the imperial court appointed Qishan, a prominent Manchu official, to succeed Lin as viceroy of Liangguang after Lin's dismissal for his opium-handling missteps. Qishan represented the Qing dynasty as chief negotiator, while Elliot represented the British crown. Qishan and Elliot agreed to conduct future talks on the Pearl River after a week of negotiations. British representatives were politely asked, however, to leave the Yellow Sea. I don't know how politely, but, well, I'm sure the point was taken. Now Qishan promised imperial funds to British merchants who lost money, and that's another deciding factor. But both factions continued to fight the war. In the late spring of 1841, more Indian troops arrived for a military campaign against Canton. Ships brought 600 skilled 37th Madras native infantry soldiers to Dinghai, boosting British morale. The newly built iron steamship HMS Nemesis, which is a badass name for a ship, accompanied the fleet to Macau. Chinese Navy had pretty much no effective defense against this powerful weapon. The cannons just would not even put a dent in it, and that's if the cannons could even reach it. Remember that the Chinese were using somewhat out-of-date weapons. A lot of them were weapons designed off or even purchased off the Brits in former times, which of course the British would never sell the most up-to-date stuff. That would be stupid. Well, on August 19th, 3 British cruisers and 380 Marines expelled the Chinese from what was known as the Barrier, a land bridge separating Macau and the Chinese mainland. After the Qing soldiers' defeat and the arrival of the Nemesis at Macau's harbor, pro-British sentiment rose, leading to the expulsion and death of several Qing officials. But what about Portugal? This was Macau, after all. Well, they chose to kind of sit back and just enjoy the show, remaining neutral throughout the fight. After all, they had their own interests in Macau, and it was too early to tell how things were going to go. It seemed pretty obvious the British were going to win from the outset, but, well, you never know. Well, after the battle, Portugal did allow British troops to dock in Macau, which gave the British a fully operational port in southern China. The British focused on the Pearl River conflict after securing Dinghai and Macau, and the northern expedition moved south to Humen, known as the Bog, after the British victory at Chusan. Bremer believed that seizing control of the Pearl River and Guangzhou, or Canton, would give the British a strong bargaining position with the Qing government and help trade resume after the war. Because, of course, after all the fighting is done, there is still money to be made. And this is where we have step in Admiral Guan Tianpei, who strengthened Qing positions in Humen during the British Northern Campaign. Now, Guan may have prepared for a position attack since Napier's 1835 incident. He feared that the British would forcefully advance up the Pearl River towards Canton, and the river was subsequently blocked by 3,000 soldiers and 306 cannons in the Humen forts. When the British fleet was ready to fight, 10,000 Qing soldiers were strategically placed to protect Canton and its neighbors. Early January saw the British fleet attack the Qing defenses at Junbi. This followed the Chinese deliberately launching fire rafts at the Royal Navy's ships, which was, well, that was the strategy. The best strategy at the time for taking out ships without too much collateral damage. Well, the Second Battle of Junbi, on January 7, 1841, the British were victorious. They defeated 11 Chinese Southern Fleet junks, and they even took the forts at Humen. The British victory allowed them to blockade the Bog, forcing the Qing Navy to retreat inland. Qishan negotiated a peace deal with Britain to avoid further escalation, because the Pearl River Delta was so important to China and the British Navy's dominance made it difficult to recapture. Thus, the Convention of Junbi, written by Qishan and Elliot on January 21st, sought to effectively end the war. The convention exchanges Hong Kong Island for Zhoushan, frees British shipwrecked or kidnapped prisoners, and reopens trade in Canton by the 1st of February 1841 to establish equitable diplomatic privileges between Britain and China. China was also meant to pay $6 million silver dollars for the 1838 opium destruction in Humen. However, the legality of the opium trade was intentionally left for later consideration. Although Qishan and Elliot negotiated successfully, their governments refused to ratify the pact. The Daoguang Emperor was furious that a treaty was ratified without his consent, especially one that would relinquish Qing land. And I don't blame him for being angry. Qishan definitely crossed the line with that one. So he ordered the arrest of Qishan, who was sentenced to death, but was later commuted to military service. Lucky for him. Well, Lord Palmerston called Elliot back and refused to endorse the convention, wanting more concessions from the Chinese as per his first instructions. Yes, you see, Lord Palmerston's problem with it was that it wasn't enough in the favor of the British. Well, I think Elliot at this point probably just wanted to take a bit of a rest from all the fighting. Well, the temporary ceasefire ended in February when the Chinese refused the British trade access to Canton. HMS Nemesis's longboat was fired at by artillery from a fort on North Wangtong Island on February the 19th, which prompted a British response. The British commanders ordered a new Pearl River blockade and military operations against the Chinese. The British captured the remaining Bog forts in the Battle of the Bog and the Battle of First Bar on February 26th and 27th. It was this victory that allowed their navy to advance upriver into Canton, and on the 26th of February, poor old Admiral Tian Pei died in battle. Rest in peace to Guan Tianpei. Well, the British took Huangpu on March the 2nd after deconstructing a Qing fort near Pazhou. This military operation directly threatened eastern Canton. Major General Gok, who had arrived from Madras on HMS Cruiser, personally led the assault on Huangpu. Superintendent Elliot, who was unaware at this time of his dismissal, and the Governor-General of Canton declared a 3-day ceasefire on the 3rd of March. British forces left Zhoushan for the Chunpi Convention and reached the Pearl River from the 3rd to the 6th. The Chinese military received more troops, and General Yang Fang led 30,000 soldiers near Canton on March the 16th. Now, as the main British fleet prepared to travel up the Pearl River to Canton, 3 warships headed to the Xi River estuary to navigate the river between Macau and Canton. HMS Samarang, Nemesis, and Atalanta were Captain James Scott's and Superintendent Elliot's fleets. Even though the waterway was only 6 feet deep in some places, the British steamships could navigate in shallow waters and approach Canton from a route the Qing considered, at least at this point, to be unfeasible. Between the 13th and 15th of March, British forces captured or destroyed Chinese naval vessels along the river, and they also managed to get quite a lot of artillery and military equipment. After defeating Chinese defenses along the Pearl River, the British considered marching to Canton. Superintendent Elliot advised the British to first negotiate with the Qing authorities from their advantageous position, rather than fight it out in Canton after the truce expired on the 6th of March. But the Qing, instead of attacking the British, decided to fortify their city, a turtle strategy. Chinese military engineers also began building fire rafts, gunboats, and mud earthworks along the riverside, sinking junks to form river blocks. Chinese merchants were ordered to seize all silk and tea from Canton to hinder trade, and the local population was forbidden from feeding the British river ships. A Chinese fort shot at a British vessel flying a truce flag on March 16th, and in response the British set the fort on fire with rockets. These actions convinced Elliot the Chinese were indeed preparing for a long battle. On the 18th of March, the British attacked Canton after the Broadway expedition ships returned to the fleet. They took the 13 factories, with very few casualties, and raised the Union Jack over the British factory. After negotiating with Cohong merchants, the British partially captured the city and resumed trade. British forces captured Canton's elevated terrain after several military victories, and another ceasefire was finally declared on the 20th of March. Elliot ordered most Royal Navy cruisers downstream to the Boca Tigris, and that was despite the commander's objections. Now, moving on to mid-April, Yi Shan, the viceroy of Liangguang and the cousin of the Daoguang emperor, arrived in Canton. He ordered envoys to Elliot, kept trade open, and began gathering military resources outside of Canton. The Qing army quickly gathered 50,000 soldiers from outside the city, while trade revenue was used to repair and strengthen the defenses of Canton. Many small river vessels were armed. Chinese soldiers were stationed in Huangpu and the Boca Tigris, and artillery batteries were hidden along the Pearl River. Specifically, the Daoguang emperor ordered the Qing army to eradicate the rebels at all locations and expel British forces from the Pearl River, Hong Kong, and indeed China in general. The foreign merchants in Canton, already skeptical of Chinese intentions after learning about the Qing military expansion, widely distributed this directive. Some Cohong merchants and their families managed to leave the city in May, raising concerns about a resurgence of violence. There were rumors that Chinese divers were training to cut openings in British ship hulls, and that fire raft fleets were being prepared to fight the Royal Navy. Due to the unit conflicts and distrust of Yi Shan, the Qing army weakened during their preparations. You see, Yi Shan was not from around here, and he publicly disdained Cantonese people and soldiers, preferring troops from other provinces. Yi Shan issued a statement on the 20th of May urging Canton residents and foreign businessmen to simply be calm and just ignore the assembling military forces, as there was no likelihood of conflict. As you can imagine, pretty much nobody believed that. Well, the next day, Elliot formally requested that all British merchants leave the city before sunset. Additionally, several warships were ordered back to their positions in front of Canton. And on the evening of the 21st of May, the Qing struck. They launched a coordinated nocturnal attack on the British military and naval fleet. Qing soldiers recaptured the British factory after concealed artillery batteries in Canton and along the Pearl River were fired, which the British thought were out of operation. They soon found out that they were well and truly in operation. Oh, and at Canton there were also 200 fire rafts linked by a chain that were sent to attack the Royal Navy, while fishing boats with matchlock cannons engaged them. The British warships managed to evade attack, while wayward rafts lit Canton's waterfront, illuminating the river and countering the night attack. Slightly downstream at Huangpu, the Chinese attacked British ships anchored there and tried to block the Canton-bound ships. Major General Gough delayed his offensive and consolidated British forces in Hong Kong out of fear of an invasion. He quickly ordered a march upriver to Canton, and on the 25th of May, some 4 days later, the additional troops arrived, and the British retaliated by capturing the remaining 4 Qing forts above Canton and commenced to bombard the city. After capturing the city heights, the Qing troops fled in fear, forcing the British to pursue them into the countryside. Around 20,000 peasants and townspeople, attacked 60 Indian sepoys gathering supplies on May 29th. Well, the San Yuan Li incident defeated said sepoys. You know, it's just so funny to hear about all this because so many of these names, there's still places and areas within modern Guangzhou, like San Yuan Li and Huangbu and Banyu, all these places. Well, Gough ordered a river retreat after the San Yuan Li incident. And then the British began to occupy Canton officially on the 30th of May 1841. Well, that for at least now ended the war. The British and Canton's Governor-General agreed to cease fire after the British captured the province. Of course, this is the war in Canton, but there's plenty of other battles to fight before the day is out. Well, under the Limited Peace Agreement, also known as the Ransom of Canton, the British were paid to leave the forts. This withdrawal was completed quite quickly, in fact, the following day, on the 31st of May. But Elliot unilaterally ratified the peace accord without British Army or Navy input, once again stepping out of line, and this angered General Gough. Yishan declared Canton's defense a diplomatic victory, which, well, it's not as good as a normal victory, but you've got to swing it somehow, don't you? He wrote to the Emperor that the barbarians had begged the esteemed military leader to plead with the Emperor to forgive their debts and allow them to trade again. In exchange, they promised to quickly remove their ships from the Boca Tigris and never disrupt it again. However, General Yang Feng was chastised by the Emperor for accepting a truce rather than fighting the British. The Emperor was, however, unaware that the British mission had survived and was well and truly operational. Thus the imperial court debated China's war strategy, because the Daoguang Emperor wanted Hong Kong back. Now, after leaving Canton, the British Expeditionary Force went on to Hong Kong. British commanders discussed a war strategy like Chinese commanders. Elliot wanted to end military operations and resume trade, while Major General Gough wanted to seize Amoy and block the Yangtze, that being the Yangtze River, a little further north. Well, a July typhoon, which, well, there's a typhoon every July in Hong Kong, damaged the British ships that were in Hong Kong harbour and destroyed some expedition buildings on the island. On July the 29th, Elliot learned Henry Pottinger had replaced him as superintendent. On the 10th of August, Pottinger began his administrative duties in Hong Kong, and he wanted to negotiate with the Qing dynasty for all of China, not just the Pearl River region. He refused Canton Chinese envoys and ordered the expeditionary force to proceed with its military plans. Admiral Sir William Parker arrived in Hong Kong to lead the British naval forces in China after Humphrey Fleming Senhouse died of a fever on the 29th of June. British commanders agreed to move combat operations north to pressure Peking. That's the old name for Beijing, by the way. Thus, on August the 21st, the fleet headed to Amoy. Now, British ships entered the Jiulong River estuary and reached Amoy on the 25th of August. But the city was well aware that they were on their way. They had prepared for a naval attack by building a lot of gun positions in the gigantic granite cliffs that were overlooking the river by Qing military engineers. Parker thought a naval attack alone was too risky. So, Gough led a naval ground offensive against the fortifications. The Royal Navy's covering fire helped the British Marines and regular troops defeat the Chinese river defenses on August 26th. And despite over 12,000 cannonballs from the British Navy, the Chinese cannon positions actually survived. British soldiers, however, did successfully ascend and take the position. When Amoy was empty on August the 27th, British troops went to the inner town and detonated the castle's powder magazine. They captured 26 Chinese junks and 128 cannons, and they threw them into the river. Lord Palmerston wanted Amoy to be a global trading hub after the war, but Gough issued strict orders to prevent looting and authorized officers to execute any pillagers found. However, many Chinese merchants feared being labeled as disloyal to the Qing, and they declined British protection. Now, the British troops did set up a small military outpost on a river island and blocked the Jolong River, but without military protection, peasants, criminals, and deserters pillaged the town. Well, order did return within days after the Qing recaptured the city. Following their victory, the city governor claimed that 5 British ships had been sunk. Now, back in Britain, parliamentary changes ousted Lord Palmerston as Foreign Minister on the 30th of August. Succeeding him was William Lamb, the 2nd Viscount Melbourne, who took a more calculated approach to China. Lamb stayed with the war. September 1841. A short gunnery battle with the Chinese fort destroyed the British transport ship Nerbuda on a rock off Taiwan's northern coast. In March of 1842, the brig Anne sank on another reef. The survivors of both ships were arrested and taken to southern Taiwan for imprisonment, which is as fun as it sounds. But the Qing authority were not so kind to the other 197 people they had, who they executed on August the 10th, 1842. And additionally, 87 of those prisoners died from mistreatment. This was called the Nerbuda Incident. Well, in October of 1841, the British consolidated their control over the central Chinese coast. Zhoushan was ceded to Hong Kong by Qishan in January of 1841, and after this the Qing re-established military presence on the island. British troops invaded the island to prevent the Chinese from strengthening its defenses, and the British attacked the Qing on October the 1st. They defeated 1,500 Qing soldiers in Chushan. It was called the second capture of Chushan, by the way. And they took the city without too much of a hard time of it. Either way, the victory restored British control over Dinghai's vital port. On October the 10th, 9 days later, a British naval fleet attacked and took control of a fortress near Ningbo, central China. It's sort of near Shanghai. There's a very nice city just to the south of it called Cixi. I went there once. It's quite a quaint little town. It's got a beautiful little park next to it. It's a lovely little lake. Oh, it's so lovely. There's nothing more charming than a second or third tier Chinese city. Oh, they're just lovely places to be. So peaceful, so nice. Well, this battle in Ningbo decisively defeated the Chinese. The 1,500 strong Chinese forces evacuated Ningbo after losing, and the British took control of it on October the 13th. British troops took over a city-based imperial cannon factory. Qing armaments replenishment was greatly hampered by this event. The city's conquest also threatened the Qiantang River, and the British leadership reassessed their strategy for Chinese occupation and war spoils now that they had Ningbo under their wing too. More bargaining power means they can tack on a few more war goals to that agreement. Either way, things were not looking good for China at this point. Admiral Parker and Superintendent Pottinger wanted the British to take part of all Chinese assets as war spoils, and they mean all of them. The whole thing. I mean, they may as well just try to annex them at this point. However, General Gough believed such a policy would incite Chinese resentment, as if the Chinese didn't already resent them enough. He believed that public property should be seized instead. British merchants were after all wronged, so the British doctrine required 10% of all property confiscated by British expeditionary forces to be taken as war spoils. Gough stated that this decree would force his troops to penalize one group of thieves for the advantage of another. British military operations were halted in the winter of 1141 to replenish supplies. The Emperor in Beijing underestimated the British threat due to Yishan's misinformation. The Daoguang Emperor discovered too late in 1841 that his Canton and Amoy officials were actually exaggerating reports. I don't know why they do things like this. The individual ordered Guangxi Governor Liang Changchuo to report Canton events accurately, or else. Yishan was summoned to the capital and tried by the imperial court. Eventually he was removed from power. Thus, when the Chinese villagers and cities realized the true British threat, they fortified themselves against naval invasions, because someone's got to do it. In spring of 1842, the Daoguang Emperor ordered his cousin Yi Jing to recapture Ningbo. Rifles and naval guns helped the British garrison defeat the attack on Ningbo on March 10th, and the British lured the Qing army into the streets before attacking, killing many of them. On the 15th of March, the British also captured Zixi after chasing the retreating Chinese army. Remember that charming little town I told you about? Oh, yes. Now, the Battle of Chapu on the 18th of May took the strategic port of the same name. Now, the British Navy bombardment forced the town to surrender. Gough lauded the 8 banners soldiers who halted the British army for hours for their bravery. Now, on June 14th, the British fleet took the Huangpu River mouth. The Battle of Wusong on June the 16th gave the British control of Wusong and Baoshan. British troops occupied Shanghai's unguarded outskirts on the 19th of June, and the retreating Qing bannermen, British soldiers, and locals looted Shanghai after the battle. Qing Admiral Chen Huacheng also died while guarding a Wusong fortress. A brave way to go. Now, the capture of Shanghai made Nanjing vulnerable to attack, and Nanjing is very important because the name literally means southern capital, Nan meaning southern, Jing meaning capital, as is Beijing means northern capital. another thing, Tokyo in Chinese is Dongjing, so that means Eastern capital. There is no Xijing. I don't know, maybe Xijing is kind of Xi'an. Go and look up Xi'an, it's where the terracotta warriors are. So, the capture of Shanghai made Nanjing vulnerable to attack, and that was a big problem. But the Qing Emperor protected Liangjiang province with 56,000 Manchu bannermen and Han Green Standard soldiers. They also strengthened their Yangtze River defenses, and to defend Beijing from an expected attack, the British Navy in northern China relocated resources and personnel. The Qing commander in Liangjiang province freed 16 British prisoners to achieve a ceasefire and buy a little time. Both the Qing and the British, however, rejected reconciliation. The Daoguang Emperor did secretly consider a peace accord with the British, but only for the Yangtze River. If the agreement was completed, if the British forces would have actually been paid to stay out of the Yangtze. Now, on July the 14th, the British Navy sailed up the Yangtze. Gough prepared to seize Zhenjiang after a reconnaissance revealed its strategic importance. Most of the city's firearms were actually moved to Wuzhong and seized by the British after their takeover, and according to Chinese sources, more than 100 traitors were executed in Zhenjiang before the war due to poor organization by Qing commanders. The British fleet reached the city on July 21st and destroyed the Chinese forts protecting it. An untimely British landing occurred after Chinese defenders withdrew to nearby hills. And thus the Battle of Zhenjiang began in earnest when many Chinese warriors left the city, or at least tried to, causing a violent conflict. British engineers broke through the western entrance and entered the city, sparking street fighting, and the war devastated Zhenjiang, forcing many Chinese soldiers and their families to take their own lives rather than surrender. As for the British, well, they only lost 36 men while capturing the city. This doesn't sound like too much, but it was actually the highest loss for all of their battles in China in that war. 36. Well, after capturing the city, the British fleet strategically severed the Grand Canal, which completely immobilized the Caoyuan system and hindered Chinese grain transport across the empire. The British left Zhenjiang on the 3rd of August to sail to Nanjing, and on the 9th of August they reached Jiangning district and were ready to attack by August 11th. Despite not having the Emperor's approval, Qing city officials agreed to the British negotiations. Qi Ying, a Manchu High Court officer, and Li Pu led a Chinese delegation from Nanjing to join the British Navy on the 14th of August. As the British delegation insisted the Daoguang Emperor accept the treaty, negotiations lasted for weeks. But on August the 21st, the Daoguang Emperor did allow his ambassadors to sign the peace treaty with the British after the court recommended it. And this treaty of Nanjing ended the First Opium War on August 29th, 1842. The British and Qing officials signed the document on HMS Cornwallis. And just like that, the conflict concluded with the ratification of that inaugural unequal treaty, that dirty word Treaty of Nanjing. the Qing Empire acknowledged Britain as a peer to China, and were forced to grant British citizens extraterritorial rights in treaty ports in the supplemental Treaty of the Vosges. Hong Kong was also ceded to Britain, and in 1844 the United States and France both signed their own treaties with China. Furthermore, alongside the opening of China to European opium traffickers, there was a significant increase in the European trade of Chinese coolie labor. English-speaking entrepreneurs commonly refer to this trade as poison and pigs. Ever wondered who built the railroads in the United States? Coolie, hard work. The Second Opium War occurred from 1856 to 1860, reigniting conflicts between China and Western powers, in particular Britain and France. It all began when Chinese authorities seized the Arrow, a vessel registered under the British flag, leading Britain to claim a violation of the Treaty of Nanjing. The war saw collaborative military actions led by Anglo-French forces, with key events including the capture of the Taku forts and the occupation of Beijing. The war ended with the Treaty of Tianjin and the Convention of Peking, which imposed even harsher conditions on China, including the legalization of the opium trade, the cession of Kowloon to Britain, and the establishment of foreign embassies in Beijing, treaties that further weakened the Qing dynasty and deepened China's century of humiliation. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Off we go for the Second Opium War today. No part 1 and 2 in this one, just all the way to the end. Of course, if you want to learn about the First Opium War, you might want to look at the link in the description. Watch those 2 videos first, part 1 and 2, and then you'll understand the context a little bit better. Now, as always, you're supporting the channel just by enjoying it, but liking and subscribing and perhaps telling your friends always helps. And if you want to go further beyond that, there's a few links in the description. But without further ado, let's get on with it. Now, we all know that the Second Opium War was ensuing as a direct consequence of the First Opium War. You see, the Treaty of Nanjing, signed in 1842, provided Britain with an indemnity and extraterritorial rights. It also allowed for the establishment of 5 treaty ports and the transfer of Hong Kong Island to British control. The treaty's inability, however, to meet British objectives of enhanced commercial and diplomatic ties resulted in the outbreak of this Second Opium War in 1856. In fact, the First Opium War is often regarded as a catalyst for the onset of modern Chinese history in China. What about the period between the 2 wars, though? What happened then? Well, it wasn't all peaceful. Of course, it couldn't be. There were multiple instances of hostility towards British citizens. I wonder why. But as a response, in 1847, an expedition to Canton was launched. Now, I'm sure you know if you've watched the first videos, Canton is modern-day Guangzhou. And if you don't know what that is, or where it is, or what it looks like, you might just want to type it into Google and pick up your jaw from the floor, because it's quite a lovely city. Now, this military operation successfully attacked and captured the forts of the Boca Tigris through a surprise attack, resulting in the disabling of 879 guns. And that wasn't all. During the 1850s, Western imperialism experienced significant and swift expansion. You see, the Western powers, they had the same objectives, more or less, including the enlargement of their international markets and the creation of new ports of call. You see, when you're sailing all across the world like they were, you can't really do it all in one go. You need to be able to stop, resupply, and, well, people need to be able to give you at least a good deal. You need to be welcome in these ports. And if you're not welcome in other people's ports, you must simply create your own or make other people's ports your ports. It's a tale as old as time. But you know that. Well, both the French Treaty of Huangpu and the American Wangxia Treaty included provisions that permitted the treaties to be re-evaluated and maybe even revised after a period of 12 years after their implementation. Now, Britain requested the Qing authorities in China to engage in further negotiations about the Treaty of Nanjing, which was signed in 1842, with the intention of broadening its rights and benefits. Well, this request was made based on Britain's claim of being a most favored nation. Now, what does that mean? Well, it was written into the Treaty of Nanjing that Britain would indeed become the most favored among the colonial powers. So we're talking the Russians, the Germans, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and some minor countries. But Britain was to be treated the best out of all of them, and that was written on contract. Well, but that wasn't all. The British demands encompassed the complete access of British merchant companies to all parts of China, the legalization of the opium trade, the exemption of foreign imports from internal transit duties, the eradication of piracy, and the regulation of the coolie trade, authorization for a British ambassador to reside in Beijing, and finally the establishment of the English language version of all treaties as superior to the Chinese language version. You can see how this can become a problem. Mistranslations, interpretations, legal jargon. Of course, you don't get away with this sort of thing in any country anymore. Most countries have the rules that the local language contract always supersedes the second language contract, and China is no exception. So, in order to allow Chinese merchant vessels operating in treaty ports the same privileges as British ships under the Treaty of Nanjing, British officials provided these vessels with British registration in Hong Kong. In October 1856, Chinese Marines in Canton apprehended a cargo ship named the Arrow on grounds of suspected piracy, and they detained 12 out of the 14 Chinese crew members. The Chinese government seized and later sold the Arrow. Now, at the time of its seizure, the ship was registered as British, but it was once employed by pirates, and it was continuing to display the British flag at the time of its capture, despite the fact that its registration had lapsed. The captain, Thomas Kennedy, who was on a nearby vessel at the time, witnessed Chinese Marines removing the British flag from the ship. Harry Parkes, the British consul in Canton, communicated with Ye Mingchen, the imperial commissioner and viceroy of Liangguang, that is the Guangdong and Guangxi, the two Guangs, to request the prompt release of the sailors and a formal apology for the purported offense against the flag. Well, Ye was always a little stubborn, but he did release the 9 crew members, but he withheld the release of the remaining 3. So, on October the 23rd, the British demolished 4 barrier forts. On October the 25th, a request was made for the British to be granted permission to enter Canton. On the following day, the British initiated an artillery attack on the city, launching a single round at intervals of 10 minutes. Ye Ming-chun offered a reward for capturing the head of every British person. That's one way to make money, isn't it? Well, on the 29th of October, the Royal Navy forcefully breached the weakly fortified and insufficient walls. The U.S. Consul, James Keenan, hoisted the flag of the United States on the walls and residence of Ye Ming-chun in Canton when his troops entered, and the casualties amounted to 3 fatalities and 12 injuries. But still, the negotiations were unsuccessful, resulting in the city being bombarded. On November the 6th, a total of 23 war junks were attacked, and they were subsequently destroyed. There were, however, intermittent breaks for negotiations, during which the British still launched bombardments, resulting in the outbreak of fires. On the 3rd of March, 1857, the British administration was defeated in a parliamentary vote concerning the Arrow incident and the events that occurred in Canton till the end of the previous year. The outcome of this defeat prompted a general election in the April of 1857 and resulted in significant expansion of the government's majority. In April of the same year, the British government extended invitations to the United States of America and Russia for potential coalitions, but neither side was really keen on the idea. They were declined from both the Americans and the Russians. Well, it didn't help that in May of 1857 the Indian Mutiny escalated, prompting the British to redirect their forces from China to India, as it was seen as the more pressing matter. Well, in terms of France, they participated in the British intervention in China in response to grievances raised by their representative, Baron Jean-Baptiste Louis Gros. The accusations were regarding the death of a French missionary named Auguste Chapdelaine by local Chinese officials in the Guangxi province. It is important also to note, by the way, that Guangxi province was not accessible to foreigners during that period. So what exactly was the missionary doing there? Well, I suppose when you're on a mission from God, you go wherever the bloody hell you want, don't you? Just ask him. Either way, he didn't last too long. He got caught and they strung him up. So obviously the French were not pleased with that. Well, Admiral Sir Michael Seymour led a collaboration between the British and the French. In the latter part of 1857, a combined military force from Britain and France launched an assault on Canton and successfully took control of the city. A collaborative committee comprising members of the alliance was finally established. The Allies retained the city governor and his position to uphold on behalf of the victors. The British-French coalition exerted dominion over Canton for a duration of about 4 years. In May of 1858, the coalition swiftly advanced northward and successfully seized control of the Taku fort near Tianjin for a short period of time. The United States and Russia dispatched their own diplomats to Hong Kong, with the intention of providing military assistance to the British and the French. However, Russia did not provide any military aid. Well, during the war, the U.S. participated in a simultaneous but small fight. However, it declined the UK's proposal for an alliance and did not cooperate with the Anglo-French forces. The Chinese garrison stationed in Canton initiated an attack on the United States Navy's steamer in 1856, which prompted the US Navy to respond with a counterattack, and this was known as the Battle of the Pearl River Forts. The ships launched a heavy bombardment of the river forts near Canton, subsequently launching an assault and successfully capturing them, without really much of a scratch on the American side. Subsequent to this, diplomatic endeavors were recommenced, resulting in the signing of an agreement between the American and Chinese governments, ensuring U.S. neutrality during the Second Opium War. Now in 1857, the following year, British troops began gathering in Hong Kong, where they were later joined by a contingent of French soldiers. By December 1857, they possessed an adequate number of ships and men to finally address the failure to fulfill the treaty duties that granted them right to enter Canton. Parkes issued a decisive demand, which was backed by the Hong Kong governor, Sir John Bowring, and Admiral Sir Michael Seymour, warning on 14th of December that Canton would be bombarded if the demands were not met within 24 hours. Remember those 3 remaining hostages, we could call them? They wanted them back. Well, I suppose you could argue, are 3 remaining hostages and a dead preacher worth starting an international conflict over? Well, if you're looking for an excuse to start a conflict, anything will do. Dare I say that they were certainly looking for an excuse, especially sitting in Hong Kong eyeing off the Kowloon, or as I'd call it in Mandarin, Zhoulong district. Well, you need some kind of excuse, don't you? Well, subsequently, the surviving crew members of the Arrow were set free, but they didn't receive any apologies from Viceroy Ye Ming-chen, who also declined to uphold the conditions of the contract. Seymour, Major General Van Straubenzee, and Admiral de Genoli devised a strategy to assault Canton in accordance with orders. The action was thereafter referred to as the Arrow Incident, which also gave rise to the alternate name for the subsequent conflict. It's also called the War of the Arrow, but I think the Second Opium War sounds a lot cooler. This has a better ring to it. Now, it was actually more about the arrow than it was the opium, so, we could argue that we should probably be calling it the Arrow War, but, well, it's a little too late for that, isn't it? Well, despite being hindered by the Indian Rebellion of 1857, which we mentioned, the British did proceed to retaliate against the Arrow Incident in 1856 by launching an assault on Guangzhou from the Pearl River. Viceroy Ye Ming-chen issued a directive instructing all Chinese soldiers stationed at the forts to refrain from opposing the British advance. Following the effortless capture of the fort near Canton, the British Army proceeded for an all-out attack on the city. The seizure of Canton on the 1st of January 1858, a metropolis inhabited by more than 1 million people, but taken by a mere 6,000 soldiers, led to the British and French armies sustaining only 15 fatalities and 13 injuries. Thoroughly ratioed. between 200 and 650 of the defenders and residents suffered casualties. Now, Ye Ming-chen was apprehended, and he was subsequently banished to Calcutta, India, where he deliberately deprived himself of food until he starved to death. And in these days, Ye Ming-chen is kind of seen as a bit of a, I'm not sure if we can say hero, but perhaps a role model for not giving in to the British and the French ever. He stayed in his residence while it was being bombed and they were battering down the door, sitting at his desk, just thoroughly shaking his head. You'll have to break the door down, because I'm not opening it for you. Well, in January, there was a potential plot to poison John Bowring and his family in Hong Kong, which is now referred to as the Essing Bakery incident. Now, it's a bit of a mystery whether it was all intentional or not, but if the act was intentional, the baker who was accused of contaminating bread with arsenic made a little bit of mistake by adding an excessive amount of poison to the dough. As a result, the victims vomited a significant quantity of the poison, leaving them with only non-lethal amounts remaining in their bodies. Messengers were dispatched with a warning, thus halting any additional harm. Well, upon its recognition in Britain, the Arrow incident, along with the reaction of the British military, sparked a significant amount of debate. On the 3rd of March, there was a vote, and a motion was carried by a vote of 263 to 49, expressing opposition to the government, and this is an excerpt from the minutes of that meeting. This House has heard with the concern of the conflicts which have occurred between the British and Chinese authorities on the Canton River, and without expressing an opinion as to the extent to which the government of China may have afforded this country cause of complaint respecting the non-fulfillment of the Treaty of 1842, this House considers that the papers which have been laid on the table failed to establish satisfactory grounds for the violent measures at Canton in the late affair of the Arrow, and that a select committee be appointed to inquire into the state of our commercial relations with China. End of the excerpt from the minutes. Now, Lord Palmerston, the Prime Minister of the Whig Party, criticized the patriotism of the Whigs, who supported the resolution. As a result, Parliament was dissolved, leading to the British general election in 1857. Now, the Chinese matter played a significant role in the election, in which Palmerston secured a larger majority, thereby suppressing the opinions of the Whig faction members who were in favor of the Chinese side. Basically a pro-trade faction and a pro-war faction. Well, the newly established Parliament has resolved to pursue compensation from China, relying on the report of the Arrow incident presented by Henry Parkes. And Britain requested the French Empire, the United States, and the Russian Empire to create an alliance. The first phase of the conflict concluded in June of 1158 by signing of the 4 treaties of Tianjin, involving Britain, France, Russia, and the US. Now, these treaties expanded Western commercial access to an additional 11 ports. Initially, the Chinese declined to formally approve these treaties, but, what choice do you have? Now, the key provisions were as follows: that Britain, France, Russia, and the United States would have the right to establish diplomatic legations, that being small embassies in Beijing, which was a closed city at the time. Also, 10 more Chinese ports would be opened for foreign trade, including Niuzhuang, Tamshui, Hankou, and Nanjing. The right of all foreign vessels, including commercial ships, to navigate freely on the Yangtze River, the right of foreigners to travel in the internal regions of China, which had been formerly banned, and also China was to pay an indemnity of 4 million taels of silver to Britain and 2 million to France. Well, the Treaty of Aigun was signed on the 28th of May 1158 to amend the Chinese and Russian border, which had been established by the Nerchinsk Treaty of 1689. Russia acquired the territory on the left side of the Amur River, therefore extending the southern border beyond the Stanovoy Mountains. The Convention of Peking in 1860 granted Russia jurisdiction over a region on the Pacific coast that remains ice-free, leading to the establishment of the city of Vladivostok in the same year. And that is, to this day, right on the Chinese border, up sort of near Harbin. Well, in June of 1158, shortly after the Qing imperial court consented to the unfavorable treaties, albeit not very happily so, well, the assertive ministers convinced the Xianfeng emperor to oppose Western intrusion. Signed agreements be damned. Thus, on June 2nd, 1858, the Xianfeng emperor commanded the Mongol general Senge Rinchen to protect the Taku forts, located near Tianjin. Senge Rinchen reinforced the fortifications by adding supplementary artillery units. In addition, he enlisted 4,000 Mongol cavalry from the regions of Chahar and Suiyuan. And thus we arrive at the Second Battle of the Taku Forts, which were also known as the Dagu Forts in the modern-day Chinese vernacular. This was in June of 1159. An armada of 21 vessels, including 2,000 British troops led by Admiral Sir James Hope, embarked on a voyage from Shanghai to Tianjin. Their mission was to transport recently appointed Anglo-French diplomats to the embassies in Beijing. They navigated the estuary of the Hai River, which was protected by those Taku forts. Of course, they insisted on proceeding further inland to Beijing, and Senge Rinchen said that the Anglo-French envoys may potentially arrive on the coast of Beitang and then continue their journey to Beijing. However, he declined to permit the presence of foreign armed forces accompanying them to the Chinese capital, for obvious reasons. Well, the Anglo-French forces insisted on disembarking at Taku instead of Beitang and accompanying the foreign diplomats to Beijing. During the evening of June 24th, 1859, a small contingent of British troops detonated the iron barriers that the Chinese had positioned in the Baihe River. By the way, Baihe River means White River River, so in Chinese you'll just say Baihe. Now, on the following day, the British soldiers attempted to forcefully navigate into the river and bombarded the Taku forts. The inability to dock due to low tide and the presence of soft mud hindered their progress, but nevertheless, Senge Rinchen's cannons effectively sank 4 gunboats and caused quite a bit of damage to 2 more. Despite being instructed to remain neutral, the American Commodore Josiah Tatnall defied these orders and stated that familial ties are stronger than alliances. He then proceeded to deliver defensive gunfire to safeguard the British convoy's withdrawal. The inability to capture the Taku forts dealt a significant damage to the reputation of the British, leading to a peak in opposition against the foreigners within the Qing imperial court. Of course, if there is a hope that the foreigners can be defeated, well, a few more people are brave enough to openly stand up against them. Well, back in India, that old mutiny was well and truly suppressed, and after it was all finished up, the Sir Colin Campbell, Commander-in-Chief of India, had the opportunity to gather men and resources for a further military campaign in China. Known as a military leader who was favored by the soldiers, Campbell's first-hand experience of disease-related casualties during the First Opium War prompted him to ensure that the British forces were adequately equipped with ample materials and supplies, resulting in a relatively low number of casualties. And thus the third Battle of the Taku Forts occurred during the summer of 1860. London once again sent Lord Elgin with a combined army of 11,000 British troops led by General James Hope Grant, and 6,700 French troops led by General Cousin Mountaban. They advanced in a northerly direction with a fleet of 173 ships originating from Hong Kong. Their objective was to conquer the port cities of Yantai and Dalian in order to secure control over the Bohai Gulf. On the 3rd of August, they executed a landing close to Beitang, around 3 kilometers away from the Taku forts. They successfully seized control of the forts after a duration of 3 weeks on the 21st of August. Now, the southern Chinese laborers, and quite a few of them, were enlisted in the military armies of both the French and the British. In fact, an eyewitness account states that the Chinese laborers, despite being considered traitors, served the British with loyalty and enthusiasm. During the attack on the Peiho forts in 1860, they carried the French ladders to the moat, and, standing in the water up to their necks, used their hands to support the ladders, allowing the storming party to cross. Now, it was pretty uncommon to involve them in warfare, but they did show remarkable calmness in facing the risks of distant fire. They show a tremendous eagerness to confront their fellow countrymen and fight them to the death, using their bamboo weapons. Well, if you ever watch any films about whether it be the Sino-Japanese War or any films about the Century of Humiliation, really, the running trend in Chinese films is always those traitors, the Efialtes sort of characters. Always there. It's one thing to be a foreign barbarian, as they call them, but it's another thing to sell out your own people when times are already bad enough as it is. Well, upon capturing Tianjin on the 23rd of August 1860, it was reported that the British had abducted the prefect of Tianjin, as conveyed by the imperial messenger. In retribution, Parkes was apprehended on the 18th of September. In addition, several British and French officers, Sikh soldiers, and a writer from the Times were also taken into custody. Parkes and the others were incarcerated, subject to a little bit of torture, and subjected to questioning, which I'm sure the questioning was just more torture. Well, at least it was perhaps a little break from the torture. Well, the captives endured the torture of being binded up with rope, resulting in lacerations and subsequent maggot infestations in their flesh. Additionally, they were subjected to the forceful introduction of excrement and filth down their throats. Multiple individuals were sent to execution via decapitation, and their lifeless bodies were subsequently provided as sustenance to animals. The captured laborers who had labored for the Allies were subjected to a cruel punishment where they were buried up to their necks and left to have their faces chewed off by hungry dogs. Yeah, you don't want to get caught by the Qing government, that's for sure. Now, the Anglo-French forces engaged in combat with Senge Rinzhen's Mongol cavalry on the 18th of September at the Battle of Jiangjiawan, before advancing towards the outskirts of Beijing for a more decisive engagement in Tongzhou. On the 21st of September, at Bali Chao, the 8-mile bridge, Senge Rinzhen's army of 10,000 soldiers, which included the highly skilled Mongol cavalry, was completely destroyed when they rather foolishly attacked head-on against the overwhelming firepower of the combined Anglo-French forces. The French military forces reached the Summer Palace located outside of Beijing on October 6th, and the British troops landed there a day after. Following the severe defeat of the Qing army, the Xianfeng Emperor abandoned the city and entrusted his brother, Prince Gong, with the responsibility of leading the peace negotiations. Xianfeng initially sought refuge at the Chengde Summer Palace, before eventually relocating to Rehe province. Anglo-French forces commenced the plundering of the Summer Palace and the Old Summer Palace straight away, and all of these sites were completely filled with rich artwork and all sorts of very valuable things from the old times of China, many of which have still not been returned. Everybody in China knows about the looting of the Summer Palace. Well, following the liberation of Parks and the remaining detainees on the 8th of October, the ones that survived, that is, the full nature of their abuse became evident. The potential demolition of the Forbidden City was, well, debated about and suggested by Lord Elgin, with the aim of dissuading the Qing Empire from employing kidnapping as a means of negotiation and seeking retribution for the ill treatment of their captives. Nevertheless, an assault on Beijing was excluded, as it had previously been declared as a menace in previous instances. Elgin did make the decision to set fire to the Summer Palace, however, destroy the whole thing. He clarified in a written correspondence that the destruction of the palace was the retribution that would be imposed solely upon the emperor, who, as he thought, was directly responsible for the committed offense, rather than the people, who may be relatively blameless. So instead of attacking the city with all of those casualties that would no doubt result from the bombardment, simply destroy the emperor's little summer home. Well, perhaps the lesser of two evils, maybe, depending on how you look at it. Still, the loss of the Summer Palace is a tragedy. Imagine if somebody were to invade London and they destroyed Westminster Abbey. Think about it like that. Well, on October the 18th, the British troops set fire to the Old Summer Palace. They asked the French for a little help, but they declined to provide assistance. The demolition of the structures was completed within a span of 2 days, during which the adjacent imperial property was also annihilated. According to most sources, the Old Summer Palace was engulfed in flames for a duration of 3 days and 3 nights. Both Britain and France then issued campaign medals for their involvement in the Second China War and the 1860 China expedition, respectively. The British medal was adorned with the following clasps. China was involved in several conflicts during the 19th century, including the First Opium War, the Fa'shan and Canton conflicts, the Taku Forts conflicts in 1858 and 60, and the Peking conflict in 1860. Well, on October the 24th, some week later, Prince Gong, the Emperor's brother, acquiesced to the demands of the Allied forces, as the Emperor had already fled to Chengde on the September 22nd. British and French forces arrived in Beijing, where the Treaty of Tianjin was officially approved at the Convention of Beijing. The 1408 Ming Dynasty Yongle Encyclopedia, which was the greatest encyclopedia ever compiled in global history at that time, suffered significant damage during the sack of Beijing by the foreign armies, and as a result, just 3.5% of the original volumes have survived to this day. And that's just one of the things that we lost. The British, French, and Russians were all given lasting diplomatic presence in Beijing. And despite the Qing Emperor's resistance due to the implication of equality between China and the European powers, well, China was forced to pay a total of 8 million taels of silver to both Britain and France. Kowloon was relinquished to the British control and became a part of the British-owned territory of Hong Kong. The opium trade was officially given the green light, and Christians were given complete civil rights, including the ability to possess property and the right to engage in evangelism. Well, after a period of 2 weeks, Ignatieff exerted pressure on the Qing government to sign a supplementary Treaty of Beijing. This treaty resulted in the transfer of the maritime provinces located east of the Ussuri River, which were part of Outer Manchuria, to the Russians. Subsequently, the Russians established the port of Vladivostok between 1860 and 61, and the British press celebrated the Anglo-French victory as a great success for British Prime Minister Lord Palmerston, which significantly boosted his popularity, but I personally think Pitt the Elder is the better Prime Minister. Well, British businessmen were thrilled by the potential for trade and growth in the Far East, of course, a market that was surely had lots of untapped potential. Other foreign nations were also satisfied with the result, as they anticipated benefiting from China's decision to open up, or rather, the decision to open China up. Well, as for the Chinese, they were certainly feeling rather sore and sorry for themselves. The Qing army's defeat by a comparatively tiny Anglo-French military force, although being outnumbered by at least 10 to 1, along with the escape and eventual death of the Shenfeng Emperor and the destruction of the Summer Palace, dealt a decisive blow to the dominant Qing Empire. Undoubtedly, by 1860, the Western powers had decisively conquered and subjected the ancient Chinese civilization, inflicting deep humiliation upon them. Following the war, China embarked on significant modernization efforts called the Self-Strengthening Movement, which led to the initiation of various institutional reforms. Due to the Qing government's growing financial obligations and the need to safeguard Westerners after their defeat in the Second Opium War and the imposition of the unequal treaties, opposition to Qing rule escalated. Now, William Ewart Gladstone, a former British Prime Minister, was actually very vocal in his opposition to the opium trade. So don't think that everybody in Britain was all on the same side with this, because they certainly were not. Gladstone described the opium traffic between China and British India as most infamous and atrocious. He also vehemently opposed both of the Opium Wars, expressing strong disapproval of the British trade in opium to China and condemning British aggression towards the Chinese. In May of 1840, Gladstone strongly criticized it as Palmerston's Opium War, and expressed his fear of divine retribution upon England for its unjust treatment of the Chinese. Gladstone delivered a renowned address in Parliament denouncing the First Opium War, condemning it as a, quote, conflict that was even more unjust in its inception, a conflict that was even more deliberate in its advancement, resulting in a lasting stain on this nation's reputation. Now, the reason for his animosity for opium in general was the impact it had on his own sister, Helen. When Gladstone initially hesitated to join Robert Peel's ministry in 1841 due to his strong aversion towards the Opium War, which was instigated by Palmerston. And with that, we end the video on the Second Opium War. I hope you enjoyed it. Interesting stuff, isn't it? I just wish they hadn't burned down the Summer Palace. I remember being in Beijing. It's one of those things that you just, well, you know that it would have been as great as the Forbidden City if you could see it. The Forbidden City, by the way, is beautiful. Imagine if they had have destroyed that. Imagine what the world could have lost. Anyway, I'd like to thank the top-tier supporters and patrons: Dark, Kerry, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, and Wendy. Thank you very much, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow for more history. Same time, same place, right here on YouTube. Lots of love to you all. Get a good rest. Good night.